Chapter 521. The Daily News. The road to the netherworld was long, and the head and tail of the people could not be seen. Bright and beautiful flowers covered the land on both sides. Zhang Xiao looked at the land in shock. Is this the world after death? He didn't expect that the Deva didn't lie to him. It really existed. I can only start all over again. Zhang Ye clenched his fists tightly. He was at a loss and bitter. There were all sorts of sounds around. Didn't I die? I'm also dead. This is the world of the dead. The crowd was in an uproar. It was obvious that after closing and opening their eyes, they had suddenly arrived in an unknown land. They felt very strange and panicked. Countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. It was the king of Xiao Kingdom. Saber God Zhang Mo. Someone cried out in surprise. He seemed to have recognized Zhang Ji and quickly made way for him. Most of the people on the road to the netherworld were citizens of the Xiao Kingdom. Those who had died in the war with the Celestials were now crowded in the netherworld. You're at the front. Someone said. Zhang Ji fell silent for a moment, feeling very guilty. If what the Deva had said was true, then he was indeed a spy for the Deva. He had helped the Deva expand his power, which was a huge loss of face. He quickly waved his hand and said, "It's the world of the dead. There's no need to care about your identity when you were alive." The people around him quickly agreed. After a few twists and turns, Zhang Ji looked around curiously and examined his surroundings carefully. This was the world of the dead? What mysterious existence was in charge of it? At this moment, news came from the front of the group. They've been queuing for half a month. I heard that they've suspended their stock again. We're temporarily closing our business. It's said that too many people died in this war. The netherworld is full and it's hard to manage. It's said that Lady Meng Po has started again, but she has asked the black and white ghosts to recruit people. Zhang Ye had a strange expression on his face when he heard this. Recruiting? This. What do you mean by that? Zhang Xiao looked at the crowd in the distance and suddenly felt that his life had been in vain. He could not help but look amazed. The world of the dead was really unfathomable. There were various special personnel in charge of reincarnation. It was said that the highest level was the mysterious supreme existence who was in charge of the reincarnation palace. After waiting in line to rest for a few days, people continued to pour in, and he could vaguely see a stream of people ahead. Zhang Ji gradually saw the Bridge of Helplessness, the home viewing terrace, and the 3 Lives Stone. The people on the bridge were crying and mourning. After finding out the specific effects, Zhang Ji couldn't help but be shocked and feel even more respectful. However, he was also extremely bitter in his heart. He was already dead. This Yellow Springs Road was his last path. He had completely forgotten everything. His heart was filled with regret, confusion, and incomparable regret. He wanted to change everything, but he didn't know where to start. He laughed, his face filled with the vicissitudes of life. In the face of death, all life is equal. Before the reincarnation, everything is illusory. Gradually, as the road moved forward, someone in the crowd in front pointed at the poem engraved on the Bridge of Helplessness and exclaimed, "The Paramitha flower blooms, the Paramitha flower sighs on the Bridge of Helplessness. I've forgotten my past life in this life, so how can I stay by my old friend in the next life? It's really a good poem. I heard the black and white impermanences said that this was left by a reincarnated person a long time ago." That's strange. Since he can't remember his next life and this life, and he has no ties to it, it's a whole new life. Why would he write this poem? Could it be that in the next life, you still want to do something to the people of the previous life? That's ridiculous. How can someone still remember their past and present lives? Zhang Xiao listened to the discussions around him and was slightly shocked. He seemed to have some special thoughts in his heart and secretly clenched his fists. Perhaps, I have chance. Gradually, Zhang San came to the end of the bridge. He saw the 3 Lives Stone and the legendary Menpo. It was indeed extremely ugly, ferocious and ugly. Just a smile from it would make one shiver. Number 124,529, Next Life, Path of the Heaven-born. The old and hoarse voice sounded, and everyone was envious. Becoming a Deva was the most honorable existence, and it was something that countless people couldn't even dream of. "Can you wait a moment?" Zhang Ye could not help but ask. Meng Po was shocked. She looked at the man and sized him up. Everyone is waiting in line. It took them a long time to get their turn. They can't wait to be reincarnated, but you're still waiting? Zhang Ye nodded nervously. If you want to wait, then wait. Meng Po didn't pay attention to him. Zhang Ji silently returned to the beginning of the Yellow Springs Road. He stood in the distance and waited quietly. He curled up in a corner and watched the newcomers die one by one. He observed everyone's expression without blinking. These people had just appeared in this world of the dead. They were very frightened and nervous. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. The moment the person I'm looking for arrived in hell, he would definitely be very calm. When other people encountered such a mysterious and unknown situation, their first reaction would be to look around nervously. This man, on the other hand, shouldn't be nervous. Instead, he should be reminiscing, looking familiar, or something of the sort. He didn't know if it existed, but he had to wait and try. If there was someone who remembered reincarnation like this, he would definitely appear. After all, as long as one lived, one would die. How smart was he? I don't remember, but if someone does, then that person might be able to. This was his last chance. After all, he was a formidable person. Ordinary people would not have thought of this and tried it decisively. As the days passed, the Yellow Springs Road was filled with people. Zhang Ji had been waiting all this time, as if he had become a nail in the coffin. He had also witnessed the continuous improvement of the netherworld. During this period of time, there was also news from the front. The black and white impermanence lords have brought back a strange tree. It's screaming. It's so strange. It was said that he was a temporary public servant who would appear in hell. He looks very timid and strange. Zhang Xiao's expression suddenly became slightly strange. The black and white impermanences that he had mentioned before, had they returned? A few days passed. My God, it's said that the treeman is whimsical and plans to build a city there. He's working on some construction blueprint and is preparing to carry bricks with the dead souls. I don't know what he's doing at all. A few days passed. It's said that Lady Meng Po ordered the tree man to solve the loneliness of our long wait on the road to the netherworld. The tree man came up with the idea of publishing newspapers. So that we won't be so bored. Daily newspaper? What's that? The daily newspaper? Even Blade God Zhang Mo was curious. As a result, in just a few days, newspaper stands facilities were added on the Yellow Springs Road. There were newspapers placed inside, and it was said that they had to be retrieved and put out at will. Some of the people who had been waiting bitterly on the road to the netherworld and lining up to be reincarnated were really lonely and bored. They couldn't help but pick up a newspaper to kill time. In the end, within a few days, they were instantly fascinated. On the entire Yellow Springs Road, almost every living being was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a newspaper and reading it. He didn't even have the heart to line up. Although Zhang Ji was a formidable character, he was also slightly curious. The world after death was really mysterious. Even a celestial emperor like him could not help but pick up a so-called newspaper and read it. The words Samsara Daily were written on it in large font. A small headline on the first page read, "Shocking! Fengdu Ghost City is being built and is planning to hire workers with generous rewards." This title was very strange. For a moment, Zhang Ji did not know why, but he had a strong desire to read it. He continued to read, to realize the construction of the netherworld town, to enrich the spiritual life of the vengeful spirits in the reincarnation netherworld, and to realize the three modernization. It was a long and voluminous article, and he actually unknowingly continued to read it. It was a very strange feeling, and after reading it, he even had the thought of taking the initiative to help build Fengdu. He then looked at the other pages of the newspaper, which seemed to have just been opened. There was not much news content, mainly novels. There seemed to be a novel called Records of the Alchemy Emperor. Alchemy Emperor, do not enter the forest, the first test of love. This writing style was really good. Unknowingly, he had become addicted to it. The Magus world? Sorcery? Spiritual power? Zhang Ji pondered silently. He felt that he had a special intuition in this novel. It contained some kind of heaven and earth truth that should not be underestimated. There was a world-shaking secret. This first chapter isn't simple. There are some concepts in it that are worth trying. Zhang was known as the Saber God, which was enough to show how terrifying his cultivation talent was. Could it be that this had actually happened in the book? Chapter 522. Yadu City Building Plan. Cat Jump sat in front of the computer, feeling very confused. He was just an ordinary tree player who was secretly farming and developing. A few days ago, he had already broadcasted his attempt to mine iron. After all, it was a big leap from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. However, a few days ago, he was inexplicably pulled into this dark world by a pair of strange black and white ghosts. They had ferocious faces and he experienced a lot of strange scenes: ghosts, the Bridge of Helplessness, the Three-Life Stone, and even the huge black and white reincarnation hanging in the sky. Only then did he realize that this might be the legendary Netherworld. I'm numb. He had encountered a hidden mission. He was dumbstruck on the spot, and was directly dumbfounded. Using the common language of the current Spore Evolution Forum users, he said, this happiness had come too suddenly. After all, this game wasn't that simple. You couldn't be bald just because you wanted to. Speaking of which, the path of the Heavenborn, the path of animals, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of humanity, the path of Azura. Where did the sixth one go? What about the Hell Deo? If there were 6 paths, what about reincarnation? Now, he might be able to get an answer to this world view. Just now, he had been brought to see Mengpo by the Black and White Impermanences and received a Hell-level epic-level mission. Let him be in charge of the construction of Fengdu, and then propose various construction matters of the Netherworld to improve it. Even I, a farming player, would have such a day. At that time, he was so excited. He was going to reach the peak of his life. Such a big project to build the Netherworld was the dream of any farming player. In the end, when he asked how many people he could get, Mengpo directly said that he was alone now and asked him to think of a way. He was stunned on the spot. Just me? Then build your head. Maybe I can start a live broadcast. If one side is in trouble, everyone will watch. He knew very well what kind of people those guys were. It was impossible to make use of them normally, as they were all wretched little people. But now that he had a way to attract them, it was different. Perhaps it could help him create a miracle. The 3 stinky leathers were better than Zhujiang, and the thinking of tens of thousands of idiots couldn't be underestimated. He quickly turned on his live stream and called his friends. Brothers, I've encountered a hidden mission. Fortunately, the time in the Netherworld was also 1 year at a time. It was just as fast as the flow of time in the Beast Path. AI. Host, where is this place? It's so dark. I feel like my life has fallen into darkness. There was a series of cheers. There were only 2 or 3 people entering. It was unknown when the live broadcast room would attract a large audience. Seeing this, Jumping Cat gritted its teeth and emptied all its savings. After all, for the sake of this hidden mission, it was going all out. Ding! Ding! Jumping Cat rewarded 10 rockets. In an instant, the huge amount of gifts made the popularity of the live broadcast room in the front row surge. A large number of people poured in, and everyone came to see what was happening. Jumping Cat introduced the environment. I received a strange encounter mission and met the black and white ghosts. They saw me farming and mining. The house they built was very unique. I was brought to hell. They want me to help them build their houses. Build what house? Someone commented in the comments. Fengdu. Everyone was shocked. It was the Fengdu from the legends? The one in the Netherworld? A player? My god of creation, what kind of epic quest is this? He couldn't help but look around carefully. Jumping Cat immediately introduced them, as if she was an outdoor streamer. From the camera, we can see that Mengpo is currently the person in charge. There is no Judge Kui, Ox Head, and Horse Face, but we don't know if there will be one in the future. This is a wrinkled and dark old woman in her 70s or 80s, but she likes to smile. Her smile is very scary and sinister. When she has nothing to do, she likes to sit on the bridge of helplessness like a young girl in love. She takes out a mirror and shows off her smile in front of the mirror, saying that she wants to practice it for His Majesty to see. His Majesty actually likes to watch this? All the netizens sucked in a cold breath. There was a deep shadow lingering in their hearts. This was like a horror story. Indeed, the aesthetic of the Netherworld was different from ordinary people. Jumping Cat, the player, was also shocked and quickly regained his senses. Ahem, ahem, ahem. We can also see that the black and white ghosts are a person with schizophrenia. It's very strange. They turn into a man and a woman to maintain the security of the road to the underworld. It's relatively normal. And beside the 3 lives stone, there's often a truth listener squatting. He's a strange man with a wretched face, a sinister smile, and drooling from time to time. He makes me feel like a train maniac, giving me goosebumps. Everyone felt that it was strange. Why were the NPCs in hell so interesting? Mengpo, who loved to look at herself in the mirror, but was extremely ugly. The black and white impermanences that were divided. And Diting, who had a wretched look on his face. Moreover, all of them were extremely ugly. It was as if they had come to the characters in a gloomy ghost story or Alice's dream like fairyland. Apart from these NPCs, they also mentioned that there is a mysterious Samsara Palace's emperor. No one knows what his real name is. I have to say, such an ugly Mengpo is actually in love. She's holding a small mirror and smiling charmingly. I have to say, she's a little cute, picking nose. Host, are you going to work here? Interesting. Cat Jump nodded, put her hands together and said seriously, everyone, help me think of a way, please. This strange encounter mission is simply earth-shattering. It'll probably be very difficult to gain the favor of these NPCs. Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. Only difficult things were challenging. Another main mission has been activated. If I'm not wrong, this is the second path. At this time, a well-known player immediately analyzed, the first main storyline, The Rise of Azura, is the gay route. It's obviously a combat route for combat players. It's for hot-blooded combat and cultivation, where the strong are respected. As for the second main storyline, the construction of Yedu in Hell, it's obviously for lifestyle and farming players. Indeed. After all, one of the 2 treants is a battle type while the other is a potion type. They're obviously related to combat. The player in front of me, Cat Jump, is obviously an expert in farming. This distribution is definitely not by chance. When someone analyzed it, everyone felt that it was reasonable. Wasn't that the case? The main storyline of the battle style and lifestyle players had already been determined. Many people sat in front of the computer and took a deep breath. As expected of the game planning team, it was so precise that it was amazing. Although this virtual reality game did not have a level setting or an attribute panel, it was the essence of this game. It gave the players a very real experience, like a real second life. The 2 main storylines had also appeared in front of them, so the players would not be like headless flies. He would completely become a native and experience a real second life. It seems that we have a lot of work to do. We have to give birth to the babies over there and help with the farming here. Ha 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 ha, awesome. Who said he was busy? Those who like to fight, go over there. Those who like farming and construction, come to this live broadcast room. Cough, cough, cough. Although you're alone in building Yedu, there will be labor. Those people on the road to the netherworld are the same, but how can they work for you without any benefits? You have to be rewarded, and on the road to the netherworld, Mengpo also asked you to eliminate their loneliness. Maybe we can make a daily newspaper, use spiritual food as a reward, and then stop updating. Let them carry the bricks before we can read the next chapter. Wonderful. 2 birds with 1 stone. Thus, there was Samsara Daily and the first chapter of the records of the Alchemy Emperor. Alchemy Emperor, do not enter the forest. First test of passion. In fact, these novels had long been compiled into novels by fans on the internet in the real world. Even Green Vines, Deist Immortals, and various eras had been recorded and compiled into actual records. Now, they could just be transported on the spot. Only translation was a difficult task. Fortunately, there were many netizens in Cat Jump in the live broadcast room, so they worked together to translate it. As fans of farming, the netizens were very excited. It was also a technical job to capture their hearts and make them itch. Let's kill them. The group of people were in high spirits. They picked up their pens and prepared to strike. On the road to the netherworld, Zhang Xiao held the newspaper, feeling a little annoyed. The Alchemy Emperor secretly made babies with his back to the 7 little witches. The name was still weird, but the content was new. Grantham was rescued by 7 young witches, only to find out that they had formed an Elizabeth Freemasonry to resist the Dark Witches, but it was very difficult. The young girls were bullied by the Dark Witches and lived at the bottom of the society. One day, Elizabeth came back in a sorry state. She lost her job and hugged slime, muttering to herself, "Had life always been so difficult? Or was it only as difficult as when we were weak? Life has always been like this, even the strong have pain," the slime suddenly said. When Zhang Ji saw this sentence pierced right into his heart. This slime was obviously someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Zhang Ji also remembered his own life. He had struggled all his life but ended up being called a tyrant. He felt the same way and had a faint resonance in his heart. As he continued to watch, the alchemy emperor began to study strange things. With his back to the 7 little witches, he began to build mechanical alchemy dolls. Zhang Mo was full of anticipation. What was he doing now? A whole new civilization, a whole new world view, so novel, I really want to read the next chapter. This was the first time he had such expectations. How long had it been since something like this had happened? Only when he was weak and challenged a powerful enemy of a country, as well as a deva, would he have such a strong sense of anticipation. Also, I really wonder how fearsome the person behind this book is to be able to write such a book. In his opinion, the writing in that world was very real. Even the various theories and data, in his extremely high vision, were very likely to be realized. His heart was completely heavy. As expected, the netherworld is very powerful. He held his forehead. Initially, he had planned to wait in hell for the person who might remember the fate of reincarnation to fight for a chance of survival for the rise of the path of humanity. He had read the newspapers to pass the time. But now, he felt a little pain in wanting to catch up. I shouldn't be addicted, I shouldn't forget my mission to save the path of humanity. Zhang Ji clenched his fists. As the first ambitious heavenly emperor in the history of the path of humanity, he silently hinted to himself. As the days passed, everyone on the road to the netherworld began to become completely addicted to the novel. The carefree daily life of the alchemy emperor and the 7 little witches was also infected by the sorrow and suffering of the king of Babylon, Lilith. Even Zhang Ji could not help but sigh. This was an era that was as sad as them. Especially when Lilith pretended to be cold in front of everyone and said, "The king of Babylon is not allowed to shed tears." This stabbed Zhang Ye's heart even harder. He felt the same way. Wasn't this also him? The king would acknowledge, the king would permit, the king would carry the entire world. After he finished reading the last paragraph, he felt a long emptiness. He wanted to read it a few more times. As a failed king, he was the most emotional. He resisted the path of the heaven-born but was schemed against. He also started to read the other contents of Samsara daily aimlessly. The other pages were calling for everyone to build Fengdu Ghost City as usual. The ghost in the front will plant a tree, and the ghost in the back will enjoy the shade. In response to the netherworld's new target, we will be calling for all living beings on the road to the netherworld to participate. Zhang Xiao shook his head. Moving bricks? As a construction worker, building a city? That was impossible. As the first celestial emperor in the history of the mortal world, he had unparalleled talent and swept across the world. Even the celestials were afraid of him. Even if he was defeated and became the king of a destroyed country, he would not do such a lowly thing that would damage his status. The days passed. On the road to the netherworld, people were sitting cross-legged and reading newspapers. They were reading novels about alchemy emperor's counterattack and the start of an earth-shattering war. They couldn't help but discuss it enthusiastically. Even a noble celestial began to argue with some creatures from the mortal world and animal path who looked down on them. In my opinion, this alchemy emperor can definitely defeat that evil witch. The existence of the beast path spoke. That's impossible. The dark witch is as powerful as a deva. It's impossible for mortals to defeat celestials. A man from the mortal world shook his head and secretly glanced at a heavenly being, trying to flatter him. Nonsense. The celestial was furious and had obviously become a true fan. From a fair point of view. Even if I'm a deva, the alchemy monarch can defeat a deva. He's not Zhang Ji. The man who was flirting was speechless. He was a little stunned and couldn't react at all. Yup. He would definitely win alchemy emperor. He's not a loser like me. In the distance, Zhang Xiao clenched his fists and curled up in a corner. After going through so many reincarnations and deliberately hiding, no one here recognized him. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous and full of anticipation, because the battle would begin tomorrow. The next day, a new newspaper was published, and a group of people rushed to the newspaper stand. Next. At the end of the bridge, Mengpo was sitting on a chair and slowly pouring soup. Boom. However, the people in the queue immediately swarmed away. Please allow us to wait for a while before reincarnating. I'm going to follow another chapter. And drink Grandma Meng's soup. I'm so anxious. Could Grandson defeat Medusa, the great lord of death? And then become an emperor? To start a new wizard era. The hymn of humans is a hymn of courage. The bridge of helplessness was instantly in a state of chaos, and the place was completely empty. Shangguan Man was speechless. She looked in front of her in a daze. Now, there was no one in line. They had all run to the crowded newspaper stands. For the Yellow Springs Road, which was always full, everyone was rushing to be reincarnated. This was the first time. However, she didn't mind. She took out a book and started reading. Of course, it wasn't Alchemy Emperor's Chronicles. Although she was also following this story, as the person in charge, she had already digested it internally and read the updates in advance. What she was reading now was the book that the Azura Deo had written for her. Confused, ugly, and cute wife, please conduct yourself, your majesty. Tap 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 tap. After a series of accumulation, the group of people went completely crazy. Today's chapter was undoubtedly a must-read. The alchemy monarch led tens of thousands of slimes to the battle in the alchemy airship. The battle was imminent. Could they win? Zhang Ji was one of the people in the crowd. He picked up the newspaper and saw the title of the day. Sweep. Holding the sun, moon, and stars, there was no one like me in the world. This title, is it a victory? The counterattack has finally begun. Zhang Ye clenched his fists tightly. He felt that this title was too domineering, and it made his blood boil. Holding the sun, the moon, and the stars in his hands, how domineering was this kind of person? He couldn't help but look at the next line of words. Who knew that today's Samsara Daily would be so bizarre? There was only the bright and alluring chapter title in front of him. There was no content. There was only a single line of words below. How is the prediction chapter? Please report to the brick moving area. His expression changed several times, and his hand trembled. The newspaper was torn into two. Chapter 523. A strange person. Brick moving area. The entire Yellow Springs Road was instantly empty. Meanwhile, the crowd at the newspaper stand instantly turned to the brick moving area. Go to the brick moving area and read the latest chapter. Don't push me. There's no one in the world who can grasp the sun, moon, and stars. This title is too tempting. The Alchemy Emperor should have won, but it could not be helped. This was the most intriguing scene. Grantham had been saving up for a long time, and this was the key chapter of the earth-shattering counterattack. After all, not only was the writing of this novel realistic and detailed, but some of the cultivation systems in it seemed to be feasible, which expanded the sense of immersion. Move bricks. Zhang Ye tore the newspaper apart. He stood there alone, looking at the crowd in the distance. He took a deep breath. I'm actually angry. The netherworld is indeed strange and unique. His respect for him grew. At the very least, as a former ruler of a country, he would never have thought of such a method. As expected of the netherworld, the most mysterious place in the legends. Forget it. This novel is filled with great horror. I'm currently obtaining some kind of knowledge and intelligence from it. He thought for a while, but he still couldn't hold back his desire to know the ending. He strode over. After I finish reading this chapter, I won't read it anymore. I'll continue to go back and squat at the source of the Yellow Springs Road. I'll wait for the person who might appear and remember the reincarnation. Then, maybe I can. At the brick moving office. A tree man was sitting on a chair. His door was even more crowded than Menpo's, as if he was Menpo. He kept telling the people in line, you have to move bricks to continue watching. However, to move bricks, one had to first smelt them. This was common sense. How could one move bricks without bricks? Everyone here is an expert with special talents, so your efficiency is amazing. You'll be able to complete it very soon. He constantly assigned tasks, just like a contractor. The netherworld was in a physical space, not in Menmei's mind space. The soil and flowers were all real, but the relatively powerful ghosts had been reincarnated countless times, so their talents were naturally powerful. They even had powerful souls that could turn into physical objects and come into contact with them. Naturally, they could move bricks and build buildings. Hurry up! Go and smelt! In an instant, the entire Yellow Springs Road was filled with people. It was as if they had entered an era of steel smelting, full of passion and vitality. It's finally starting, Mao Tiao sat on a chair and wiped off her sweat. She peeked at the empty bridge of helplessness in the distance, and Meng Po was still reading quietly. Bringing people to start work was also one of Feng Du's plans. Although Inferno often suspended their business and was used to it, Meng Po was so calm when they stopped their business. Naturally, she had given them prior notice. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. It wasn't that he didn't know about Meng Po's vicious methods, but just thinking about it made him feel terrified. Water friends in the live broadcast room, are the building blueprints almost done? After all, many of them are civil engineers, and they even invited Menmei, a land developer, to plan and construct a large-scale formation in accordance with the heavenly Dao. And all the big bosses, hurry up and translate. We'll kill them and let them experience the pain of catching up. Let them chase after 100 million zhong. Jumping Cat was full of ambition as she said to the live stream, and to all the netizens, if you think it's good, please give it a tip. Everyone in the live broadcast room was speechless. They felt that this was simply poisonous. Which of the other people in the live broadcast room didn't obediently enjoy it? They were watching the host's performance with fair skin, beautiful long legs, and what about them? To look at a tree, not only did they have to pay money and reward, but they also had to help with the work and put in a lot of effort. The busy afternoon gradually came to a stop. The group of people sat down on the bricks at the construction site in exhaustion. After reaping the fruits of their labor, they read the next chapter happily, feeling that their days were very fulfilling. Brother, your brick-moving skills aren't bad. Some of the surrounding creatures said to Zhang Ji. They were full of admiration. Now, they were also gradually understanding the meaning of the word moving bricks. Zhang San didn't say much. After all, his cultivation and talent were there. He acted like a loner and ignored the group of people who were discussing the plot. He sat on the brick of the construction site and quietly read the newspaper in the corner. I'm not disappointed. He clutched the newspaper tightly and cheered. He watched Gao Ran's battle to his heart's content. The great saber-god emperor, who was known as the ruthless and ambitious, felt every pore on his body relax. Cool. It felt too good. At the end of the letter, he read. The Holy Sea's alchemy Emperor Grantham had easily defeated Medusa's summon of the ancient hero king, Gilgamesh, and completely suppressed the entire era. He had turned into the most dazzling sun, and the alchemy era had finally begun. The name of Lord Grantham, who was in charge of the Door of Truth and Alchemy, was well known throughout the world. However, he had secretly returned to the Elizabeth Freemasonry and told the 7 little witches, I'm back. Just this one sentence alone made them wait for 100 years. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao was satisfied. It was the end. Overthrowing the entire Dark Age and becoming invincible, the story should have come to an end. It was a happy ending for him and the 7 little witches. Zhang Ji sat on the construction site and couldn't help but feel emotional. He decided not to watch it anymore. The rest of the plot should be a peaceful and happy daily life. However, he casually glanced at the trailer for the next chapter. The Alchemy Emperor started the Babylonian alchemy era, built world-class wonderings, the Babylonian Sky Garden, the Adolf Giants. It could be called a miracle and the most glorious era in the history of the Babylonian sorcerers. The 7 little witches are about to die. Where will the Alchemy Emperor go? Please look at the next chapter, the land of the gods, the gods. To the heavens? To see the land of all gods? The name of the chapter made him nervous. Alchemy Monarch, how could he be so bold? He's a god. What was the meaning of ups and downs, ups and downs? This was it. His heart stirred again. That's right, counting the time, the 7 little witches were only at the 2nd or 3rd grade, and they were about to die of old age. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Would there be no pain after becoming strong? He remembered the saying, Life has always been like this, and even the strong have pain. It was as if the words echoed back and forth. He had overthrew the entire era for the 7 little witches and defeated the most powerful enemy, but he could not defeat the enemy of time. Even if Grantham became the most powerful man on the top of the world, he still suffered. The surroundings were tense, and many of the 7 little witches were so angry that they were grinding their teeth. Poor Miss Elizabeth and the other cute little girls. Are they going to die? What's with this ending? Wait. Minute. An audience with the gods. Could it be that Granson is going to the heavens to find the land of the gods, meet the gods, and find a way to prolong the lives of the 7 little witches? How is this possible? Grantham, you're too infatuated. The anxious discussions around him made Zhang Mo's heart start to become chaotic. He did not succeed, but the alchemy emperor succeeded. If he did not get any good results, would he really end up in a sad state? Life is always miserable without good karma. He took a deep breath and was touched by the story. What happened next was too confusing. He hesitated for a while, looked around, and continued to move bricks. Forget it, I'll move for another afternoon. There's another chapter in the evening. I'll leave after I finish reading it. A few days later. Brother, my brick moving skills are not as good as yours. One of the celestial beings sighed in admiration. He had thought that with his talent, even if he did such a lowly job, he would still be dazzling. He didn't expect that there would be such an amazing person. Chapter 524. Waiting for 3 years on the Bridge of Helplessness. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. I seem to have been here before. Li Sanzheng finally arrived. He looked around in a daze. However, in my memory, there seems to be a long and dense crowd. The Yellow Springs Road that has no end actually only has a sparse number of people lining up. He was a little puzzled. There were very few memory fragments, but he had never made a mistake. Could it be that something had changed? He turned his head and saw a magnificent black city in the distance. It was still under construction. Huge black square stones were neatly piled up, making it look majestic and vast. On top of the stones, there were strange creatures holding a piece of paper and reading it with great interest. What are they doing? It's so strange, but the road to the netherworld is long and there's no one in line. I can get to the Bridge of Helplessness as soon as possible. Wait, why did I say the Bridge of Helplessness? He was puzzled again. He arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness without any obstructions. There were still a few people here and there. He stood on the 3-life stone and began to look at his past and present life. So it's me. After he saw it, he finally understood everything. In this life, even though his talent was still very poor, he had experienced the war in the Xiao Kingdom. This incident was considered a huge event in the long history of the path of humanity. It was a terrifying dark era. The first formidable celestial emperor in the history of the path of humanity, the god of Machaman, Zhangji, had attacked the celestials. He had amazing talent, but he still died in the end. He was not very talented. As a survivor of the Xiao Kingdom, he was born early. With his business and wisdom, he built a big business. He was supposed to get married and have children, but there were some fragments of memories in his heart that kept him tied down, making him eager to find someone. Thus, after he had a successful career, he gave up his wealth and spent his entire life looking for something. In the end, he passed by a village when he was old. He suddenly felt an inexplicable bond in his heart. He walked in and saw a crazy woman in her teens. His tears began to flow uncontrollably, and he sobbed. He knew that this was the person he was looking for. It was said that the crazy woman's parents were also survivors of the Xiao Kingdom. When they were pregnant, they ran away. However, the woman was born with a head. She was mentally retarded. He had raised her for half of his life, but she still could not regain her consciousness. He died of an illness at the age of 97 and came here. I've waited bitterly for several lifetimes, but we can't be together in the end. He wiped his tears and looked at Meng Po in front of him. She was no longer the mysterious reincarnation existence in the past. Thousands of years of looking back, several lifetimes of bitter waiting, the love in the reincarnation began and did not stop here. A lifetime of mistakes, a lifetime of mistakes, his face was bitter. The intersection of reincarnation and reincarnation could not be at the right time. Suddenly, Meng Po put down the book with the strange name and looked up. 19,476, I've heard of you. In your next life, you'll be in the mortal world. Li Sanzheng was silent for a moment. Can I wait for a while? Oh. Meng Po asked. Wait for her to die. Wait for a perfect time to reincarnate together. He took a deep breath. Meng Po laughed. Do you know that it's almost useless for you to wait like this? Even if you're the same age as her, you'll still miss her in the sea of people because you might not remember her or find her. You'll also waste a lot of reincarnation time waiting for her. It's not worth it. Li Sanzheng pursed his lips and said determinedly, I want to wait for her. Whoever dies at the age of 97 will have to wait 3 years on the bridge of helplessness. Meng Po smiled. 3 years on the bridge of helplessness was equivalent to 30 years in the mortal world. Perhaps the girl would enter the cycle of reincarnation around the same time. Li Sanzheng chose to wait in the end. He left the bridge of helplessness and wandered aimlessly. On the other side, a foreman was working hard on the construction site of Fengdu. A voice came from afar. Did you hear? The person who left behind the poem at the bridge of helplessness has appeared again. That's right, he's really an infatuated lover. Whoever dies at the age of 97 will have to wait 3 years on the bridge of helplessness. It's another new poem. Zhang Ji's eyes widened, and his mind went blank. At this moment, he realized that he had forgotten to keep an eye on the person who had just descended on the road to the underworld. He didn't expect that he had already missed it. The other party should have left and entered the cycle of reincarnation. He was extremely remorseful. Detestable. Only then did he remember his mission, which was to shoulder the rise and fall of the entire path of humanity. He said with great pain, I deserve to die. Damn it! The fate of the path of humanity is on me, but records of alchemy emperor has wronged me. At this moment, a voice came from afar, a famous person is here. Zhang Xiao was shocked. She hasn't left yet? He couldn't help but quickly walk over. Li Sanzheng was also very surprised. He looked at this man, who looked like the ambitious and ruthless Zhang Ji, a hero of a generation, but at this time, he was like a contractor, full of the smell of the countryside. This person is a little similar to the overlord of the path of humanity who dared to defy the heavens. Brother, come over here. Zhang Ye finally remembered what he was here for. Then, Li Sanzheng felt that his 3 views had been attacked. It was really the legendary overlord Zhang Qian who had such a tortuous thing happen in the netherworld. What was even more shocking was that this number 1 celestial emperor of the mortal world actually had a request from him. I can't. Li Sanzheng quickly shook his head. He knew his own capabilities. But only you can barely remember this place and have the memories of your previous life. Zhang Ji just stared at him. Also, I have a plan. Since you're not talented, I can train you here, although I don't know how much you can remember in your next life. How much of it will become an instinct? Li Sanzheng was still hesitating. Don't worry. Zhang Ji took a deep breath. He knew that this person was the only hope for the path of humanity. Although your talent is weak and you are not a battle type, you can vaguely remember reincarnation. This is still your greatest advantage. I've comprehended 2 peerless martial arts from Alchemy Emperor's record, and my combat power is several times stronger than before. If I challenge a Deva again, I might have a great advantage. I've already lost and there's no second chance. You're different. I'll teach you, and you might be able to. Did he learn some kind of shocking secret technique from Alchemy Emperor? Li Sanzheng looked at the newspaper with a dumbfounded expression. He had been reincarnated for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a bizarre thing. This is a very good newspaper. It can help you pass the time. Also, some of the data in it is extremely unbelievable. It can inspire us. Zhang Ji said, in the netherworld, there are many things that conform to the rules of heaven and earth. You can't underestimate them. Li Sanzheng's face suddenly became serious. After all, he had to wait here for the arrival of that person. There was no harm in looking at it now. He could become a nail in the netherworld with Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji wasn't afraid that Li Sanzheng would be fascinated by it. He couldn't help but whisper in his heart, at most, I'll just drive him away. Anyway, even if I'm fascinated, it doesn't mean that I can't drive him out. Zhang Ye made up his mind and said, speaking of which, in the netherworld, besides the newspaper stand, there's also a fighting stand. Perhaps, there was a huge secret hidden within. The name combat was already profound enough, and he could go and take a look to comprehend some of the laws of the world. It's not officially open yet, so only foremen like us who built Fengdu are qualified to try it. I'll take you there to take a look. Then, the two of them came to a heavy and thick rectangular machine with a few strange black and white buttons in the shape of a 3-life stone. What is this? Li Sanzheng was shocked. I'm not sure, but the combat pavilion might be able to help you improve and train your combat talent. Zhang Ji's expression was serious as he tried to figure it out. He had read the novel and comprehended the wondrous deduction technique from it, which was why he had wasted some time. He was addicted to it, but he knew better than anyone that these things should not be underestimated. Improve, train my combat talent. Li Sanzheng's face also became serious. His lack of combat talent had always been a pain in his heart. Now that he had such a mysterious item, his eyes burned with passion and he was vaguely looking forward to it. Calm down. Perhaps, this is your chance to save the path of humanity. Zhang Ji's expression became serious as he took out a few coins. They said that you have to insert a coin to use it. Although this is my first time using it, come and try it with me to improve your combat skills. Yes. Li Sanzheng's face was solemn. I'm willing to practice my combat skills. As the coin was thrown in, the screen of the machine gradually lit up with a few large words under the two people's solemn eyes. King of Fighters 98. Chapter 525. The Gates of Hell. King of Fighters 98. On the square-shaped screen, the colorful, high-resolution graphics of the arcade machine kept jumping. There was a start fight button at the bottom of the words, and in the background were two muscular men with bare arms and a cloth tied around their heads. They jumped up with a ha 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 and crossed their legs in the air in a handsome manner, forming an X. Kakat. A white flash of lightning streaked across the sky. They landed and began to fight again. Ha! Ha ha ha! They exchanged blows madly. Sparks and lightning. The background of the opening scene was very exquisite, and there were no repeated fights. This was all because the fighting AI was set to make random moves, which was equivalent to two computers fighting each other. After all, this arcade game could also fight with two players and a computer, just like the traditional game. Ha ha ha! Such a handsome fight and humming sound was a little dazzling in the dark and gloomy netherworld at this time. In the distance, many people who were still reading the newspaper attracted the attention of the construction site people, one after another. Zhang Ye was shocked. His hands gripped the screen tightly and his eyes widened. This. What's going on? Why did the words fight begins, the voice, and the character appear? Zhang Ji had brought Li Sanzheng here for the test to find a chance to fight back against the path of the Heavenborn for the rise of the path of humanity. As the first heavenly emperor of the path of humanity, he was a man of great talent and strategy. He dared to be the first to rebel against the path of the Heavenborn in the entire country. He was already extremely cautious. However, he did not expect that such a strange phenomenon would still happen after throwing in a coin. Through the transparent glass, there were two muscular men inside the machine. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. The two Dao friends inside, do they know how to speak? Zhang Ye suddenly leaned on the screen and knocked on the glass, as if he was knocking on the door. How did the two of you get in? Why did you fight? Such a ruthless move. Ha! Ha ha ha! The two little people were still fighting and there was no reply. What's going on? They can't hear our voices. This strange scene made Li Sanzheng a little uneasy. Previously, when Zhang Ji said that the current hell was incredible and mysterious, he didn't believe it, but now he had to believe it. I don't know either. From the looks of their battle, there were even lightning and flames. They seemed to be powerful beings with extraordinary cultivation. Zhang Ji couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He picked up the arcade game that was as tall as a person and turned it around to check for any abnormalities. But no matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like it could fit two people. The previous newspapers were still acceptable to Zhang Ji. After all, in the mortal world, there were paper books, classrooms, teachers, and scholars. But now, the newspapers in front of him were unbelievable. They belonged to the unconventional category that he could not understand at all. At this moment, the people in the distance also rushed over. When everyone saw the screen light up, they began to discuss among themselves. They were amazed and laughed as they communicated. Reincarnation is truly the most mysterious and wondrous place in the world. This was the battle pavilion that was being tested? Why are there two little people behind this metal block of glass? A being from the path of humanity spoke. He had an extraordinary cultivation level when he was alive and his vision was not low. He frowned slightly. Could it be that it's similar to the 3-life stone and can see the images of the previous life? One of the celestial beings shook his head and laughed. That's not the case. Everyone, take a look. These two people seem to be trapped behind this mysterious glass and are constantly fighting, but there are no duplicates, as if they are real people. Everyone was still watching carefully, not daring to act rashly. They observed the battle for a few minutes. There were no duplicates, and it did not seem like a rigid video. It's a work of art. It can't be the world-class alchemy wonder in the records of Alchemy Emperor, right? Something like the Hanging Garden of Babylon, the Giant of Adolf. Soon, some people remembered the fantasizing scene in the novel, The Legendary Alchemy. It really looks like it. Immediately, everyone thought carefully and held their breath. They had learned about the mysterious and vast sorcerer world in the novel and were already addicted to it. Naturally, they were not calm. It should be known that ordinary novels would never be able to attract them. At most, it would only attract the obsession of some ordinary people. However, the epic novel in front of them was so real that its theory and system were very likely to be realized. It deeply touched their hearts and made them forget to eat and sleep. The plots, sentences, and cultivation systems in these novels were enough to shock their hearts. As they savored it, they felt as if they had come into contact with the true meaning of the world in their own realms. Many of them had a sudden epiphany and felt that their path of cultivation had suddenly opened up. Wait, this combat pavilion, could it be that the legendary alchemy Emperor Grantham has been searching for? The door of truth. Some people looked at the screen as if they were looking through an entire world. The door of truth. The dozen or so people present instantly stopped laughing. It seemed to be whimsical and delusional, but at this moment, everyone felt that it was quite similar. Through the square glass frame, didn't it look like the mysterious door of truth? You must know that magi are a group of pure people who pursue the truth. They looked at the arcade machine, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Suddenly, someone silently recited the epic scene of Hermes granting the divine fire to the mortals and the 3 witches on the ground. Alchemy is the mysterious study that creates the unknown life. Pry open the door of truth. If you can master this knowledge, you will obtain the true glory of the world, and all the mysteries of the world will disappear from your sight. All things in the world reinforce and counteract each other, and replace each other. This is the principle of alchemy. The mysteries of alchemy are all in the Trinity formula. One kind of quality will please another, one kind of quality will subdue another, and one kind of quality will dominate another. He recited it continuously. Everyone started to reminisce and read the exquisite words. This was the principle of alchemy in wizard stories. It was mysterious and contained the ultimate truth that wizards pursued. If that's the case, perhaps this isn't traditional alchemy but evil alchemy. It's the Dark Witch's school of death. Someone began to breathe rapidly and couldn't help but try to figure it out. He pointed at the arcade game and said in a deep voice, "Look at these two people. The souls of the living were cruelly imprisoned in this metal lump, making them fight continuously, not willing to let go of day and night. It's a cruel punishment." The people around him nodded in realization. They also felt that this method was very cruel. At this moment, the 2 fighting figures on the screen would probably fight for hundreds or even thousands of years. This kind of suffering was indeed a kind of hellish torture, a punishment crueler than death. If they were the ones locked up and constantly fighting inside, they would be surrounded by people just by inserting coins. It was terrifying to think about it. The netherworld is in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this time, let us build Fengdu and establish the path of hell as the world of hell after death. Perhaps, this iron block was taking in those who had committed felonies and making them suffer here. Make up for the karmic hindrance. This might be the truth of the Hell Deo. This box is hell. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Brother is wise. As expected of a deva. Everyone completely calmed down. They surrounded the arcade game and started to discuss. If we put in the coins, we can see their fighting scenes. Maybe we can learn some fighting principles from it. However, the gate of truth might not be suitable. It's more appropriate to call it the gate of hell. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was torture, and the battle was not allowed to stop for even a moment. Wasn't this hell? After all, the people present were knowledgeable, and they had read the Alchemy Emperor's biography. They gradually came to a conclusion after combining it with the mysterious alchemy techniques in the biography and their constant reasoning. The battle pavilion is not only a place to torture them, but we can also watch them fight and learn. Yet, these people are probably all-powerful beings. Therefore, they sat down cross-legged on the game's starting screen, trying to figure out the mysteries. It was as if Hung Jun was giving a lecture while the experts sat on futons and listened to him. Cat Jump, who was hiding at the side, was instantly dumbfounded. "Brothers, this is the King of Fighters, a fighting game. Why are you watching the opening scene like it's a movie?" An hour passed. 2 hours. They were still sitting cross-legged, watching the two fight. Mao Tiao, who was hiding in the dark, had a change in expression. Surprise, shock, daze, heartache, all sorts of complicated emotions took turns. Suddenly, she felt a sense of depression pressing down on her chest. It was very uncomfortable. She could not help but roar in her heart. "Look at your sister. Hurry up and press the start fighting button." It was no wonder that he was speechless. After a few months of hard work, Baldi had been furiously learning about electrical circuits and alchemy. With the help of the big shots, he had finally stepped into the age of video games. With the help of alchemy, the electronic components he made were not very precise, and the size was rough and large. However, they were still comparable to the level of arcade games in the 1970s and 1980s. Therefore, he created the most classic arcade game, King of Fighters. And it was a hardcore version. After all, for ordinary people, there were only a few moves, so it wasn't too difficult. But what about the powerhouses? Of course, he had to strengthen it. Just the moves alone had 30 moves, which were cumbersome and complicated, and extremely difficult. The movements were so fast that it was difficult to react. In short, he had to do it as hard as he could. He had spent a few months meticulously creating it. Of course, he was looking forward to a warm response. Who knew that in front of him? The live broadcast room was also dead silent. This was too much of a show. I burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, this machine is connected to the door of truth, hell? It's a torture, and there's a villain locked inside. They're so cute. Don't worry, analyze it calmly. I know why they didn't click on the start fighting button. It's because they don't know how to operate the joystick at all. In their eyes, after inserting the coin, the screen will light up with the words start fighting, and the person will also start fighting. Doesn't that mean that the fight has already started? Think about it, the 4 words that appeared, coupled with the image, can indeed be understood that way. No wonder they're watching quietly. They think that's all the content." Jumping Cat thought for a moment and looked at the bullet comments on the live stream. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was his fault for not explaining it clearly. This strange creation that transcended the era was naturally understood by these dead ancient people in their own way. It seemed that he had to go up and explain how to play. However, at this moment, someone in the bullet comments also suggested, "Wait, the setting of the Gate of Hell is quite interesting. Since they think that this is an alchemy wonder imprisoned in a cage, why don't we just go with the flow? That's a good idea. I was just worried that I didn't know how to build the 18 levels of hell, and now there's one in front of me. Wouldn't it be great to design 18 levels directly? Happy. He's a devil, right? He cut corners to this extent. You don't say. Mengpo-sama will like it too. After all, every time he entered the battle pavilion, he would see a group of people suffering and fighting in the 18 levels of hell. He could even control them to fight. Such torture. It will also deter the other Hell Path members from being presumptuous, funny. Wait, when the time comes, I might be able to make it real. They are all fake now, but they can become real people in the future, and the prisoners' souls can be stuffed into it to make an arcade machine. That's a brilliant idea. Ask Mengpo if she can do it. It's really cool to do this 18-floor hell of arcade games. Maybe Mengpo can't make the decision, and she doesn't have the power. I'll have to ask the legendary emperor for advice. Right, it's a good opportunity to see what kind of aesthetic this mysterious existence is. After a round of discussion, they finally decided on the setting of the 18 levels of hell. Arcade game equals Gate of Hell. The gate of hell was connected to the 18 levels of hell. Even they couldn't help but say wonderful. This setting was quite good. However, at this moment, Cat Jump was prepared to explain to them and let them start the game. After all, the scene in front of them was very scary. Don't worry, let's take a look first. A lot of big shots are experienced people. It is only natural that they analyze the situation carefully. The live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments. Jumping Cat was silent for a moment. After thinking about it, she decided to observe in secret. The audience's first reaction was extremely important. After all, the construction of Fengde still needed to be duped. 3 days had passed. Other than reading the newspaper, there was another source of entertainment for the people who were carrying bricks. They came to the battle pavilion to watch the battle between the two. As the days went by, they found that the moves of these two people had become completely clear. Each of them had 30 moves, and they were tired of watching them. Many people were thinking about it. Could it be that there were some mysterious moves? These 30 moves contained the laws of heaven and earth? After they got bored of it, they started to realize that there were a bunch of strange buttons on it. They did not know what they were for, so Zhang San could not help but try them out. Ding! Ding! Start the game! After he pressed a button, the line of words flashed and 2 options appeared. Single player mode. 2-person mode. New image. Zhang Ye was taken aback. He tried to understand the functions of the buttons. It would jump between 2 modes. After he pressed single mode, countless avatars appeared. Kyoku Sanagi. Iora Yagamai. Please choose the difficulty. First rank. Second rank. Zhang Ye immediately chose the highest difficulty level, level 3. And after that, the 4th, 5th, 6th, Quasi-Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, God, these difficulties were all grey and couldn't be opened. Looking at the difficulty options, the surrounding people's breathing quickened. Is it because we're too weak that it's not activated? It was another round of random selection. In fact, these boot options were enough to understand the function of the buttons. After they were selected, the real fighting scene would appear. What? Zhang Xiao was shocked. He discovered that he could actually control one person to fight with another. His pupils contracted in excitement. Unbelievable! It was simply unbelievable. Was this the gate of hell? It was a work of art and a divine skill. Not only can it imprison prisoners, but it can also control their bodies to fight. However, in his opinion, this kind of torture was simply too cruel. Letting others play with one's body was the most unacceptable thing for an expert. Kyoku Sanagi. What kind of powerful expert is this? Zhang San was also sitting on the control panel, controlling this character. He was extremely talented in combat, and his reflexes were terrifying. The screen was almost like a blur. Rank 3 difficulty. Pa pa pa. It was almost like a screen, with countless frames jumping every second, and the gorgeous battle turned into after images. And every time he used a gorgeous and handsome move, the name of the move would appear next to it. It was extremely smooth, making people feel extremely happy and extremely pleasing to the eye. What a monster! After being hit a few times in the beginning, he became completely familiar with it. After knocking down the opponent, you start to practice your moves on the spot. This kind of combat talent? I didn't expect our brick-moving foreman to be so strong. As expected of a man that even I admire. Even the devas were shocked. The surrounding crowd was completely shocked. People crowded around the arcade machine with excitement on their faces. Cat Jump was completely dumbfounded. 10,000 curses ran through her heart. She never thought that she had underestimated these monsters from the advanced extraordinary world. Was this the average level of gods? The live broadcast room also exploded. Were all the ghosts in hell so fierce? This was simply inhuman. How could he make a game for them to play? As expected of the battle pavilion, Zhang Ye was extremely excited and his respect for her grew. He controlled his character to fight with his opponent and called Li Sanzheng to watch from the side. He said seriously, "Watch how I fight. Then, study hard. The mission of saving our mortal world in the future will be handed to you. For now, just watch how I operate it. For example, this external style Neiluluo, swish in the air. Swish. You have to press a total of 8 buttons before it can be sent out. Chapter 526. A new theory? This was the abnormal version of the King of Fighters. Not only did he have to use 30 moves in a complicated sequence to deal with attacks from the enemy's angle, but his opponent also had a very high HP bar. It could be said to be a true hell-level difficulty. Although he was only the King of Fighters on the surface, he had actually combined all kinds of hardcore and complicated fighting techniques from history. Even so, he was still easily defeated by Zhang San at Tier 3. What kind of shocking operation is this? It wasn't just cat jump. The arcade machine was also crowded with people, who were constantly exclaiming and watching. Their hands were even itching to go up and give it a try. Controlling characters to fight and kill was simply too interesting. Pa pa pa. The two figures on the arcade machine turned into afterimages. If it was a low-level mortal, they wouldn't be able to see this battle clearly. Is this a battle between the strong? It's the same as the fights I've seen in the mortal world. I can't see the movements at all. It's exactly the same. The surrounding people exclaimed. However, Zhang Ji's expression was calm, and his hands moved so fast that they left afterimages. After a few years, he had once again experienced the thrill of battle. It was this intense pressure. His mind was tense, as if he was dancing on the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, he would fall into the abyss. He pursed his lips. He knew that each of the combos was terrifyingly difficult. He had to press the button 8 times in a specific order. His opponent's movements were too fast, and he had to complete it quickly within 0.5 seconds before he could launch a combo to resist. If he was distracted and his state of mind was unstable, he might press one wrong button in the 8 combos and he would not be able to resist the attack. But fortunately, he was once a saber god. How could he make such a low-level mistake? That's amazing. This reaction not only repels the opponent, but also tries to figure out a new move. It's easy. The surrounding people exclaimed. However, this was no longer able to affect his combat form. Zhang Ji's lips curled up into a confident smile. Perhaps, an ordinary level 5, level 6, or even an emperor-to-be will make different degrees of mistakes when they are completely clueless for the first time. But I won't. I'm the saber god, Zhang Ji. The first heavenly emperor of the path of humanity, an existence that even the celestials were afraid of. Although he had been carrying bricks for a long time, he still had the pride of being the strongest heavenly emperor of his era. He had died because of a scheme and fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. However, as expected of the battle pavilion, this is indeed a place to train the battle consciousness, reaction speed, and calm of experts. Because in a battle, these are the most important things. The surrounding people were all excited. Zhang Ji finally opened his mouth and began his formal combat teaching to Li Sanzheng. He said lightly, "Do you know why some people are talented in cultivation but weak in combat?" He couldn't even withstand a single blow in the same realm and was killed in just a few moves. Li Sanzheng thought for a while and said, "It's the difference in combat talent that's too great. This is the difference between a Heaven's Pride expert and a mediocre person." "That's true, but what's the so-called talent in combat?" Zhang Ji explained. This was a comprehensive factor. In a real battle between powerhouses, there were countless changes in an instant. Especially those who had reached the level of emperor-to-be and heavenly emperor, they were attacking each other countless times almost every second, just like what was happening now. Everything happened too fast, too fast. Not only did he have to react extremely quickly, but he also had to be absolutely calm and carry out a large number of correct counterattacks and blocks in an instant. Nervousness, instant hesitation, distraction from other people's voices, interference from the enemy, it would make you pause for a moment, which was enough to affect the victory or defeat. If you're hit once, it's a light injury. If it's a second time, it's a minor injury. If it's a third time, it's probably a serious injury. Some people are born with slow reactions. Some people were usually very calm, but when they were on a stage with countless people, they would be anxious and even unable to speak, not to mention the edge of death. Because they knew that if they made a slight mistake, they would be killed by the other party, and they would be in an extremely fearful state, leading to a series of mistakes, so they would die faster. Simply put, this is the so-called talent for combat. Zhang Ji taught her calmly, not caring that others were eavesdropping. He knew very well that so what if they knew? They were the same as him, on the land of the dead, and they would not take it away. Only Li Sanzheng was different. Perhaps he could remember it. He wanted to train Li Sanzheng hard. No matter how bad his combat talent was, he would put in 100 times, 1,000 times more effort than ordinary people so that he could engrave the memory of the battle into his bones and his instincts, and bring it to the next life. He had already lost, and Li Sanzheng was the last hope of the path of humanity. Combat talent isn't everything. It was just the beginning of becoming a strong person, the foundation of fighting on equal footing with others. The truly strong, on the other hand, rely on wisdom. Zhang Ye pointed at his brain. Developing exclusive cultivation techniques, trump cards, moves. Not a single top expert became famous by learning other people's cultivation techniques. At the very least, I'll have to improve my own unique cultivation method. I'm relying on my original Saber God's 36 slashes, combined with my innate talent, so even celestials don't dare to provoke me. Li Sanzheng nodded thoughtfully. I understand. The top powerhouses basically have similar combat talents, reaction speed, battle keenness, and the best way to deal with things. There are basically no mistakes or flaws. The rest of the competition will be about the difference in cultivation techniques and various trump cards. Zhang Ji nodded his head indifferently and continued, Li Sanzheng, you're not lacking in wisdom. I believe that you can develop your own cultivation method and system. You do have the potential to become a strong man. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen you. You're not a piece of rotten wood that can't be carved. What you lack is combat talent. Your combat talent is very poor, and you're only a theoretical person. Zhang Mo knew how terrifying the Fist Emperor was. It trained a person's combat nerves, reaction speed, and calmness. Fist Emperor 98. The meaning behind it was terrifying. He was the Emperor of Fists. And what did 98 mean? Perhaps, he needed to win 98 times, which was enough to temper himself. This opponent looks like a rank 3, but in reality, the opponent's reaction speed and attack frequency are almost perfect and extremely fast. He might have reached the 4th rank. Zhang Ye was constantly controlling his character to fight, his hands moving at lightning speed. Are we going to consider it according to the theory of the strongest tier 3? Bang 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 bang. In the midst of the crazy battle, he still kept warning Li Sanzheng, I saw the opening scene before. There were a total of 30 moves, but I only figured out 17. I shouldn't have told you the moves and let you figure them out on your own so that you can practice your combat talent. I'll tell you the route of your attack in advance, take the shortcut, and try to keep calm and attack to defeat this enemy. Yes, teacher. Li Sanzheng was completely impressed and called him teacher sincerely. Machete God Zhang Ji was the first celestial emperor of the path of humanity. Even the celestials were in awe of him. He was indeed worthy of his reputation. This? The surrounding crowd was completely stunned. It was only now that they realized that this middle-aged contractor who loved novels had an extraordinary background. Could he be the legendary? Their breathing became rapid. Cat Jump was also stunned and the live broadcast room exploded again. Oh, I've really seen a ghost. What a long speech. It makes so much sense. I'm so scared that I peed my pants. The King of Fighters 98 is witnessing the birth of a generation of powerhouses? Dumbfounded. We're just making a hardcore game. We changed it to 8 buttons for combo attacks and changed the reaction speed to target you strong players. It turned out. Was he really cultivating? That awesome. So that's how it is. We love games, and we're players of PvP fighting games. In fact, we're all training our combat talents, and we're all geniuses. It was the Earth's fault. Heartache. Lightning King secretly gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm going to be discovered. I'm the advance army sent by aliens to stop you from giving birth to combat geniuses. I'll electrocute your internet-addicted genius to death, funny. Upon hearing this, everyone began to doubt their lives. At the same time, Mother Earth Ivy and Alchemy Monarch were also muttering to themselves, Zhang Ji is indeed extraordinary and has the potential to become a god. It's no wonder the others are so afraid of him. He seems to have studied this aspect very thoroughly. As expected of the number 1 fighter. This principle seems to be quite suitable for us. They were not lacking in intelligence. They were theorialists and scholars, but they had poor combat talent. No matter how much they practiced, they could not improve. They were very lacking in this aspect. Perhaps I also want to fight the king of fighters? They were instantly dumbfounded. On the other side, Zhang San naturally didn't know that he had been exposed to countless of my players. The red bar on the opponent's forehead is decreasing with each attack. Is it his vitality? HP. Zhang Xiao frowned. Seeing that his opponent's blood was dropping very quickly, he could not help but slow down his attack. He felt that they were all prisoners and didn't want to kill them. However, he soon realized that one of them would definitely die. If he didn't resist, the other party would continue to kill him. At this moment, the crowd at the side said, "I can only kill him. Yup. There's no other way. This is their punishment. Moreover, it shouldn't be death. This was the netherworld, so where could he die? I'm just letting them experience pain by dying again and again." The surrounding people were stunned and could not help but nod. They immediately had a deeper understanding of the horror of the other prisoner who was locked up in this glass mirror. What kind of sins had he committed to be locked up in this hell to suffer? Ding! After Zhang Xiao killed the other party, he returned to the title page. He needed to spend a coin to continue. Zhang Ye immediately inserted the coin and went to the character selection screen. He realized that he could now choose from the opponents he had killed before. He's resurrected. He heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, as expected of the netherworld, the land of 6 paths of reincarnation. The surrounding people were also surprised and began to discuss. Doesn't that mean that they have to die every time we insert the coin and control their bodies? To experience a painful death? Some people began to feel bad. Someone retorted, "Everyone, since they've suffered so much, they must have done some heinous evil. We don't need to pity them. Only by tormenting them many times like this will their karmic hindrance be reduced and they'll be able to reincarnate earlier." Yup, someone quickly said, "Perhaps, they will be grateful to us for choosing them and killing them to help them reduce their karma and leave this prison earlier." Everyone nodded in agreement. If that's the case, this coin is extremely precious. Every time I use it, I'll lose a life. In the midst of everyone's discussion, it was Li Sanshen's turn to start the experiment. However, he was very nervous and made a lot of mistakes. Soon, he was abused to the point that he quit the game. Chapter 527. Public Opinion and the Ancient Mythological Era? I don't believe this. Li Sansheng gritted his teeth. He was very unconvinced. He adjusted the difficulty to the 2nd level and started to play again. In the end, he started to have a back and forth game, but he still lost. He continued to put in coins. Obviously, Zhang Ji had fallen for another person after that. The person in front of him had almost forgotten about his lover, whom he had been so determined to stay in hell for a long time, and had happily integrated into the big brick moving family. After a few times, the surrounding audience burst into laughter. "Hurry up and come down. Your fighting technique is not good enough. Brother Casanova, you're not cut out to be the king of fighters. Li Sansheng, you're really not talented. You're always flustered when you're anxious, and your mind is blank." One of the devas couldn't stand it anymore. He laughed and said, "Let me do it. I was once a powerful celestial warrior in the path of the celestial being. I've killed countless enemies and earned a lot of contribution points. I'll let you see my combat skills." After that, he borrowed a coin and started playing on the arcade machine. As expected of a combat-type genius. He's amazing. If I were to train in the Fist Emperor 98, there's a possibility that I could reach level 7 Heavenly Emperor when I was still alive. The surrounding crowd quickly gathered around and started discussing. It was very similar to the atmosphere of the arcade hall in the 1980s and 1990s. Sometimes, happiness was so simple and boring. In fact, when they first entered the Yellow Springs and waited for reincarnation, everyone was very resentful of their identities. After all, the hatred between the 3 paths was deep. However, after working in the samsara for a period of time, they understood that everyone's reincarnation in their next life was different. There was no division between camps. Everyone was born equal in the samsara. Gradually, it seeped into the hearts of the people and there was no longer so much estrangement. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity as she watched them play games. What an adorable group of people! Wow, 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 hell, I love it! Netherwind is simple and honest. It makes me want to come in and farm, live in harmony, and help build a beautiful new home. In just a few days in the netherworld, the King of Fighters 98 had caught up to the popularity of the Samsara Daily News. It seemed like they were on par with each other. Everyone was happy to carry bricks to get coins and then go to train their combat abilities. The Inferno's reformation and the construction of Fengdu had also completely entered the right track. It consisted of some simple and crude core facilities, a road, a bridge. Only when it gradually became prosperous did it truly begin to look like the huge netherworld in the legends. You're pretty good. Shangguan Man praised Jumping Cat. She was also very surprised. She did not expect that she could hire a group of dead people who were eager to reincarnate in such a miraculous way to help build the netherworld. Previously, everyone was fighting to be reincarnated in the queue, and it was extremely crowded. Now, it was almost the opposite. No one was willing to be reincarnated. In the next half a month, Jumping Cat worked like crazy and created several arcade machines, which were put into use in the battle pavilion. Moreover, the next step of the plan required a lot of manpower. They would directly start to recruit on a large scale. At the source of the Yellow Springs Road, they would release an advertisement for the newcomers. Are you still lamenting your weak fighting talent? Are you still sad about reincarnating for several lifetimes? Are you still struggling at the bottom, unable to become an expert and command the wind and clouds? Come, King of Fighters 98. Train in the cycle of reincarnation and use your sweat to forge your future. Using the suffering of this life to write the glory of the next life. He would engrave his fighting instinct into his bones and soul, and bring it to his next life. I'll be waiting for you here. Very quickly, this advertisement completely touched the hearts of all the newcomers to Samsara. In this ancient world where the people were simple and honest, where had he ever seen such an exciting slogan? They were completely addicted to the game. Outside, the live stream room's momentum had completely expanded, and the internet was in a complete mess. The real infinite possibilities. The first virtual reality game, Sandbox? In the netherworld of online games, he wrote novels and made game consoles. They even started advertising. At this moment, this Weibo article was firmly at the top of the hot search. After all, this was the first online game that was open to the public. It had only been a few days since the game was launched, and everyone was discussing the actions of Cat Jump. Many people were scolding it, and some were condemning it. Regarding the advertisement, this is actually a rather simple advertisement mentality. It would give the buyer a reason to buy. For example, they'll get a discount or something that's good for the body. For the sake of building a foundation for the future, most of the time, they'll convince themselves to be addicted to it. As for the people who came up with the plan, 80 to 90% of them were those who did online shopping and cheated people to chop off their hands. They were extremely proficient in marketing and came up with a plan. The people of the simple ancient world, the atmosphere of the netherworld, I'll let you mess around and poison them with the garbage of Earth's culture. Many people criticized him for his shamelessness. After all, everyone's fantasies were very beautiful before. The future online games depicted in novels, science fiction, and movies, put on the virtual helmet, enter the game capsule, and experience the beautiful foreign world. At this moment, everyone realized that dreams were full, but reality was cruel. How could the players not mess around when they were in a world with a high degree of freedom? Writing novels, marketing, farming, and all kinds of dumbass behavior came one after another. It was simply a dazzling array of activities. At this moment, many female tourists who were looking forward to a good experience like a foreign country trip suddenly cried. Woo, my mother told me that fairy tales are all lies. You damn idiots, you're still streaming? The style had completely changed. Please don't continue. The beautiful foreign world, the ancient restaurants full of delicious food, the various kinds of delicious fruits on the streets, the swordsmen flying on the roofs and walls, and the heroic spirit. They were all fooling us. As soon as the players enter, the scene will be instantly filled with advertisements. Bicycles and newspapers will start to appear on the streets. Many people began to shout about protecting the environment and starting from themselves to maintain the ecological peace of the other world. Now that the first holographic virtual reality online game had appeared, this was the best era and the era where self-discipline was the most needed. Players should not destroy the customs of the other world, or else they would be the ones who were harmed. Discipline? How is that possible? It's hard for them not to do anything. Some of the experts were well aware of this and even appeared on some of the central TV news channels' discussion programs. Kakat. The television was turned off. Su Ji just shook his head and smiled. He knew that this was inevitable. After all, he was starting to face the public, and it was inevitable that he would be pushed to the forefront of public opinion. This was also the reason why he didn't want to open an online game before. He just wanted to quietly farm. Was there any meaning to status, power, and wealth in real life? It didn't matter to him anymore. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them now. What did it have to do with him how they argued or chatted about online games? The public opinion has nothing to do with me. He just needed to farm in peace. On the other hand, due to various public opinions, there were more and more people in the live broadcast room. They started to talk about new content. After all, the current arcade game could only make it difficult for Tier 3 powerhouses. The biggest technical problem was how to increase the difficulty, and the most direct way was to increase the speed of the battle. In simple terms, it was to increase the frame number of the picture. To be able to fight more than 10 times in 1 second, it was barely possible with modern Earth's science and technology. It was just that ordinary people could not see these dynamic pictures with their naked eyes. However, with the current conditions and equipment in Inferno, it was very difficult. Moreover, constantly increasing the image speed seemed to be like drinking poison to quench thirst. A famous young professor from the real world joined in the discussion. He was in his 30s, the age where he was exposed to new things. He was also from the generation of the King of Fighters. Perhaps we can't increase the speed of the image changing but only increase the difficulty of pressing the keys. For example, on the 3rd level, you have to press the 8 key to release a combo attack, on the 4th level, you have to press the 16 key, and on the 5th level, you have to press the 68 key. That hand speed is simply amazing. However, it's still a good solution. Also, since it's the 18 levels of hell, there are naturally 18 levels. It's not enough to just be a figure in the Fist Emperor. There must be other characters, and they must be sufficiently impressive. Everyone, what kind of characters should we use? I want the Chinese style. As the crowd continued to discuss, they gradually came to a conclusion. A few days later, a new improved arcade game pavilion appeared, pushing the difficulty to the Heavenly Emperor realm in one go. Zhang San got the information and was extremely excited. This time, he didn't want to be surrounded. He didn't even tell Li Sanzheng. He anxiously left the construction work and secretly came to the battle pavilion alone. There are so many more checkpoints. He widened his eyes and frowned slightly. He rubbed his palms and smiled, looking like a happy otaku who had just come into contact with a new version of the game. The difficulty of the later parts has indeed been released. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence is imprisoned behind the ancient powers such as Kyokusanagi and Iori Yagami? Ding! Ding! He skipped the levels in front of him, and with great confidence, he directly clicked on the 7th difficulty of the Heavenly Emperor level combat. In the character options, there were a bunch of elegant, celestial-like, and peerless characters. They were extremely mysterious and extraordinary. He randomly chose one of them. This person had shoulder-length white hair and an imposing appearance, like a peerless jade young master. He wore a lotus crown, carried a sword sheath on his back, held a horsetail whisk in one hand, and a golden leaf in the other. There was a Zusha mole between his eyebrows. Su Huanzhen. 3 large words appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a voice appeared, gently and tactfully reciting an elegant poem with a Minnan accent. Half god and half saint were half immortals, while all Confucian and all Daoist were all sage. There were thousands of true books in his mind, and he could control half of the sky. This. Zhang Ye was originally quite excited, but his hands started shaking. With such a shocking poem title, they felt an unbelievable and terrifying pressure coming from it. It was as if it was telling the life of an unparalleled beauty. He began to ponder. Su Huanzhen has never appeared in history. I've never heard of him in the path of the heaven-born or the path of the mortal world. Why were they being detained here? Suffer the pain of reincarnation? Could it be that it was not in this life, but in an ancient legend? He took a deep breath, knowing that this might be a shocking secret. There's a big secret in the ancient times? There are some terrifying ancient existences suppressed in the netherworld. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He began to suppress the tension, panic, fear, and other complex emotions in his heart. This person was suppressed in the depths of hell, so he was at least a celestial emperor. Perhaps, he was a legendary imprisoned god? However, the path of the heaven-born had only produced a few heavenly emperors, and he was the first heavenly emperor of the mortal world. In the current era, there were very few heavenly emperors, and above that, were there even rank 8 true gods? Too many riddles were beginning to bother him. He held the joystick and almost didn't dare to imagine. He had endured all kinds of strange things in the netherworld, and his resistance was extremely high. He even felt inexplicably grateful to Emperor Yun for killing him, allowing him to come to the reincarnation netherworld after death and witness all kinds of incredible and mysterious scenes. He looked at the next person, whose temperament was even more indescribable. He was dressed in an emperor's robe and carried a faint pressure. His name had completely shocked him. Chi Tiendi. Another poem was recited. The Dao and Ku realms met with a devil disaster, and the gods descended to the human world. The cloud-crossing fairyland had fallen, and the remnants of Juzhu had returned to reality. The Fluxer Wu defied the heavens, and the 3 religions turned the tide. The mark of the wind reappeared on the path of the sword, and the Brahma would eventually abandon the sky. This. Who on earth is Chi Tiendi? He dared to name himself Chi Tien. In such a life, it seemed impossible to be a heavenly emperor. Could it be that these were really true gods? And a god with heaven-defying battle prowess? His eyes widened as he looked at the people behind the gate of hell through the glass. It was as if he was looking at a magnificent ancient mythological era. Countless eras ago, a group of ancient mighty people roared, suffered disasters, destroyed, and perhaps even related to a supreme existence in the legends. He suddenly thought of the mysterious emperor who was in charge of Samsara. Why was he the only one left in the vast netherworld? Where did the rest of the people go? As for the path of the heaven-born and the path of the mortal world, they had only developed for a short 300 years. Where did the previous years go? What was the mysterious origin of the 6 paths of reincarnation? There's only one mysterious emperor left in the netherworld. Could it be the change of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Seizing the netherworld? A brutal battle? So, it was a success, but it was a tragic one. Only the leader of the resistance was left, and he was now in charge of the netherworld? Or did they fail to seize power and all of them were suppressed, leaving only one person in charge of the netherworld and beginning a new round of recruitment? The more Zhang Ji thought about it, the more he trembled. Even though he was a man of great talent and strategy, he also secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He thought to himself, if this news were to spread, it would cause a great uproar, right? However, how could he get out? Even they themselves had forgotten. Even the Dao of the mortal world and the Dao of the heaven-born did not know the structure and name of the netherworld. It was an extremely mysterious world after death. Even if I know too many terrifying things, I will eventually forget them. He looked at the next person with a carefree and happy temperament. The south wind will not compete. It was another poetic title. The northern horse gallops with pride, but the song reaches the southern wind with the sound of death. It was simply unbelievable. He was another formidable man. Perhaps, he was much weaker than Chi Tiendi, but he should be much stronger than Zhang Chen. Zhang Ji had always advanced courageously in his life. He had never been timid or afraid before, but at this moment, it was as if someone had poured ice water on him. He was completely soaked, and a strong sense of dizziness and coldness attacked him. He looked at each character and saw that they all had the air of a celestial being and were peerless in their generation. The poem titles were very short, but they were very refined. If one carefully savored them, they would have a different kind of elegance. It made people feel as if they were looking at a hero from an ancient myth, with a magnificent and brilliant life. Sakura House Master. Poem title. The world admired her beauty, but she hid it in the dark. I don't care about the hundreds of flowers competing for beauty, I only love the sparse cherry blossoms. He took a closer look and found that there were more than 100 people. Zhang Ye sat in front of the arcade game and turned the joystick. He was completely stunned. As expected of the gate of hell, it actually suppressed so many terrifying people and tortured them to such an extent. They had to fight on the spot day and night, and they had to let weaklings like him play with their bodies and control them at will. It was the greatest shame of the strong. Chapter 528. Heaven and Earth Changes. Hell's Samsara, Battle Pavilion. The earth was pitch black, quiet and exuding an ancient and grand aura. Through the glass window, Zhang Ye looked at the peerless mighty figures, their peerless beauty, and their poems that described their lives. He only felt endless shock and fear. Why are there so many of them? There are more than 100 of them. An ancient god? Or the heavenly emperor? Suppressed in hell? And the mysterious emperor who appointed Meng Po and the person in charge of Samsara was the one who suppressed these terrifying existences? It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying height the emperor who was in charge of Samsara had reached. He pursed his lips and suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at these peerless figures and began to hesitate. As a proud celestial emperor, he was called the Saber God by the people. Out of respect and admiration for these ancient experts, he did not want to control them. This was a great disrespect. However, due to the desire to fight in his heart, he wanted to go. He stood up and walked back and forth at the edge of the arcade machine, hesitating. Jumping Cat, who was hiding in the dark, was dumbfounded. What was she doing now? Why was she still so dramatic? Could this be a ritual? You've been sitting in front of the game for a few days, and now that it's been updated, you're walking back and forth in a hurry. These 100 characters, their moves and movement characteristics were all carefully designed. The workload was huge, and countless netizens' hair were spent. The plan was written on countless pieces of paper, so naturally, they were looking forward to it. At that moment, Zhang Ji was still pacing back and forth. He took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. The others have said before that this should be a purgatory torture. If we control them and let them die, we will help them and reduce their sins. Then I will not care. After weighing the options, he quickly chose Qi Tiandi. Without a doubt, this existence looked the most terrifying and unimaginable. Since he had made his choice, he would naturally choose the strongest one. Lord Qi Tiandi, please don't blame me. Zhang Ji prayed silently and bowed slightly. As a junior, he said seriously, this is to help you transcend your crimes and be reincarnated into the cycle of reincarnation. I'm sorry. Ding. Ding. He chose to start the game. This time, he didn't choose to fight Qi Tiandi directly. Instead, he chose the two-player mode carefully. Then, one of them started to control the character, while the other character was put aside for self-training, trying to figure out the moves of the character Qi Tiandi. After all, the 7th Heavenly Emperor difficulty was at his Heavenly Emperor realm. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. This guy really knows how to choose. He actually chose Qi Tiandi. Mao Tiao, who was beside him, was secretly shocked as she looked at Zhang Ye helping to evaluate the new machine. In the original setting, Qi Tiandi was the #1 martial god in the heaven realm. He was dignified and noble, but he fell into the demonic Dao because he hated the greed and selfishness of humans and became the founder of the demon realm, the demon emperor, with the concept of saints and demons in the same heaven. It was a boss character that was extremely difficult to deal with. It had two forms, the white Qi Celestial Emperor and the black Qi Celestial Emperor. It was extremely difficult to freely change battle forms. But if you play it well, the upper limit is also extremely high. Cat Jump watched quietly. The stronger the character, the harder it was to control. In the distance, Zhang Ye began to explore the key positions and comprehend martial arts moves. However, how difficult was it to comprehend a Heavenly Emperor level martial art technique? Only by pressing hundreds of specific buttons in a specific order could the combo be combined. It seemed to be an aimless combination with infinite possibilities, but there was a certain pattern to it. As long as the correct sequence of combos was followed, the character would gradually move, which was equivalent to gently lifting a little finger on a button. The pinky on the second button was raised a little higher. There were dozens of buttons to complete the action. The movements were divided into raising hands, kicking feet. Each of them performed a combination of movements and formed a combo. Pressing the buttons to form an action, and the action formed a combo. The design was quite ingenious, and he explored it. After a long time, he finally figured out the first key position. It actually required 100 keys. Raising his left hand and raising his head was the simplest move, form transformation, 2 battle forms, 1 god and 1 demon. This caused him to turn pale with fright. Fallen god, transform into a demon. Don't tell me he once attacked the netherworld. His heart was already filled with fear. If this news were to spread, the entire Six Paths reincarnation would be shaken. He quickly abandoned all kinds of nervous thoughts and reverie and could only continue his research. Reverse the demonic source. The moment he successfully transformed into his god-devil form, 4 words appeared next to him. It was very moving. Hwala. God's flame. A flame flashed by, bringing with it a shocking aura. He comprehended another combo, and the character he controlled had fire god art. This row of golden words appeared next to it. The fighting was very smooth. Gradually, he discovered that other powerful combos required around 100 to 300 keys and varying lengths of time. Ultimate moves required more than 600 keys and required a long time to charge. This tested one's combat talent and the timing to release the appropriate combos. However, the strangest thing was, one by one, the buttons began to sound, and there were only 2 types. One of the sounds was mew. It was extremely dull. One of the sounds was reach. It was very clear. If his hands turned into after images, they would become one if he fought madly. Muda, muda, muda. After practicing for a while, Zhang Yan was not used to the sound of the pressing of the buttons. It was very noisy when he was operating the keyboard. He thought to himself, maybe this sound is a deliberate influence. Testing one's heart? Forget it, I'll try to fight first. He would choose his opponent at random. His opponent's profile picture rolled crazily, and a character gradually appeared. It was a man with a malevolent appearance. His grey-black hair draped over his shoulders, and he held a giant saber in his hand. His face was filled with anger, making him appear brutal and violent. The name displayed above his head. All kill. Behind him was a sea of blood red, even the sky was blood red, almost dyed black, flashing with desolate and ancient aura. This peerless figure who was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, a poetic title with endless killing intent and blood sounded. 1 blade forward, 1 blade back, I only have 1 blade, who dares to block the blade? Kill if you are alive, kill if you are dead, kill if you are named, kill everyone. This. Zhang Ji's expression turned serious. All kill? From the poem's hint, kill even if you die, it seemed that once. Kill his way into the netherworld for reincarnation? He was completely silent as his heart was in turmoil. In the ancient mythological era, the 6 paths of reincarnation, what kind of magnificent scene was it? However, his eyes gradually brightened. Just from the name alone, he could tell that this was a terrifying god of death. Perhaps, he was several levels more powerful than the saber technique he had created. A sword Dao expert from the last mythological era. He realized that something was wrong again and looked at the health bar above in shock. The all-kill character only had 1 drop of blood? Does this mean that as long as he's attacked once, he'll definitely die? This might be the path of entering the Dao through killing. It was very terrifying. The defense was extremely weak, but the attack power was extremely terrifying. Boom! The 2 of them began to exchange blows. Muda, muda. After typing on the keyboard for a few seconds, Zhang Ye was only able to withstand a few moves before he was defeated. As expected, the opponent's attacks are simply too exaggerated, and I have to transform into my god-fiend form and use different moves. It's very difficult to control. Zhang Xiao's eyes brightened, but he was not discouraged. He threw another coin into the air and started fighting again. After a few failures, he began to listen to the noisy muda 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 sounds. As his hands turned into after images, he began to feel that it was no longer ear-piercing. After listening to it for a long time, it actually matched the intense battle. The sound of the keyboard tapping seemed to have an inexplicable feeling. Su Ji opened his eyes slightly and looked at the Inferno players who were secretly building arcade machines and testing them out happily. Since he had already thought so, perhaps it would be good to make the arcade game into the 18 levels of hell. These characters might be able to be infused with souls and become real. It will become a true ancient legend. This was the perfection of the rules of the world of gourmet food, which was of great significance. What was in front of him was a huge surprise. The setting of ancient historical mythology? An ancient power imprisoned in hell? Being imprisoned in the hell of arcade machines was also a form of gathering of people. Perhaps I should summon the players as the supreme subordinate of samsara, Su Ji stood up slightly. He walked out of the Samsara temple, wearing a dragon crown on his head and a gorgeous and exquisite black dragon robe. Chapter 529. Establishing the history of the ancient era. After looking through the internet and the live stream rooms, Su Ji left the Samsara temple. However, as the supreme NPC of this online game and a great existence who controlled the 6 paths of Samsara, he did not choose to summon the lucky player who had come to the netherworld directly. This was because he had to start some preparations before he met them. Because what was he supposed to say after he met her? What should he do? It was all content to think about. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared in front of the black and white reincarnation, standing in front of the core of the netherworld. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Those players are more powerful than I thought. They even helped me complete the ancient history of this world and make this world more profound. Looks like I'll have to start early and expand the number of reincarnations." Originally, he didn't plan to be in such a hurry because he couldn't eat everything in one go. He planned to let these Rubik's Cubes have a certain cultivation and talent before joining the new army. However, at this time, since he wanted to inject a soul into the arcade game to create the real hell and form the ancient myths and history to fill in the gaps in history, a new Rubik's Cube number had to be produced. After all, in the current reincarnation cycle, the talents of 600,000 creatures had already taken shape, so it was naturally impossible to use them again. Only when new blank souls appeared and absorbed the Joss flames of those living beings, condensing the talents of Chi Tiendi and the others for them, could they fully fit the role. The method was very simple. He would form a new soul and not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Instead, he would become a true prisoner in the hell of the arcade game and absorb the Joss flames of all living beings. However, how terrifying were the talents of Chi Tiendi and the others? Perhaps it would require a great amount of energy to take shape, but for the future development of this world, once these existences appeared in reality, they would turn from illusory to real. The prospects and potential were naturally huge. They are not bad, they have opened up a new way of thinking for me and completed the rules of the 6 paths reincarnation. This is the advantage of brainstorming. The path I took back then was correct. I created the world by myself, so my power is limited. I will lack many ideas. For the time being, I will expand it by 50,000 Rubik's Cubes. Su Ji's brows twitched slightly and he began to prepare. I have to get it done quickly before those players do, and then I'll summon them. He wasn't nervous because he could observe in the dark at any time, live stream rooms and forums, and make targeted decisions. In the distance, Cat Jump was recording the test data. As user feedback was very important, Zhang San, as the Celestial Emperor, was naturally the most qualified and important experimental subject. To be honest, it was really difficult to play this cross-era online game. Everything was based on reality, as if it was a real second life. It made people feel that it was real all the time. Even at this moment, many people had strong doubts that the major countries on Earth had really obtained the black technology of aliens to create this online game, which directly surpassed Earth's technology by hundreds of years. However, what did the truth have to do with the normal players? It was not something they should study. In short, it was just a huge benefit. They just had to squeeze their way in to play together. It was also because of this reality that if they achieved something, they would have an incomparable excitement. Cough, cough, cough. He took out his notebook and kept recording, muttering. This model was modified according to Zhang San's words. It can train one's nerves, combat reaction, and calmness. However, this creates a problem. If they continue to hit like this, even if they try to control their strength, the wear and tear of the keys will be a problem. Then, if one were to knock on it, it wouldn't be able to last long, and the frequency of changing would be very high. Furthermore, this is another form of entertainment, similar to a dance troupe. A rhythm master. In terms of difficulty, he had passed. Even this heavenly emperor, who had been forged through battle, had lost. It was a great success. After all, they would do whatever was difficult. Their setting was that there was no hardest, only harder. Jumping Cat said seriously, "Brothers, don't worry. In a few weeks, we'll climb the technology tree and test this arcade game. Once it's formed, we'll put it into use and make a big wave. Kill them. Ha 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 ha, they can't even take care of themselves." The players in the live stream room were also shouting and wrangling. The group of people were as excited as if they were on drugs, and their faces and ears were red. Some of the other netizens' faces turned black as coal. You animal players, give me back an ancient mythical hell with simple customs. However, they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the netherworld that was being harmed now. Anyway, these dead people would be reincarnated sooner or later. This could be considered a blessing in the midst of misfortune. In the next few days, Cat Jump's live broadcast room was also in high spirits. It fixed all kinds of bugs and loopholes in the game, observed in secret, and continued to make adjustments. Very quickly, in less than half a month, with the help of everyone in the live stream, Zhang-san was also practicing the new mech model like crazy. He made continuous improvements and finally took shape. He began mass-producing it for the market. At this moment, brothers, let's begin. Jumping Cat stood on the highest point of the city walls and pointed the camera downwards. With a look of ambition, she said, "This arcade game is definitely the core weapon in the construction of Fengdu. As for coins, they are starting to gain purchasing power. Perhaps they will become the common underworld coins in the future. Perhaps, a new era of hell was about to arrive." At this moment, under the gloomy and dark sky, as the news spread, countless people rushed over to the new battle pavilion near the huge construction site of Fengdu. I heard that he went from Tier 3 to Heavenly Emperor difficulty in one go. Before this, it was only at the 3rd rank. Many of the experts present have surpassed the 3rd rank. It's a little boring. Now, finally. It's said that even the foreman was defeated. I can't beat the Heavenly Emperor difficulty. They were like the teenagers who rushed to the arcade hall and internet cafe after school. In the dark, there were many calm celestials with fiery expressions. They clenched their fists and were full of fighting spirit. I want to try the Celestial Emperor difficulty. Previously, we were not qualified to fight against such a majestic existence that ruled the world. We would even be beaten to death if we were the slightest bit careless. But now, it's time for us to experience the power of a level 7 Heavenly Emperor. He would fight with them and test the terrifying cultivation of the Celestial Thearch. Notice the difference between us. Meng Po was speechless. She had a bad feeling about this. She could fight the Celestial Thearch with just a press of a button? To experience the gap between him and the Heavenly Emperor? A square-shaped sword? Pointing out the world? What the hell? As the person in charge, she naturally knew the truth. His Majesty was right. They really had to be careful of the Azura Deo's ability to fool people. They were simply shameless to the extreme, and even the entire netherworld was in chaos. In fact, this was also related to her. This was because someone had once asked if this gate of hell was a divine item like the 3 life stone. According to the 3 life stones projection, was the gate of hell suppressing the ancient existences of the ancient netherworld? Shangguan Man was dumbfounded on the spot. She thought about it for a long time but could only remain silent. Because she really had no choice. She had to build a house, so she naturally couldn't slap her own face, right? This was a very realistic problem. After all, she was not an upright and kind person, nor was she inflexible and pedantic. She acquiesced to it because this was also a great benefit. She did not have to do anything. As long as she used her novel and arcade game, she could build a Fengdu. Since even Meng Po was silent and acknowledged the gate of hell, the creatures on the road to the netherworld were no longer suspicious. Sure enough, His Majesty is right. Prevent fire, theft, and Azura. Next, under Shangguan Man's dumbfounded gaze, the entire inferno welcomed the biggest wave in history. Countless people poured into the battle pavilion, as if it was an exhibition hall. People came and went, shuttling back and forth on the arcade machines. The incomparably lively atmosphere was like the arrival of a grand festival. A new hell gate was opened. Even though these people were mentally prepared that there might be a new character suppressed in the netherworld who was stronger than the almighties like Kyokusanagi, the ancient almighties inside were starting to feel incredulous. Ding! Ding! Medicine Master Mu Shaoi. A strange character had appeared. A white-haired man with white hair and a child's face walked out while being bathed in divine light. He had long eyebrows and was as handsome as a young man. He made a handsome pose as if he was a hero chosen by a king's glory. At the same time, a sonorous poetic chant greeted him. A young man loves to be romantic for no reason, and an old man has nothing to do. 100,000 feet of fame was outside, 100 lives long was inside. When he was young, he would listen to the music on the stage of the zither house. He didn't believe that the pugilistic world would make people grow old, and that the imperial map would be a laughing matter. Why are you reciting poems this time? At this arcade game, the onlookers' eyes suddenly widened and their bodies trembled. In their eyes, as they carefully savored the poem, they seemed to see a scene of a young man. He left the mountain to travel the pugilistic world and galloped across the world. He once had countless lovers, but gradually, his friends passed away. His lover grew old and invincible in the world, but he was reduced to a lonely figure. This is the life of this powerful being, how carefree. But it was filled with loneliness. Especially. I don't believe that the pugilistic world will make people grow old, and the imperial map will be a laughing matter. An old man muttered these words, and a figure of flesh and blood appeared in everyone's hearts. Many people beside the arcade machine resonated with him, and it also seemed to pierce into the depths of their hearts, making the old man's eyes gradually tear up. His emotions became extremely complicated. Yes, all the experts had experienced the death of their parents, the departure of their relatives and friends, and the pain of losing their loved ones. This was a necessary path. Every powerhouse was bound to be lonely. Life is short and bitter, isn't it sad? In the battle pavilion, the people on the arcade machines were watching the characters inside. The immortal, like an endless stream of hell's dead people, were exclaiming in shock, just like a rare and peerless grand occasion in hell. On another arcade machine, there was also a commotion. This was because someone had chosen another supreme existence. His words were extremely shocking, as if they contained ancient secrets of heaven and earth. Everyone, look over there. This poem seems to contain a shocking mystery. In less than 10 seconds, someone shouted, causing everyone to gather around. They were extremely curious. After all, a new gate of hell had opened, and they could see more ancient existences suppressed by the netherworld. It was natural for them to be excited. Remnant Forest Master. Through the glass window, a man strode out and sternly said, "If the famous swords were destroyed and the heroes were still there, when would the prosperity be gone? If you want to rise and fall, you will have to bear hardships." The east side, Fang Qi, and the west side were defeated, and the world had changed. Success was also the sorrow of heaven and earth, and failure was also the sorrow of heaven and earth. This? They had come prepared and mentally prepared. However, at this moment, their hearts were slightly stirred and set off a ripple. A short sentence: the famous swords are all broken, but the heroes are still alive. When will the prosperity come to an end? It was as if they were facing a terrifying enemy at the same time in this era. The Dark Age made him and the heroes of this era fight without hesitation? And what was the meaning behind that? If we succeed, the world will mourn. If we fail, the world will mourn. The last sentence gave people a sense of horror and confusion. What did he mean? How did it end so badly? What had happened before that era? They suddenly felt fear, and like Zhang Ji, they began to feel fear as they thought of something very far away. Now, they were under orders to rebuild this part of hell. Everything was still in progress. Even Meng Po and the black and white impermanences had to be recruited again. Then why was the previous hell broken and why did it need to be rebuilt? Where did the members of the netherworld go? Could he be dead? These existences, I feel like every one of them can cut through a century, and their beauty is unparalleled. Why are you being suppressed here? They're so miserable. Each of them once ruled the world, but now they're in such a state. Anyone who dies or reincarnates can watch them at will. They can even put coins in and control their fights. Sigh, a peerless existence is being tortured in the depths of hell. I'll suppress them forever, and I'll even use this method to destroy their bodies and minds. They began to discuss enthusiastically. Many people were already panicking. This was a very terrifying situation, causing one's imagination to run wild. The crowd was bustling with discussion. There were many experts present, but it was like a bustling city. At this time, in order to fit in with their imagination, these players even played one character on one arcade machine, and the other arcade machines couldn't use the same character at the same time, which further confirmed everyone's guess. On the other side, in front of an arcade machine, a young man sitting in his seat widened his eyes. Su Huanzhen, I can't even imagine it. This person had single-handedly decided the prosperous era of the ancient era. Half god and half saint were half immortals, while all Confucian and all deist were all sage. He had thousands of books in his mind and mastered half of the heavens. How overbearing! He's definitely the greatest sage in the world, far beyond the others. Everyone gathered around and listened to the poem's title. They savored it carefully and felt that this person was definitely stronger than the others. This ancient god should be a senior of our beast path. Unfortunately, he was also suppressed. Let us, the weak who are dying and about to be reincarnated, watch. If it was in the past, I'm afraid we would have been slapped to death with a single slap. Why would we need to suffer such great humiliation? Beside him, a mighty figure with a pointed mouth and ape-like cheeks from the animal path spoke in a solemn and dignified manner. The beast path was filled with demons, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. They did not have high intelligence and were close to wild beasts. This caused them to admire the wise ones. Nonsense! At this moment, another brawny man glared at him and cursed, "This ancient mighty figure that is suppressed in the depths of hell is clearly in existence from the path of humanity. There are many wise men in the path of humanity and many of them are well read." Meng Po, who was hiding in the dark, was confused. He's starting to acknowledge his ancestors? She looked at these people surrounding the arcade machines, stunned by the characters on them. She was too shocked by these scenes and thought that she was an experienced player. Otherwise, how could she open a brothel, trick a bunch of lecherous men, and offer money to her? But now, it had completely subverted her worldview. Duping! It was all lies. Meng Po's face darkened completely. She couldn't help but curse, which celestial said that the Azura Deo was a man of iron and blood who would rather die than submit? He also let De Ting know that the rumors had come to the netherworld, so that he and the black and white impermanences would know from De Ting that they were hot-blooded and righteous. These Azuras were clearly as sinister and cunning as merchants. Don't wake up early if there's no profit, it's all lies. Of course, she also had doubts in her heart. These people were all made of flesh and blood. Did they really exist? It was not something that could be fabricated in a short time. The system and alchemy mentioned in records of the Alchemy Emperor were all possible to be realized. They were so meticulous that people suspected that they were real. Could it be that these peerless figures in front of him had once existed? Chapter 530. The Deva Patriarch. Shangguan Man's veins were bulging. The path of Azura in front of her was a little mysterious and too strange. She could only continue to hide in the dark and watch. After all, this was a grand occasion that belonged to the entire netherworld. The battle pavilion was full of people, so she had to observe in the dark to prevent any accidents. At the same time, an old man was sitting on another arcade machine. "I'll kill? This person is too overbearing." This white-haired old man looked at this character in an exaggerated manner. His pupils were wide open and his eyeballs were bulging like Guan Yu's. He shouted, "Kill if I live, kill if I die. My name is Kill. I kill everyone. This person. This is simply unimaginable." Why was this old man calling her that? With a loud cry, everyone gathered around curiously. When they saw this, they immediately knew why he was so excited. Although this person was tyrannical and murderous, the real reason for their shock was in his poetic title, "Kill when you live, kill when you die, kill everyone." Wasn't he just hinting at the netherworld? He even killed the dead? Everyone seemed to feel that the life poems of these peerless figures, the lives of every peerless beauty, seemed to be inextricably linked, pointing to the same event at that time. As they complemented each other, the plot and the truth continued to advance. Could it be that in the distant mythological era, the enemy that these terrifying existences encountered was the netherworld? They couldn't help but have goosebumps all over their bodies. If this was true, then it must be the shocking past of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Their descendants had developed in this short period of time for hundreds of years. The 6 paths of reincarnation had once had an unimaginable change. And this also led to a group of terrifying ancient gods being suppressed in the depths of hell. At the side, countless devas were gathered on a hidden arcade machine. Chi Tiendi? There's such a person. They were different from the others. When they chose this character, they didn't shout loudly, which attracted the attention of others. Instead, the devas secretly gathered together to communicate, because his poetic title and taboo name really made people's imagination run wild. In their eyes, it was very strange. Was this person related to the ancient Deva? Was he once the overlord of our Deva lineage? Ruling the vast land of the primordial heavenly realm and then abandoning the heavens to travel? Then, he would attack the netherworld alone and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Was he going to remove his name from the book of life and death? He wanted to transcend all living things and not suffer in the cycle of reincarnation? The ancient path of the heaven-born, what exactly happened in the ancient mythological era many years ago? The extremely honorable Devas looked at each other in fear and trepidation. He didn't expect to see such a terrifying thing in the netherworld. If he reported this to Emperor Yun, who ruled the way of the heaven-born, there would be a huge commotion. It was a pity that they were already dead and couldn't tell the living outside. In the future, they would have to drink Grandma Meng's soup and forget everything. How hateful! These celestials looked at each other and gritted their teeth. The netherworld allows us to know about our past and present lives, but we can't take it away. It's the same for the people in front of us. We know about such an ancient legend and this earth-shaking senior. However, I'm unable to spread it. They had already started to regard Chi Tiendi as their idol, an ancient ancestor, and worshipped him. As a celestial being who had lived one life, they might be reincarnated into one of the other 6 paths in the future, but they still had the glory of a celestial being and a strong sense of belonging. Judging from the poetic title, Chi Tiendi should be the most powerful one among all the experts, or even the leader. As expected of the path of the Deva. Even in the ancient past, the path of the Deva ruled the world. There was a faint sense of pride in their hearts. This was how we Devas were. Suddenly, a Deva's expression changed as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but exclaim, such an ancient Deva might not be able to trap him? You'll be completely reduced to a puppet. It's very possible. They looked at each other with a trace of hope in their eyes. Then, they asked the heavenly beings around them to surround the arcade machine to prevent others from getting close. After looking around and making sure that no one was paying attention to them, one of the heavenly beings leaned against the glass window of the arcade machine and looked at Chi Tiendi inside. You don't have to pretend anymore. No one is checking this place. We are the descendants of Devas, do you need any help? Inside, Chi Tiendi stood still with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't see anything. How should we save you? Please reply. They hurriedly knocked on the glass window of the arcade machine. After a few more attempts, they could only give up. Detestable. Such torture. They couldn't even communicate with it and would be suppressed forever. Perhaps he has committed a terrible evil and ended up in such a state. A celestial who had a sense of racial glory couldn't help but feel great sorrow. They conversed secretly and finally came up with a rescue plan. It seems that our strength is too weak. We can only do our best to carry more bricks, earn coins, and play with Lord Chi Tiendi to help him atone for his sins and relieve his negative karma so that he can be reincarnated in the human world. This is the only thing that we can do as juniors to help him get out of this infernal hell as soon as possible. Play more with Chi Tiendi? Meng Po, who was hiding in the dark, widened her eyes. She was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What kind of fancy hook was this? She was completely speechless. It was not that she had not seen the internal structure before. Behind the glass window were strange parts and various metal plates. It was a very strange structure that even she could not understand the principles behind. At this moment, there was a lot of noise. The entire battle pavilion's golden age had received a huge response. From these ancient existences that were suppressed, it seemed that a terrifying prehistoric mythological era was vaguely constructed. At this time, they were even more in awe of the mystery of the netherworld. They had a huge question in their minds. How terrifying was the emperor who controlled Samsara to be able to suppress all these ancient powers in hell alone? To let them suffer so much pain? The height of such an existence was simply unimaginable. Meng Po did not even look at him. Out of sight, out of mind. She sat alone at the bridge of helplessness and began to think about life. Although she knew that the emperor was unfathomable, the current situation. Why did His Majesty suddenly gain so much prestige while lying down without doing anything? Cat Jump was also watching in the dark. He was live streaming and was very satisfied. This was the style he wanted. The live broadcast room also exploded. My stomach is hurting from all the laughing. I can't take it anymore. Although these powerful beings are powerful, we can crush their intelligence. Wahahahaha. Seeing their dumbfounded faces filled with a sense of accomplishment, I told you that we didn't lose anything in this wave. Especially when a group of celestials were knocking on the glass window as if they were visiting a prisoner. It was so funny. Jumping Cat also felt that the trend was set. With the release of the arcade game fair today, the construction of Yedu was basically guaranteed. In the future, they would think of ways to move bricks for coins. The background publicity of the arcade game was very successful. By now, she was already familiar with the live broadcast. My dear brothers, if you're happy, give me a rocket and light up 666. His camera was aimed at the entire hall where people were playing arcade games. It was very lively and full of a sense of accomplishment. However, at this moment, the sinister Meng Po slowly walked over. The cat jumped and quickly bent over to flirt. Lady Meng Po, are you satisfied with this? Did you come here to ask for confused ugly wife? Please conduct yourself with dignity, Your Majesty King of Hell. Chapter 3781. I'll be done right away, and I'll send it over to you soon. It's very good. I'll wait for you to send it over. Meng Po smiled slightly, but her smile was wrinkled and she looked very surprised. Cat Jump immediately had goosebumps all over her body, but she still lowered her head and smiled. However, at this moment, Meng Po looked around the hall and was still exclaiming madly. She said in a low voice, but I'm not here for the books. The so-called arcade press conference in front of you is done. His Majesty wants you to go there. That person was calling him over? Jumping Cat broke out in a cold sweat. After staying in hell for so long, it was not like she did not know about the existence of the person in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was very mysterious. Was she going to meet the highest-ranking NPC in the game? Why did he suddenly want to see me? Could it be that he was going to die because he was fooling around with ancient mythology and netherworld history? He's gone too far. He's going to settle scores with me. Jumping Cat wiped her cold sweat and secretly sent a text message. Old brothers in the streaming room, send some gifts so that I can muster the courage to stream for you the highest and most mysterious legendary existence. This may be my last live broadcast. He had already prepared for the worst. Follow me. Meng Po trembled as she slowly walked toward the Samsara temple. Chapter 531. Summoned. The path of the heaven-born said. On the white cloud-covered mountain, there was a divine radiance. An imposing celestial being sat on a throne and looked down. Recently, the laws of heaven and earth seem to be a little off. There are fewer and fewer talented living beings. Could it be that the world of the dead is undergoing a drastic change? Your Majesty. Yun Zongjun took a deep breath. That's indeed the case. It's not just the path of the heaven-born that's the case. I've also cultivated the path of humanity and the path of animals, and the same thing has happened to me. What should we do now that the world is changing? Emperor Yun was also in disbelief. The path of the heaven-born, the path of the beast, the path of the mortal world. Recently, the number of people being born had greatly decreased. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could not think of the reason for such a change in the world. The world has changed and the 3 realms are in chaos. There must be something wrong with the reincarnation underworld. Perhaps, there's a demon that's affecting the order of the cycle of reincarnation? Could it be that it has something to do with Zhongji? After all, when we investigated the 3 realms, we discovered that he has not reincarnated. The celestials who have died in recent years have not reincarnated. I wonder what they are doing in the netherworld. Even if Zhongji is plotting something, my clansmen will definitely stop him in the world of the dead. No matter what, we can only be on guard. Emperor Yun sat high up and took a deep breath. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness and could only passively deal with the tribulation of heaven and earth. The Samsara Palace. Su Ji sat on the black dragon throne and looked at the construction of a huge and vast city. Fengdu alone was comparable to the territory of a huge country in the mortal world. Building this online game world is just as I expected. They don't need to do it themselves. These players can arrange the main city and all kinds of buildings by themselves. They've always had this kind of hobby, very fanatical. At this moment, the combination of arcade games and novels had completely drawn people to the netherworld. The living were not in a hurry to reincarnate. They participated in the construction of the infrastructure of the netherworld. The vast and majestic city of Fengdu was the first big urban area and its completion. However, there was no hurry. He would wait until the construction of the netherworld was completed. Su Ji sat on the throne, his gaze distant, and said softly, as for them being completely addicted to online games? A novel? Just drink a bowl of menpo soup, throw it into the cycle of reincarnation, and reincarnate as a human. This might be the best way to treat internet addiction. Anyway, if these accounts were ruined, then so be it. He could just restart his account. As Su Ji was deep in thought, Meng Po walked into the Samsara Palace. She bowed and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the living being of the Azura Deo is already waiting outside the door. Call him in. Su Ji's eyes were lowered as he sat up. Yes. Meng Po said in a hoarse voice. Not long after, Cat Jump walked in. He looked a little nervous and quickly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. He couldn't help but look up from the corner of his eye. It was as if this supreme existence who was in charge of reincarnation was shrouded in the divine light and his figure couldn't be seen clearly. He could only vaguely see the black dragon robe of the King of Hell and the dragon crown on his head. He was dressed like the King of Hell in ancient myths. However, the rule of this world was the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was not like the 10 kings of Hell in Huaxia's mythology. 9.5 of the high-level immortals who were responsible for working were defeated by a monkey with one strike. There was only one such existence in this world, and the one who mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation was the Supreme. Su Ji sat on the divine throne and peeked at the tree with shifty eyes. He said softly, Azura Deo, do you know why I called you here? Cat Jump hurriedly said, it should be because of the matter in Fengdu. He wasn't stupid. He avoided the important and didn't mention anything about arcade games or novels. Su Ji could not be bothered to argue with this guy and got straight to the point. That strange construction machine of yours is interesting. Jumping Cat immediately calculated in her heart. Interesting, she said. From his tone, it seems like he doesn't intend to hurt me. She heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, it's not bad. In order to build Yedu, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. I see it. Su Ji sat on a high spot and said indifferently, there's no need to be so restrained. You can do whatever you want. It's just that the people you've built will have flaws in the world, and it's only a matter of time before they're exposed. If you don't, I'll help you awaken all the characters in the machine and turn them into living beings. All of them will be suppressed in hell. Jumping Cat's eyes widened. Not only are you not arresting me, but you're also helping me fill in the hole? His breathing became rapid. Could this be the reward for this hell difficulty mission? He thought about how the arcade game he had created had really become the 18-story hell of the arcade game. He even wanted to help him make this history become the real history of hell in the eyes of everyone. He was extremely excited. This was indeed an existence that had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation. The creation of life was comparable to the level of Nuwa. He was definitely a terrifying super big shot. However, at this moment, the live broadcast room exploded. Why are you so excited? Don't think that it's a mission reward. If it were me, I'd kill the donkey when it's done. There's definitely something wrong with this reincarnation Yama. Yes, he's fine. Why would he help you make up history to make up for the history of the netherworld? Before that, where did the true history of the netherworld go? That's right. Even we feel that there's something strange about Inferno. There's nothing now, and they have to rebuild it. Could it be that they really experienced a prehistoric war that destroyed everything? Is he trying to use the player's fabricated history to cover up the history of Inferno? This NPC has a big problem. Oh my god, it can't be the villain, right? Something like Emperor Qi. Did she? I can't afford to offend you, I can't offend you. Countless people started discussing. This game was so real, so they had to think normally. It looked like he was trying to cover up the lie for the cat and had spent a lot of effort, but in fact, he was probably trying to use a fake history to cover up the real history. However, what if it was another ultimate villain like Dichi? Then he really didn't want to provoke them. Previously, a group of players had come up with a flawless plan, but they were hung up and beaten by Dichi. Now, he's going to learn the 9 revolutions mysterious art that you guys worked so hard to come up with? What the hell? There was no way to do it. They were still traumatized by the mastermind behind the scenes. Jumping Cat could not react in time. However, the frenzied discussion in the live stream room made him shiver. He looked at the mysterious emperor who was standing high above the Samsara palace and suddenly felt that he had been involved in a mysterious conspiracy, or perhaps a hidden task. Making up history? The goal was basically to cover up the previous history. This was a fact. Su Ji just laughed, knowing that they would definitely come up with such an idea. Sure enough, he had not underestimated their imagination. But he did not mind and said in a dignified manner, "I'll build those machines into the real gates of hell and turn the things inside into real living things." "Are you confident?" "There are." Jumping Cat quickly replied. After all, it was picked up cheaply. Who cared about the other party? It would take it first. "That's good enough," Su Ji said calmly. Jumping Cat was scared witless. This was really going to be an accomplice. Making up history with this existence, a fake ancient myth to deceive the entire inferno. He could not help but say, in that case, should I make up some more history and perfect it? Or use some novels or Samsara daily to write a biography of those people? That's more like real history. No need. Su Ji only shook his head slightly. He sat high up and said in cold voice, "What's in front of us is enough. The more things in the world are supplemented, the greater the flaws. This is enough. They will speculate and make up for it on their own. After all, it's just their own imagination, and it's simple and convenient." Jumping Cat was shocked. Give them an initial setting and let them imagine it themselves? This way, it's simple and has no fatal flaws? He could not help but feel the profoundness of the words after deeply chewing on them. It seemed that this existence was extremely mysterious, experienced, and familiar with this. He must have done this often. This might be the legendary emperor's mind. Jumping Cat was full of admiration. Chapter 532. Villain. At this moment, it was like a wake-up call. Many people in the livestream room thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. No matter how they supplemented history, it would leave behind flaws, because fake would always be fake. The best way was to let them fill in the blanks in their own minds. The greatest benefit of this was not only convenience. Even if there was a flaw, they would only think that they were wrong. You can't underestimate him. The Emperor of the Samsara Palace is obviously an extremely intelligent person. This move is very simple, but we didn't think of it at all. Ha ha ha. I've learned another move. However, no matter how smart he is, he wouldn't have thought that millions of viewers in our live streaming room are watching him. Yup. So what if he was smart? We'll crush him in terms of dimensions. I'm filled with pride when I think of this. Everyone in the live stream room was watching. Because the first supreme NPC of this online game had appeared, the world view had been completely laid out. Ding! Ding! Note down those who curse at me and send a super rocket. Thank you for your gift, Water Friend's father. Jumping Cat was shocked and quickly thanked the gift. The gift was so popular that it was obvious that he was a rich man. She quickly hugged his thigh. After all, the market price of meditation coins had skyrocketed after the online game appeared. It was now 5 yuan per meditation coin, which was equivalent to 10,000 yuan of real gold and silver. Thank you, Nouveau Riche. Nouveau Riche, super rockets right off the bat. Tycoon, do you need an accessory? A bunch of people in the live broadcast room sent bullet comments to thank the host and flooded the screen. Su Ji sat on a high spot and quietly watched the live broadcast room. He remained calm even after he had given the reward. This was the reward for the task of building Fengdu. He said to Jumping Cat, "Azura, you can continue to force it. I will handle the matter of inserting a soul into it." Cat Jump was shocked again. She quickly bent over and said in surprise, "You don't need me to make some mechanical modifications to make the arcade machines into the real gates of hell and imprison people inside? No need, just do as you usually do," Su Ji said. Jumping Cat fell silent, her face filled with disbelief. What kind of mysterious technique was this? Without his assistance, he could turn the entire arcade game into a real gate of hell and turn the fictional characters inside into real living things? That's too against the rules. Does he know anything about electronics and mechanics? Does he know computer circuits? How can he just say it like that? What is the system? The void creation system. The entire broadcast room exploded again. This was unbelievable. It was as if someone suddenly said to you, "I can turn you into a brick." This was not logical at all. Biological cells and bodies were different, and one could not imagine the principle behind it. You may leave. Su Ji sent the cat away and ignored the dumbfounded audience in the live broadcast room. Yes. There were countless doubts in Jumping Cat's heart, but he did not dare to ask. He could only retreat quietly. After the cat jumped away, Meng Po was still in shock. In fact, Shangguan Man was not as surprised as the players about the creation of creatures out of thin air. His majesty was mysterious and unpredictable, and he had long possessed earth-shaking power. He had adjusted the time before this, so it was not strange for him to create gods and living things out of thin air. However, at this time, the real history was being covered up by a false history, which contained a terrifying meaning. She could not help but take a step forward. Your Majesty! Is this really history? It's to use this as Fengdu's history and increase the heaviness of the netherworld. Su Ji smiled and said to Shangguan Man, the flow of people in the netherworld will only get more and more crowded. The road to the netherworld will be congested, so there must be a town called Fengdu Ghost City. It makes sense to let them live and queue up there. Simply put, it was like a bank queuing up for business. I understand. Meng Po nodded and stopped asking. She was a smart person. The emperor trusted her and would naturally say it. If he didn't believe her, it would be useless to ask. However, the doubt in her heart had turned into a thorn that was rooted in her heart. Was His Majesty hiding the past? Was he a mastermind who made arbitrary decisions through the ages, killing mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Or did he destroy the world? Perhaps, to outsiders, this terrifying truth was very important, but in her heart, it was not important. She was not a hero. She did not care about etiquette and morality, nor did she care about the whole world. She had grown up in the lower class and had seen too many evil people who had killed countless people. Even the strong ones were all cruel and merciless. She only knew that she had been taken away from the mortal world by the emperor and had been freed from the suffering of life to be reborn. She would always choose to stand on the emperor's side and become the sharpest knife in the emperor's hand. So what if he killed everyone in the world? However, she still felt a little regretful. His Majesty did not trust her completely and hid some of the past history, allowing the path of Azura to help shape a new history. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Your Majesty, Meng Po will take her leave. Shangguan Man stood up and took a deep breath to calm himself down. After all, he had just started to follow her, and it was normal for him to not trust her. He would work hard to gain her trust in the future. Shangguan Man continued, with the complete establishment of the battle pavilion, the construction of Fengdu has been completed. In order to make the coin-gathering fanatic, I plan to use this time to recruit some people from the mortal world. Go on. Su Ji smiled, and Meng Po took her leave. In the blink of an eye, the Samsara temple was empty, and her eyes were calm. As for not following the rules and directly creating living characters in the arcade game? This was actually very simple, because the strange attribute did not follow any rules, or in a sense, it was a rule of creation, a natural phenomenon in the rank 9 world. Taking Chi Tnd as an example, its general characteristics were: Chi Tnd was a character who lived in an arcade game and was trapped. The grotesque would accept its own settings directly and use the wisdom of the living to gain sentience. In their eyes, they were like gods suppressed in ancient times, trapped in hell. And now, perhaps I'm going to be the villain for once. Su Ji smiled and sat on the throne. Suppressing ancient gods one after another and monopolizing the entire 6 paths of reincarnation, he said. The world of Gourmet was his most special sandbox, because this world was within his inner world. Within the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, the living beings inside were naturally not allowed to be of a higher realm than his true self. Su Ji was the celestial thearch, so he could not accommodate the existence of a god in his body. The appearance of a god would tear him apart alive. He didn't want to be the first person to cultivate the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and be blown to death by his own explosion. That would be too funny. Therefore, this world did not allow the birth of gods. Due to the characteristics of reincarnation, there was no need to cherish talents. Their existence was just a dream. The peerless heavenly emperors of any era had to be harvested wave by wave like straws. Reincarnation was enough, and it could even improve the accumulation of talent. After all, rather than letting them stay in the heavenly emperor realm, it was better to die and recultivate. After a few reincarnations, their talents would be enhanced, and they would have more experience and energy feedback from a few more heavenly emperors. This was the right way. Destroying all life and dictating the world. In this world, there is no heavenly emperor, no god. Any god will be suppressed in hell forever. Mengpo had just walked out of the Samsara palace when she heard the distant godly language. She felt her body shaking and the world spinning. Boom! 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 His mind was struck by lightning, his soul exploded, his body exploded, and his 5 senses exploded. An unprecedented cold blood quickly swept through his body, and every cell was screaming in fear. Her eyes widened. So that's the case. Our world was actually. In the previous Netherworld era, there must have been a terrifying change in the world, and all the subordinates of the Netherworld had died. No wonder they recruited people like me. However, the next second, her eyes flashed with a touch of silence. His Majesty was deliberately revealing this to her. This was the greatest trust. Her previous confusion suddenly became clear, as if layers of fog had been lifted. It feels good to be trusted. She touched her cheeks and clenched her fists. Then, she turned to the Samsara palace and said, I will become the sharpest knife in your hands. Chapter 533. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. Su Ji sent Mengpo off very indifferently. He also knew that the depression in her heart had been resolved, and he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had become very good at being a chicken soup for the soul instructor after accumulating his strength over the years. He could solve people's worries and relieve the depression in their Deo hearts. Medusa, Dichi, and Carolyn had all been like this before. As an expert who stood at the top, most of them were proud. Thousands of years were too long, and they would eventually be at a loss. He had to be their spiritual mentor and let them continue to pursue the truth. This might be a very important job for the God of creation. After all, it was too tiring to work. Just like those internet employees who worked for their bosses every day, they earned money for their bosses day and night, but they were also spurred on. They were like an old cow who worked to death. After working hard in the workplace for too long, they would eventually be physically and mentally exhausted and confused. Such large companies often had a set of mature countermeasures. They usually had a psychological counseling room on a certain floor to counsel the employees so that they could continue to work, shine for the company, and sacrifice their hairline. You don't say. If we look at it from this angle, the principle seems to be the same. He suddenly laughed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He felt as if he had gone beyond the heavens. He came back to his senses and looked at the empty Samsara temple. I still have to get down to business. After a while. It's time to start. He stood up and floated in front of the vast reincarnation of black and white light. With a wave of his hand, some Rubik's cubes appeared. They were the 10,000 Rubik's cubes that he had created earlier. I only have around 200 character arcade games now. I'll use 200 first. He stretched out his hand slightly. Voila! Countless blank and transparent thoughts drifted away and injected into the arcade machines far away. In the cheers of the crowd, no one noticed that something was slowly growing and gathering. In this way, there really is someone being imprisoned in the arcade game. It's really an arcade game hell in hell. To a certain extent, a square arcade game is like a god statue in a temple. They worship, offer incense, and worship in front of the arcade game, so that the spirit in the god statue can be born and gain intelligence. There were no gods in the temples of the world, but when there were more believers, there would be gods. And all that's left is to wait. In the future, the dead will line up on the road to the netherworld and wait in Fengdu. You can also play arcade games to kill time and train your combat skills. You can also output faith at the same time, which will greatly increase the efficiency. It was naturally more cumbersome to organize the rules of a world. Su Ji was very satisfied with the way the settings were perfected and the nonsense the players had made. After all, this was a good ending. The dark and mysterious history that the players had fabricated using those characters was also very much in line with Su Ji's intentions. It was because he really wanted to monopolize an era and not allow anyone to become a god. This was a huge limitation in the current food industry. However, it would not cause any reaction if he could not become a god now. After a period of time, there would be more heavenly emperors and the era would be glorious. Some of the heavenly emperors would start to touch level 8 and they would find ways to break through. They would then become restless. Perhaps, the fabricated ancient history would become real in the future? Who knows? The 6 paths of reincarnation was a new world that was still in the process of being formed. Everything was still unknown. However, it was obvious that the unique structure of the 6 paths reincarnation allowed the cultivators to be reborn continuously, bringing with them innate talents. These innate talents were getting stronger and stronger, replacing the role of genes and bloodlines, allowing the civilization of this world to develop extremely quickly. In just 300 years, there were already many heavenly monarch-level cultivators. Although the speed of their civilization's development was much faster than that of the ancient world, it was far from the black technology of Ishtar. This could not be compared. The people of Isodar were supercomputers on average and could even connect to the internet. They used their supercomputing power to deduce everything in the world together. In their eyes, there were no secrets in the universe. The Protoss, who were known as cheating, had now become the god of creation. They were hidden in the ancient lava domain, a parallel universe, and began to set the universe's parameters, the world's rules, and the creation of continents. However, this history is not interesting enough. Su Ji's brows suddenly twitched and he laughed. Why don't I create a character to be suppressed and tortured in hell? I can try to input a piece of memory as a foundation, combine it with the incense of all living beings, and see what kind of unknown person I can create. After all, many arcade games had hidden characters and mysterious Easter eggs. In that case, this hidden character will occasionally appear in the battle in place of the opponent he has already chosen and start fighting you. He will appear and disappear unpredictably and wander around the various arcade machines. The probability of him appearing is about 1 in 100 billion. After all, these guys are too fanatical and their hand speed is too fast. They can play it tens of thousands of times a day, and that's why they can discover it decades later. It's only a few decades. To the experts, a period of time that can easily go up to 100 years is nothing. One closed-door training session will be enough. His interest was immediately piqued. He reached out and grabbed a transparent mind, injecting an opening scene into it. He had used the programming software in his brain's hard drive to create the scene. He had used the magic technology of the Isotarian people, the computing power of the magic core brain. He himself was a supercomputer, and the CG special effects he created were naturally much more realistic than the players. Title: Absolutely no spirit. As a special hidden character, he didn't have a poetic title. Instead, he had an even more unique light and shadow opening scene. In the darkness, the sky fell and the earth cracked. I will reverse the 6 paths and become a true god. Today is the day. One of them roared and tore the dark universe apart. In the long years, I've laid dormant in a prehistory. Today, I've finally ushered in a brilliant great era. In this era, I'll join forces with the geniuses of the current generation. I must reveal my true name in reincarnation and only compete for this lifetime, not for the next life. This era will not be defeated again. The roars resounded through the heavens and the earth, with a spirit that looked down on the world. After an unknown period of time, endless blood rain fell on the entire heaven and earth. The great Deo was extinguished, and the common people were killed by the blood. It was as if the ancient times had withered, and even the vast reincarnation had faint cracks. This was a Deo cultivator from the prehistoric era, and he was on the verge of collapse. No, I'm not willing to accept this. No living creature in this world can break free of this shackle, escape the 6 paths of reincarnation, and become the true god. Even if it's you, you can't become a true god in this state. The world was completely dead, and there were no living creatures. After an unknown period of time, a faint voice came from the void. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. Voila! After the character's opening image was played, he was quite satisfied. He turned into a hazy light and flew out, entering the arcade game, becoming the most mysterious hidden character. Chapter 534. The Spread of the Netherworld. On the other side, Jumping Cat was in a daze. He had no idea how he managed to walk out of the Samsara Palace. When he regained his senses, he was back at the battle pavilion. Another group of people was bustling about, controlling the machines to kill each other. They were in high spirits. Am I going to join in the fun? Twisting history. He felt like he was in big trouble. No one knows what that mysterious existence is thinking. Everything is hidden in the fog, and only he knows the past of the world. Jumping Cat shook her head hard. This was probably because she had joined some NPC camp and had a faction to belong to. She had started to make up history and deceive the world. All in all, he didn't lose anything now, although he didn't know what would happen in the future. After all, a text that deceives all beings and covers up history always feels terrifying. Although this online game was called an online game, these players were now more willing to put in their blood, sweat, and tears and treat it as a real second life. He started to check an arcade machine. It feels like nothing has happened, but something seems to have happened. Are these people really starting to come alive? This existence was too mysterious and hard to fathom. The world setting of this online game was indeed profound and mysterious. He guessed that he had triggered the follow-up plot of the Fengdu mission covering up the history text. Next. The game development team will definitely not let us down. At this moment, the online game had only been open for a day, a full 24 hours had just passed, but the heated discussions had already seethed through the entire internet. After all, too many things had happened. It's only the first day of the game, and Yuan Qinghua and Bai Xiajun have already given birth to a green and chubby little tree son. His hair is green, and it's the color of love. He's super cute, I love him so much. True love only exists among the same sex. Burn the opposite sex to death, start with me. Ha 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 ha, it's said that they've been captured. The mantis tasted the sweetness and let them continue to have children. The eldest baby has already appeared, so will the seventh baby be far away? They were just waiting for the number to be enough so that they could start saving their grandfather. Funny face. At the same time, another main plot, a novel and an arcade game, has duped a bunch of dead people. Houses are already being built. 2 main storylines. That's awesome. It was only the first day and so many shocking events had already happened. Many people couldn't help but be excited as they watched the show. One day in the real world was equivalent to a year in the in-game hell and animal path, and this was the world that the players lived in. 10 years in the mortal world was equivalent to 100 years in the path of the heaven-born. However, out of the 6,000 players, more than 3,000 were eliminated. By the second day, there were only about 2,000 people left. It couldn't be helped. This game had always had a very anti-human setting. The game time limit is 8 hours a day. At other times, he could only forcefully log off. During that time, he had to find a safe place to hide. As expected of a game that loved learning and guided health. It had an anti-addiction mechanism, which was very traditional. In the past, the players in the food industry were all in groups and took turns to go online. There were people to help protect you. This didn't matter. In reality, you could eat, and sleep. But now? After he went offline, he would not be able to help each other look after each other. It was already the morning of the second day. Someone began to summarize the first day of the game. A host announced. We can see that 8 hours have passed, which is equivalent to 4 months in the game. Today's game time is over, and I think the first wave of players leaving the game has appeared. Although everyone had made preparations in advance, each of them had lived for 4 months and had taken the opportunity to find a place to log off. When they woke up the next day, it was still equivalent to 8 months in the game. It was too long, and the players had lost 30%. Many of the players were dug out and eaten by wild animals. It's very cruel, they're crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In reality, even though they had been offline for as long as 8 months, they didn't have to worry about starving to death in those 8 months. This was because the food industry had already come up with a way to deal with it. The time they went offline would be adjusted back to the time flow of their characters. They would be frozen, and it would be equivalent to half a day. I'm done for. I really envy the players in Spore Evolution, unlike the wizard community and the food industry, which have an anti-addiction mechanism. Then why don't you guys write your thesis? It can't be helped. This is a game that's open to the public. It's already good enough that they can play it. If they can't hold on, who can they blame? I also think that the anti-addiction mechanism is very reasonable to be online for a maximum of 8 hours a day. He definitely had to eat and sleep. Playing for 8 hours a day was already all the spare time of the day. Sleeping for 8 hours, eating and bathing for 2 hours? You still need to exercise for a few hours, right? However, there was someone who analyzed the situation more rationally. In short, everyone was discussing it. Although they had made sufficient preparations on the first day, many people were still cold because they were not familiar with each other. For the first time in a real-world virtual reality online game, if you didn't disappear on the spot when you went offline, you would sleep on the spot. This was very real. There was another point. Everyone logged in at the same time on their first day. Even if they met each other and grouped up, they would still log off at the same time. No one would help to guard the corpse, resulting in an extremely high death rate. The second day began, and the players in groups had already begun discussing that they would take turns to come online on this day. The 24 hours would be divided into 3 periods, so the death rate should be greatly reduced. I personally think that we should build a city in the animal path. That's right. Gather all the ambitious men and build a city together. Then, the city will be very safe, and you can sleep in peace. That's right. The players can't rest in the wild as it's too risky. If they gather and build a city, they can speculate on land. Cough, cough, cough. In the end, we're really obsessed with building cities. The houses there haven't even been built yet, but it's definitely a milestone for US players. If we gather together to build a city and continue to develop, we'll be able to attack a certain place and save the family of 3 of certain characters. After that, our path of Azura will rise and become one of the true 6 paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Happy. The players began to discuss. Even though they could only play for 4 months a day, they were still very happy. Moreover, they were full of anticipation. As one of the 6 paths, the path of Azura was going to build a force that belonged to the players in this indigenous world. On the other side, 10 years had passed in the mortal world, but 100 years had passed in the path of the Heavenborn. Over the past 100 years, the people of the path of the Heavenborn were extremely hurt. This was because there were very few people in the path of the Heavenborn to begin with. The most unbearable thing was that time passed very quickly in the path of the Heavenborn, which caused them to be unable to replenish their newborns. After 100 years, they could not make ends meet and their combat power started to decrease significantly. In the short span of a year, the construction of Fengdu was almost complete. The general outline of the city had been completed, but the streets and facilities still needed to be carefully sculpted. The manpower required was no longer as much. A group of people began to be forced to reincarnate. Heavenly Year, 393 years. It had been more than 70 years since Heavenly Emperor Zhang Xiao had destroyed the Xiao kingdom. After recuperating for so long, the mortal world's Dao had gradually recovered. During this period of time, the person Li Sanzheng had been waiting for had finally arrived. It was Su Yingluo. It's time to bid farewell. Zhang Ji was very pleased that Li Sanzheng was not addicted to it. After all, the recent novels were very alluring. It talked about the era after the death of the Alchemy Emperor, when his disciples Ermin and Medusa began to fight against the evil god of Thulhu. Go on. Zhang Ji smiled. I hope that the combat skills that you've trained will become second nature in your next life. Li Sanzheng nodded and took the hand of the woman beside him. With a light jump, they jumped into the reincarnation. They looked at each other. In this life, Yingluo, we must be together for real. It was pitch black. A cry came from a rich family somewhere. Outside the house, Squire Li asked anxiously, is it a boy or a girl? It's a boy. He actually has talent. A voice came from the house. Counselor Li was overjoyed. In this era, talent was a relatively rare thing. He entered the house, looked at the child, and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, what do you think a boy should be called? 3. Sheng, the baby spat out 2 characters in a very strange manner, as if there were some scattered fragments flashing. A natural phenomenon? Ha ha ha. That person is called Li Sanzheng, right? In the following years, the minister began to dote on his son, thinking that he would definitely be able to lead the family to prosperity with his extraordinary talent. In less than 5 to 6 years, the boy had completely refreshed everyone's perception of him. He was a genius child prodigy. I feel like I have to do something. I'm looking for something. The fair and delicate Li Sanzheng always sat on the stone steps, his 2 hands holding his cheeks. He was very cute. He frowned and thought hard for a long time. Suddenly, an inexplicable picture appeared in his mind. It's a novel and some special martial arts. Ha! External style, Nana fall. He made a cool gesture on the spot, and a cool flame appeared in his hand. He immediately calmed down. So this is what I'm looking for. He was satisfied. The child couldn't help but return to his room and start writing his biography. He didn't write it for money but spread it quietly. It seemed that it was driven by interest. Within a few years, some special novels were spread to some places. Some of the content even vaguely depicted the world after death, such as the Bridge of Helplessness, the Road to the Yellow Springs. The Six Paths of Reincarnation was also known as the Netherworld. At this moment, the mysterious concept of the Netherworld was slowly spreading in the world for the first time. Chapter 535. Taking a Walk in the Universe. The world of the living could not remember the world after death. This led many people in this world to form a common sense that birth was the starting point, and death was the ending point. This was a straight line, and it was called life. This was everyone's traditional view of the world, but at this time, someone actually told them that this was not a straight line, but a circle formed by a line. Over and over again. Forever loop. And this ring was called reincarnation. Reincarnation, standing eternally in the netherworld, ruling the life and death of all living things in the world. Death is not the end. Reincarnate and be reborn as a human. Even the celestial thearch can't break free from the cycle of reincarnation. In a secret room inside the main hall of the Crow Kingdom, a dignified middle-aged emperor dressed in a dragon robe knelt in front of an old man who was as thin as a skeleton. "Ancestor, this is all the information we've gathered." "Is that all?" A hoarse voice came from the darkness. The old man in the shadows muttered to himself for a long time. It was obvious that his heart was not calm at all, and this was a huge blow to him. "Yes, I am," the middle-aged man said. "It's said that this news started from a novel by an unknown author, but no one has found the original version. The other party seems to be deliberately hiding his identity." The old man took a deep breath. "Go and check the history of the human race. Use the power of the entire nation to gather all the information on talent. See if there are a large number of people with the same talent appearing in different eras in history to confirm the theory of reincarnation." "Yes," the dignified middle-aged emperor said seriously, "if it's true, then the world will change." His ancestor was an emperor to be and was extremely powerful. He founded the human kingdom and participated in the epic war of the Xiao kingdom. Everyone thought he was dead, but in fact, he was still alive and broke through the heavenly emperor realm at the last moment. However, he was too old and his injuries were too serious. Even after breaking through the heavenly emperor realm, his combat strength was not as strong as his peers. He could only hang on to his life and struggle on. He was afraid of death, so he chose to go into hibernation, hoping to survive for the human race for a while longer. But now, someone had suddenly told him that there was another world after death. It gripped his heart tightly, as if his entire worldview had been ruthlessly shattered. "Human King, Zhang Mo, are you also in the world after death?" The old man's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He thought of the saber god, Zhang Ji, who wielded his saber at the sky. He had a tall figure and long black hair. This was the ambitious overlord that he admired the most. If he is there, he must be in the world of the dead, trying to find ways to bring fortune to our human race. "Don't tell me that this is a message you wanted to send out." The Path of the Heaven-born said. "I can't find out." Yun Zongjun took a deep breath, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "It has been widely spread, but I can't find the source." Emperor Yun's eyes were deep and he did not speak. Only the Path of the Heaven-born knew about this. If the Path of the mortal world also knew about this, they would lose a huge advantage in intelligence. However, the information about this mortal world was countless times more specific than the information about the Devas. They only guessed that the dead had a world and would be reincarnated, but they didn't know about the hell, the road to the underworld, reincarnation, Mengpo, the black and white impermanences, and other terrifying things. "Continue to investigate," he said. "In this world, there are countless innate talents. Since the land of the living can be passed to you, you must have the talent to remember the people of that world. This person will be the fate of the entire 6 paths of reincarnation." The beast said. Due to the huge difference in the flow of time, while the players of the animal path rose to power, the other worlds of the mortal path and the path of the heaven-born changed rapidly and changed with each passing day. Soon, after the construction of Fengdu was completed, the talents began to be reborn. An animal raised its flag high and showed off. Brothers, let's get to work. There's news from Fengdu's spy live broadcast room that they've begun to reincarnate one after another. We'll go find those born with talent and then nurture them with all our heart. After all, whoever has more talents in the world will rise. This is the advantage of our beast path. As the beast path is the lowest level, it has the most living beings reincarnated. We have the most resources. But the flow of time in other worlds is much faster than ours. If we want to surpass the other two Daos, we'll have to put in 10 times, or even 100 times more effort before we can surpass them. Many people knew that this was easier said than done. The other high-dimensional civilizations were all launching dimensional attacks. This situation was equivalent to the three-bodied human civilization descending at any time to crush you, and it was very difficult to resist. However, it was precisely because of their interest that the group of people began to discuss. Those who obtained talent would obtain the world. They began to quickly find those living creatures with natural talent and nurture them with good intentions. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, snatching talents was the key. At this moment, when the entire world was boiling. With the establishment of samsara and the perfection of Fengdu, the 3 paths are advancing side by side. They are full of vigor and vitality. A new era is about to begin and we are completely on the right track. Su Ji mumbled as he walked through the supermarket with an indifferent look on his face. At the counter, he used his phone to scan the code to pay. He bought some daily necessities. After all, it was different from the other sandbox worlds. He didn't have to stay in the orchard and watch it all the time. The good thing about the 6 paths of reincarnation was that he could see and enter it whenever he wanted. Speaking of which, the 6 paths of reincarnation is reincarnating in my stomach, making it look like the temple of my 5 internal organs. He scratched his head helplessly and laughed, the material world in the Danshan. When the time comes, I'll create a world of thought in my mind. 1 up and 1 down, 1 material and 1 illusionary. I can't really become Pangu and become the universe, can I? This cultivation route that was deduced using multiple sandpits seems to be quite heaven-defying. However, looking at the time, the dream was beautiful, but it was still quite distant. This system was too exaggerated. If several heaven-defying cultivation techniques were combined together, he would be the second Medusa, just like her cultivation speed. Your things. The female cashier at the supermarket was a little shy. She blushed and wanted to say something but stopped. Behind them, some of the girls in line were chattering. Ha ha ha, she's blushing. I'd be panicking too. What kind of godlike face is this? I can also talk nervously, and my little heart can't stop beating. Could it be a new idol? We have a big star here too? They chattered and seemed to want to come up and strike up a conversation, but they were also ashamed and felt inferior, as if they had been struck down. Their indifferent temperament formed an aura, as if it isolated them outside, giving them the illusion that it was very difficult to approach. Su Ji's hearing was very sensitive, so he could hear the whispers. He picked up his things and walked out of the supermarket directly to avoid any further chaos. He quickly reacted. I've been cooped up for too long. After breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor level, my life level has evolved, and the ordinary appearance that I've concealed before has been restored. The reason why he had forgotten was because he had long since instinctively ignored the appearance of living creatures. This was also related to his current vision. The experts he had seen were basically all handsome men and beautiful women, emperors to be and heavenly emperors. The stronger one was, the more perfect their body shape would be. Once you got used to it, you'd take it for granted. Even if the brawny female brother was expensive, she looked young and cute on the surface. She had a thin waist and long legs. She could even act cute for you. She was very deceptive. The thin and dense winter sun shone down on the streets, making them a little warm. There were pedestrians on both sides. Looks like I'll have to go back and adjust my appearance again. The aura of a celestial emperor will have a great impact on the streets that are filled with mortals. Furthermore, it's not good to stay at home all day. I've been staying in the orchard for nearly 3 months. I should go shopping more. It's not good to be bored all the time. Su Ji's eyebrows flickered as he walked down the street. As for making a few new friends in real life, traveling, shopping, or singing karaoke, he had no idea at all. This was because there was already a huge gap between him and ordinary people, and it was destined to be difficult for them to integrate. Although, strictly speaking, he was less than 100 years old when he entered the sandbox to study, a very young heavenly emperor. However, it's time for me to use reincarnation to take a walk in the universe. Su Ji was walking along the bustling commercial street, carrying a pile of serviettes, toothbrushes, and white plastic bags from the supermarket. He looked up at the vast sky. Chapter 536. Tidying up. The reason he went to the supermarket was to get some toothbrush and other travel items. He was ready to explore the solar system and walk around to see if he could find a suitable place to build a sandbox or develop some future development. The reason why he didn't go before and only set off now was because his mechanical armor hadn't taken shape yet. They were all 600,000 Rubik's cubes, and they were as fragile as paper in a vacuum. They were instantly crushed. However, 3 days had passed, and the mechanical armors were no longer the same as before. These 600,000 Rubik's cubes had generally reached the 3rd or 4th order. Although they still looked weak and could not withstand the vacuum pressure, they were actually not calculated that way. It was a Thulhu evil god. When these 3rd and 4th order cells gathered together, they could release a constant protective shield. In the design of the Ishtar people, it could imitate the star meditation method of the ancient wood world star power absorption. It sucked the energy of the cosmic rays in the vacuum to maintain the protective shield and provide power. Strictly speaking, as long as one didn't consume too much energy, one could be perpetual in the universe. Those Isotardians who cheated have created a heaven-defying thing for me. Su Ji got on his electric bike and left the city at a leisurely pace. He stepped onto a small road and put the bike away into his space ring when there was no one around. Then, he returned to the orchard. But speaking of the ancient tree world, the current Emperor Qi has been flying for 2 months and has already gained some insights. In fact, Su Ji had been sensing the movements over there the entire time. It was the Zerg's long voyage spaceship, Daiki. The living beings on this elf planet had already left planet Aquamarine and reached a level of civilization similar to Earth. They had started to explore outer space, and the elves, humans, and demons had become universe exploration teams. They passed by some small planets and continuously excavated ores. The players also participated in it and were so happy that they forgot about home. In particular, an alchemy factory obtained these strange and special resources. It was as if they had God's help and created a bunch of puppies. This is the advantage of being a bug clan queen. The racer of Mount Harana was in high spirits as he announced on the internet. Look at these puppies. They're very good explorers. They're born with a layer of skin that can resist vacuum pressure and have a high lung capacity. They can carry a lot of oxygen, which is equivalent to having their own oxygen tanks. Selling them for only 50,000 yuan each and collecting resources from the planet, it was very blissful. Although the Sword Saint Daddy has been having a problem with me recently, the Elven Emperor, Sister Yumiya, and the Elven Universe exploration team she led are not very friendly to me. The netizens who were following the news were very calm. Nothing major had happened in the ancient wood world. Ever since the Sword Saint Ajo and Emir had stopped fighting, it had been developing peacefully without any enemies. It was a traditional farming and construction style, but it had already developed into the background style of the interstellar universe. In fact, in the eyes of everyone present, the potential of this ancient tree world was no weaker than that of the Three Realms and the ancient lava world. Even though its current speed of development was slow, it was still somewhat unsatisfactory. And to be honest, even Su Ji was a little envious of the space exploration team on the elf planet, which was in the spacecraft model of this sandbox world. After all, the Sea of Stars was exciting to think about. Now that I think about it, Dichi, that fellow, has been studying the spatial acceleration for a long time. Recently, he has actually managed to develop a certain kind of space, which can allow one to travel through long distances. Su Ji's eyes lit up slightly and he muttered, ignoring the geographical distance, I can travel through the space tunnel by setting the coordinates of a certain point. Currently, he's using a few planets that can be seen with the naked eye as coordinates, doing calculations and then positioning and traveling. This was terrifying. Locating a position through space didn't require a teleportation formation to be set up on the other side. It was an even more advanced form of space teleportation formation than the previous one, even though it consumed countless times more energy. Even for Dichi, it would take a long time for him to recover. Although Phoenix was the first to study the spatial mantras, it was clear that her attainments were not deep enough and she had gone astray. This homebody phoenix had been hiding in the dark and cultivating bitterly. Now, she had begun to cultivate the third system martial arts. Su Ji could not stay calm at the thought of the muscular phoenix. The recovery and regeneration ability of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the 2 lives of being reborn from the fire, and the strong defense of this martial art. How did you get your meat? Are you so aloof from worldly affairs? In terms of combat power, Phoenix should be the strongest being in the sandbox at the moment, because she was too good at cultivating in seclusion. There was a high chance that even Dichi would not be able to defeat her. After all, she had the talent of rising from the ashes and her cultivation speed was the fastest. She was already an advanced god while Dichi was only a medium god. As Su Ji thought about it, he packed his luggage in the living room. Perhaps I can use the spatial travel technique that Dichi developed. If I connect to the elf planet, I can go there at any time and absorb the energy. Furthermore, if they discover a life planet or some civilization, I can go over at any time. After flying for 6,000 years, perhaps we'll encounter some strange things. However, this time, who will help me create the space formation? Phoenix, Carolyn, Ermin. He didn't consider anything else. Except for the mid-level gods, none of the low-level gods had such a powerful magic power that could locate the space. Forget it, I'll think about it later. The Universe Ocean on Emperor Chi's side will definitely be building a transmission channel. After all, he was prepared to go on a long trip to the universe for a few days. After all, the mechanical armor was finally completed. It would be meaningless to go shopping in the solar system without going out for fun after working so hard for so long. As for the land of lava and the 3 realms in his orchard, nothing major would probably happen in the next few days. If something big happened, he could carry it with him. I'm going on a small trip for a day or 2. I hope you'll be well. Su Ji muttered to himself in the direction of the orchard. His tone was very gentle, as if he was talking to a little dog at home. Kakat. He closed the door of the orchard with both hands. At the same time, they weren't afraid that ordinary people would come here, and they wouldn't even be able to enter. Hwala. He extended his hand, and the entire black and white reincarnation flew out. The mysterious wheel of light spun in the air, and blurry electricity flowed around it. It split open with a bang, and according to some mysterious pattern, it slowly gathered to form a huge black and white mechanical armor. The black metal mirror had a smooth surface, and it had 2 long blades on its back. The cabin door opened. Su Ji walked in and instantly rose into the air. In the netherworld, the earth trembled violently, and the sky and earth shook. The wheel of reincarnation hanging high up in the sky had actually disappeared. The pupils of all the people of Fengdu shrank slightly. They looked up and under the dark and gloomy sky, their throats felt dry. Reincarnation has disappeared. The path of the heaven-born said. What's happening? Emperor Yun stood up in shock. My mind trembled as if I've lost something. The entire path of the heaven-born, the mortal world, the animal path, and all the living beings felt their hearts clench as they trembled. Many top-tier mighty figures, celestial emperors and quasi-emperors were shocked. They felt like they had lost something. On the road to the netherworld, Meng Po's expression was slightly calm. She slowly poured the soup. I just received news that His Majesty has taken reincarnation to a certain place. There is no need to panic. Those who should be reincarnated will still be reincarnated. The order of the netherworld will not be chaotic. Everyone fell silent, including Zhang Ji, who had not chosen to reincarnate. His expression was grave. Zhang Xiao went silent again. He was in disbelief as he looked at the excited crowd around him. He brought Samsara out? This was simply terrifying to the extreme, and it was normal for the surrounding people to panic. I don't know the name of this emperor who is in charge of the netherworld. He's so mysterious and unpredictable, but he really does have such earth-shaking power. Don't worry, Meng Po's expression was still calm as she slowly poured the soup. Follow the order and line up slowly on the Yellow Springs Road. The dead who are still a little further away are still waiting in Fengdu. She pointed behind her and said, I'll let each and every one of you reincarnate normally. Fragments of reincarnation floated in the air like rotten, mysterious black butterflies. They were the reincarnation true names of the people who were about to be reincarnated. Su Ji was naturally prepared for this. The cycle of reincarnation would not be delayed. After all, the road to the netherworld was a queue for reincarnation. The corresponding scattered fragments were also allowed to enter the netherworld in order and enter alternately. Only losing some fragment components would not affect the function of the entire mechanical armor at all. In the distance, the group of devas who were still fighting for Chi Tnd looked horrified and uneasy. However, someone pulled himself together and said in a low voice while gritting his teeth, "This supreme ancient existence who controls reincarnation has gone out with reincarnation. It's a good opportunity for us to explore the netherworld." "That's right. Perhaps we can find a way to contact the ancient powers and ancient gods sealed in the depths of hell and find out the truth." "Yes, find a way to contact Chi Tnd, Su Huanzhen, and the murderer. One major power after another might be able to learn some special truths. After all, such opportunities are too rare. But I don't have enough coins." A celestial being looked at his companions around him and seemed to have formed a secret small group. "We need to move more bricks and earn more coins. We need to play more games with Lord Chi Tnd and communicate more intimately." Since their master was out, they wanted to take the opportunity to explore the secrets of the netherworld and the truth of the ancient mythological era. Chapter 537. The scene of the mythological era. A hazy white halo enveloped the mecha as it flew rapidly into the blue sky and white clouds. Su Ji sat peacefully in the cockpit, planning to really take a walk around the area. After all, this was his original intention in building the mechanical armor. The reincarnation of the food industry was born to serve this idea in front of him. After all, the solar system was his living environment. At the same time, it could also be considered a trip. Many people were curious about what the foreign world was like, and Su Ji was also curious about the structure of the entire solar system. Was it equivalent to exploring the surrounding environment of his residence? If possible, perhaps he could try to find a new sandbox environment or something. Who knows? Mysterious adventures and the pursuit of the truth might be the most interesting. The surroundings gradually turned pitch black, turning into a sky full of stars. "It's entering the atmosphere." Su Ji closed his eyes silently and began to sort out the current situation. "Speaking of which, I've been in the Heavenly Emperor realm for quite some time now, but yet to enter the intermediate stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. During this period of time, the sandbox has completely matured. It has clearly accumulated a lot of energy steadily, which is equivalent to many mass extinctions. Forget it, I'll go to the moon for a walk." As Su Ji thought about this, he operated his mecha in the dark starry sky around him and took out a fruit to eat. He was very relaxed, as if he were on a vacation. He felt like he was driving a car on a high-speed holiday. He also took advantage of this time to quietly watch the images in his body. "I don't want to waste any time. After all, my time is very valuable." The netherworld. After losing the cycle of reincarnation, the entire Fengdu fell into chaos. Many creatures thought that reincarnation was the fixed law of the world, just like feng shui and mountains and rivers, which nourished all living things and could not be changed. However, the shock it brought to everyone was huge. It was as if someone had suddenly taken away the rivers and mountains of the entire world and said that he would take them out for a trip and return them to them when he returned. At this moment, the shock that this brought to everyone was as if they had seen a broken, dried up, and deformed world that had lost its rivers and mountains. What's going on? The ancient mythological era. That's reincarnation. Reincarnation. I said I'll take him away, and I'll take him away easily. The discussions were low and intertwined. Uneasiness, anxiety, and fear constantly intertwined in the hearts of many people. They became stronger and more terrified. At the same time, a terrifying thought exploded in their hearts. This kind of existence could even take away reincarnation. Could it be the legendary heaven? But was that really the case? Many people were extremely intelligent and understood the biggest contradiction in history. If such an existence could not be defeated, then why did the ancient gods in the past choose to attack the netherworld, wanting to jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation and transcend all living things? In the end, because they were defeated, they were eternally suppressed in the depths of hell and suffered? If he was really that invincible, why did they choose to fight to the death? If he wasn't invincible, then how could the power of reincarnation not be invincible? Everyone was silent. Their worldview was collapsing. They felt that their lives and all of their common sense had been overturned. At that moment, Su Ji was sitting in his mechanical armor and heading toward the moon. He was very calm about the uneasiness that had erupted in hell. He knew that it would come sooner or later. He couldn't just leave reincarnation there forever. This was his weapon, the mechanical armor. He would definitely take it out, and he would take it out often. Since this was inevitable, there was no need to worry about it. Furthermore, the reason why he didn't care was because this was the netherworld. No matter how terrifying the things they had seen were, after drinking a bowl of soup and turning over a new leaf, it wouldn't matter anymore. At this moment, Fengdu was in chaos, but it did not turn into a major turmoil. For some reason, the number of people in the entire battle pavilion suddenly increased. They even looked nervous as if they were racing against time, and their eyes were glued together. They're getting more and more hard-working in carrying bricks. His movements are very skilled. His eyes are glued and filled with determination. As the chief contractor, Zhang Jing watched this scene quietly. She knew what they were planning to do, so she said calmly, "Yes, anyone. They would be curious about the truth of history." At this time, they wanted to take advantage of that existence to bring reincarnation out and communicate with the ancient existence suppressing the depths of hell. They wanted to know about the historical blank of the ancient era. Qi Tiandi and the All-Killer. Each and every one of them is simply shocking. How can they not be curious? Zhang Ji's expression was calm. How intelligent was he? He knew what they were thinking. This was human nature. But this time, he was not as enthusiastic and curious as before. Instead, he sat on a high spot and was only responsible for supervising and planning their construction work. And I'm not curious. It's not that I'm not curious, it's just that I know curiosity is the driving force behind the advancement of civilization and times, but curiosity is also a weapon that kills. In fact, he was the one who was most curious. Because he was the first person to come into contact with arcade games, but he was afraid of death. He knew that he couldn't have any accidents because he had too much on his shoulders. He had to hold on until the next time Li Sanzheng returned and guide him in every reincarnation and growth. The task was very heavy and concerned his future. After all, the price for others to pay for their curiosity was to be thrown into samsara. A bowl of soup would be passed over, and their memories would be washed away. They would have to start over again. These people didn't care. The emperor who controlled samsara also acted as if he wasn't afraid of being spied on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the dead to manipulate and torture the ancient mighty figures in the gate of hell. This had revealed a lot of information, and the emperor was very confident. Because of a bowl of mangpo soup, even if one knew such a shocking secret, one would still have to forget it. Only he was different. He couldn't reincarnate yet, and he couldn't drink Grandma Meng's soup. He had to stay here, and he didn't dare to get involved or know the truth of history. On the other side, Cat Jump was also supervising the work. He and his netizens were also shocked. He took samsara away. What kind of sudden plot development is this? Isn't this game's worldview a little too strange? Damn, I thought reincarnation was the fixed law of this world. Who knew that he would carry them away just like that? I wonder where he went after traveling through reincarnation. The netizens were all talking about the weirdness of the game. This game was indeed not as flirtatious as before. It had a very similar main plot, and the setting of the world was very strange and mysterious, giving people a strong sense of curiosity and anticipation. Fear, boil, and be excited. Cat Jump's expression was calm. This tree had a shiny middle split as it looked at the group of people who were carrying bricks crazily and building Fengdu. How pitiful! The way you were played by me was really pathetic. Your efficiency in carrying bricks doubled, and you earned coins like crazy. You were simply the most powerful tools in history. They actually wanted to get confidential information from those characters in the arcade game? Those guys are all fake, it's impossible. He was full of pride. Although Jumping Cat was also shocked by the mystery of His Majesty, who could take away samsara, he knew very well that these guys had made a mistake. It was impossible to get lies from the arcade machine. They were all fictional historical figures. At the same time, a terrifying thought exploded in his heart. Could this be the reason why he was asked to cover up the secret of history? With a fake history in front of them, no one would explore the real history. This existence is terrifying. Jumping Cat was very surprised. He looked at the people who were playing arcade games crazily and thought, is this his goal? To think that he would be so calculative, and even take the opportunity to make them move the bricks faster. His face was full of admiration, somewhat convinced by the great wisdom of this existence. Damn it, I've boarded his pirate ship. He was considered to have joined the NPC camp, so he had to help him cover up his lie. However, his intelligence is terrifying, and there won't be any loopholes. What can we find out from these fake people we made? He shook his head slowly. He was full of confidence. Hugging someone's thigh, I'm full of happiness. But at this moment, there was a sudden scream from afar. Who is this? Zhu Wuxian, someone exclaimed. What did that mean? Peerless, without a spirit. Cat Jump was speechless. Where did this person come from? Could something big have happened? He quickly jumped down from the stone slab, tidied up some of his shiny middle hair, and rushed over. Why are these different scenes? Is this the true scene of the ancient mythology? At that moment, a group of people stood in front of an arcade machine, too excited to speak. He actually managed to contact her. In the arcade game, it was not the character that he had chosen as his opponent. Instead, an unknown living being walked over. The sky and earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as if the entire world had turned into complete darkness. It was filled with desolation and fine cracks. The earth was like a cracked eggshell. I will reverse the 6 paths and become a true god. Today is the day. A furious roar tore through the void, as if the world had welcomed its first roar. There was no figure, no scene. Everyone looked on in confusion. This was the first time they had seen someone without their appearance and image, so they were all confused. A thought appeared in many people's minds, wondering who this person was. To reverse the 6 paths and become a true god? Could it be that he was a heavenly emperor who had cultivated to the extreme, a god who was about to break through? Become a true god? Wait a minute, there's something wrong with his words. How could a mere heavenly emperor dare to disobey the existence that controls the reincarnation cycle? Isn't this like an ant trying to shake a tree? But why was this heavenly emperor so determined? This short sentence seemed simple, but it contained a great deal of information, just like the titles of poems. If one carefully listened to the context, one could understand a lot of it. Many people could also see the huge contradiction in it, which was hard to understand. Impossible. It's impossible for a battle between heavenly emperors to have such terrifying destructive power. One of the devas said hurriedly, I've seen Emperor Yun fight before, and his combat power is less than 1% of his. With such destructive power, even Emperor Yun would be crushed to death in an instant. Everyone was completely confused. They estimated that the ones who were suppressed before were all level 8 gods. So, Qi Tiandi and Su Huanzhen weren't gods? Just the heavenly emperors? Did they overestimate it? Just as everyone was holding their breath and carefully sorting out the information, the next sentence, which was even more terrifying and contained a huge amount of information, instantly shocked everyone's nerves. In the long years, I've laid dormant in a prehistory. Today, I've finally ushered in a brilliant great era. In this era, I'll join forces with the geniuses of the current generation. I must reveal my true name in reincarnation and only compete for this lifetime, not for the next life. This era will not be defeated again. These words were filled with dominance and determination, causing everyone to be filled with emotions. Many people present were infected by these emotions, but the meaning behind it also made everyone fall silent, their hearts completely terrified. However, none of them were simple people. In less than 2 seconds of silence, they quickly sorted out their emotions and soothed the fear in their hearts. Someone quickly opened his mouth and raised a discussion, but he also had the intention of appeasing the people around him. Prehistoric? This era would not be defeated again? Could it be that there was more than one resistance? This is very frightening. An old man also stroked his white beard and said calmly with sage-like posture, the existence who spoke Zhu Wuxian probably failed once. He's the one who escaped and went into hiding in a prehistoric era before making comeback. He even invited all the geniuses of the current generation. Is he Qi Tiandi and the others? According to this description, we'll be in the 3rd era at the very least. Zhu Wuxian is the only one left in the 1st generation, and his second life is when he suppressed the hundreds of Qi Tiandi and the others. As for the part about retrieving the true name of reincarnation, he suddenly fell silent. The surrounding people also fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. This time, it was silent for a full 4 seconds. They looked at each other in shock. Naturally, he knew that every living being in Mengpo's reincarnation had a unique true name. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Endless blood rain fell, and all living things were killed by the blood. It was as if the world had been withered and silent for thousands of years. Even the vast reincarnation began to crack. Even samsara. They were completely shocked. The destructive power in the scene was far beyond Emperor Yun's. It was enough to destroy the entire mortal world or the path of the heaven-born. Moreover, they fought so hard that even the cycle of reincarnation cracked. Following that, even more shocking and meaningful sorrowful words appeared. No, I can't accept this. No living being in this world can break free from this shackle, escape the 6 paths of reincarnation, and become a true god. Even if it's you, you can't become a true god in this state. No one could become a god. This last scene of prehistory, this tragic scene, is a message left to us by this predecessor. This sentence is very easy to understand. These people's resistance should be the heavenly emperors who wanted to break through to become gods. And that extremely mysterious emperor seemed to be restricting the others from becoming gods, not allowing them to break through. Someone savored it carefully, and the next sentence was very inconceivable. Even you cannot become a god? How could the existence that controlled reincarnation not be a god? Even the mysterious figure that he was fighting against was absolutely lifeless. Its destructive power was too shocking, and they didn't even dare to imagine that it was the celestial thearch. Even the current Emperor Yun could not compare to 1% of his combat power. However, all these existences had joined forces and were still suppressed by a single person. How could such an existence only be? And a heavenly emperor? Only Cat Jump pursed her lips. He was more knowledgeable, and he looked at the screen. Zhu Wuxian's destructive power was shocking. It seemed exaggerated, but the celestial thearch could still do it. A peerless genius who had cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation technique could do it. For example, Di Qi and Dao Changsheng were able to defeat 40 to 50 heavenly emperors with just one move. Their battle had also broken through the entire primordial world. This kind of heavenly emperor was heaven-defying, but they were stuck in the heavenly emperor realm and did not have enough energy. Their actual combat power had long surpassed all ordinary heavenly emperors and could not be measured by realms. Zhu Wuxian might be such a figure. However, at this moment, Zhu Wuxian and the geniuses of the entire world had been defeated despite working together. It would be ridiculous if His Majesty was not a god. This was 10,000 times more terrifying than him being a god. Because ordinary gods, even those like the Blood Emperor, could also do this and kill all the celestial emperors. However, if it was only the heavenly emperor. Jumping Cat's thoughts flashed wildly. At this moment, just as everyone was in disbelief, the last voice came. This was like the finishing touch, making everyone silent. Their bodies rapidly cooled down. This was another inexplicable voice that came from far away. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. Chapter 538. A world without a god. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. The clear and cold words reverberated with unparalleled domineering spirit and broad-mindedness, as if it was the final conclusion of the war on the desolate and dark earth. It was mixed with a sad wind, echoing among the corpses all over the ground, circling the mountains and rivers, and condensing for a long time, telling the ancient truth of all the myths and dark ages in history. With these words, it was as if the entire era in the image had come to an end. Everyone was silent. Everyone's lips were tightly pursed, and the atmosphere was filled with panic. Their pupils were dilated and listless, as if they were still immersed in that sentence and seeing the distant ancient times. It was as if the end of the netherworld was coming. Someone suddenly forced a pale smile and shouted arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, what have you all done? Why aren't you saying anything?" The existence in charge of reincarnation in the netherworld had miscalculated. "Look. You see." He suddenly grabbed the shoulder of a person next to him, shook him hard, and pointed at the arcade game. Zhu Wuxian is indeed one of the leaders of the rebellion back then. He's too terrifying. He's our idol. He had once failed in a distant prehistoric era, but he still survived and came to Qi Tiandi's era where he fought for the heavenly mandate in anger. Although he still failed and became the next prehistoric being suppressed, he still left behind a backup plan. Telling us about the third era. He laughed maniacally and shook the shoulder of the person next to him. He laughed to his heart's content, while the person who was shaken by the shoulder stood in place, dazed. Why aren't you guys saying anything? It's a great fortune that we know the truth of history. He changed to another person and shook that person's shoulders. The more he laughed, the more he cried out of excitement. The surroundings became quieter. There were so many people moving around, but it was deathly silent. There was silence. There was still silence. He's crazy, a weak will. He was dazed from the impact, so he probably wasn't very stable in this aspect. Perhaps he had a flaw in his mind when he was alive. Suddenly, someone saw this scene and could only shake his head and laugh bitterly in low voices. She didn't mock the other party for being an emperor-to-be, but she screamed like a weak woman and shook people everywhere. Wasn't she the same? It was just not that exaggerated. However, there were still many determined people present. They were all heaven's favorites who could not be underestimated in the mortal world. Because of the importance of the matter, they had isolated the area around the arcade machine. Those who could enter were all outstanding people who had swept across a region when they were still alive. One of the Beast Path's higher beings voiced his guess. However, his throat seemed to have been frozen by fear. And his voice was hoarse. Before I became God, there were no gods in the world. This sentence clearly proved that this eternal being who controlled the reincarnation cycle was only a heavenly emperor. But how could he be the heavenly emperor? Indeed, this is impossible. This was impossible. The supreme being that suppresses the netherworld, the master of samsara, fate, life, and death, how can he be in the same realm as Emperor Yun? Some celestials couldn't breathe and retorted loudly. They felt thousands of pounds pressing down on their chests, and something in their heads exploded and broke. The supreme and mysterious being in charge of the reincarnation of the world, which Emperor of the Samsara Palace was only at the same level as Emperor Yun and Saber God Zhongji. This was too inconceivable, completely unimaginable. Everyone, there's no need to fight. All of sudden, the white-haired old man from before once again comforted everyone's emotions. All of you already have the answer in your hearts. There is no need to lie to yourselves. We don't have much time. While this great emperor was out with the reincarnation and couldn't see what was happening here, this absolute godless existence came out to tell us the truth of the ancient times. This opportunity is too rare, we must seize every second before we come over. That's right. Someone said. When Jumping Cat saw this, she was impressed. This was an outstanding talent who had lived for more than 100 years. Even though they had been suppressed in the face of such a terrifying situation, which had overturned their entire worldview, they could still force themselves to remain rational. They began to take the opportunity to understand more about the situation and maximize their benefits. Then, is he really the Celestial Emperor? Someone asked the most crucial question in a hoarse voice. If it was a rank 8 god who controlled all things, it would still make sense. Some people had even thought that even gods were too low. According to common sense, such a supreme existence who controlled the life and death of all things should be the legendary and immeasurable rank 9. Even though they did not know if tier 9 existed. However, the one in charge of samsara was not only not a god, but a mere level 7 heavenly emperor. The world-shaking power in the picture was clearly like two completely different creatures, like a dragon and an ant. How could there be such a huge difference in battle strength when they were in the same realm? They had also thought that Zhu Wuxian, Qi Tiandi, and Su Huanzhen were ancient gods and indescribable ancient saints who were suppressed in the ancient era. Who knew that they were just heavenly emperors? It was a level lower than what they had expected, but it was precisely because he was only a heavenly emperor that it made them even more creeped out. These heavenly emperors all had 100 times more heaven-defying combat strength than Emperor Yun and were as exaggerated as Zhu Wuxian. It was as if their cultivation had been imprisoned among the heavenly emperors. Their combat strength couldn't be measured by normal realms, or they would have broken through to become extremely powerful gods. Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor. They are both heavenly emperors. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. There are no gods in the world, but they are all heavenly emperors. All of them felt a mixture of fear, uneasiness, and numbness. With the violent impact of history one after another, the terrifying truths hit them like waves, each higher than the last. Even the emperors-to-be and mighty people who had been calm and experienced countless life changes completely lost their composure. However, it has been at least several thousand years. How can the celestial thearch live for several thousand years without dying? Even if they were to use special methods to hibernate and extend their lifespan, it's impossible for them to live for so long. Someone forced himself to calm down and asked again. After all, time was of the essence. That's right. If it's just the celestial thearch, then there are even more questions. With such astonishing battle prowess, why don't you go and become a deity? Is it that this majesty doesn't want to, or can't? How can a mere celestial emperor control the cycle of reincarnation, the life and death of all living things, and have such power? Is it because his battle prowess is too exaggerated that it's difficult for him to break through and become a god? Countless people were whispering to each other. The truth was too shocking. This world was actually a world without a god. It seemed that they had just started to develop. Many of the experts had broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. They had thought that they had endless potential, but the Heavenly Emperor realm was just the beginning, the starting point of their heroic spirit. They didn't expect that the celestial thearch was already their end. And it was precisely because he knew more about the truth of the ancient times that the text with a blank history broke out with more mysterious questions. Start the game. At this moment, after the opening animation of the hidden character, it was time to fight with this hidden character. However, no one chose to activate it. They were all immersed in the horror scene and discussing it. Moreover, they also felt that they might not be a match for this Jew Wussian. After a moment of silence, the man sitting on the arcade machine who was the first to discover the appearance of Jew Wussian clicked on the start button and said loudly, "Everyone, let's not discuss any more. Since these prehistoric existences have appeared at this time, although they don't have a poetic title, they are replaying the scenes of the ancient era and letting us understand the past history, we should respect him and have a grand battle." The people around him all nodded, showing their utmost respect for this great hero from ancient times. After all, he was suppressed in the depths of hell. To be able to use this opportunity to communicate with them was probably already a world-shaking obsession. Immediately, the controlled characters began to fight. However, the hidden characters and Easter eggs in the arcade game that Suji had set up were extremely powerful. The attributes and the difficulty of the moves were adjusted to an extremely high level. In an instant, the character controlled by the man was defeated. He had just stood up when he was quickly knocked down again. His health bar began to drop rapidly. "You can't do it, let me do it, perhaps, this is a test of the strength of our era. If we defeat this existence and pass the test, we will think that there are heroes in our era, or perhaps there are secrets. Therefore, we can't lose." An emperor to be with an extremely high cultivation and outstanding combat talent pushed the other party away. He sat on the arcade machine and said with a serious face, "Senior, please enlighten me." However, in just a few rounds, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he began to struggle and his health bar began to drop. Everyone's expression changed slightly. No one present had the confidence to win against the other party because he was too strong. This was the change over the years. Previously, their moves were numb like machines, and they were used randomly, so it was easy to deal with them. However, at this moment, it was as if they had come to life and had souls. The other party even began to use fake starting moves to deceive them, forming a psychological game. It was like a battle between two peerless masters, and the illusion of fighting with the real person. Furthermore, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but the more he fought with them, the greater his spiritual intelligence would be, and the more varied his moves would be. The difficulty of fighting with them had continuously increased over the years. "Let me do it." Suddenly, a calm voice was heard. The crowd looked over and fell silent. It was Zhang Ji. A few people from the mortal world said bitterly, "Heavenly Emperor Zhang Xiao. You shouldn't have come." Everyone knew what Zhang Ji was going to do. He was going to stay in hell and wait for Li Sanshen's return in his next life. Therefore, he couldn't know the truth now, because once he knew, he would have to drink the soup and forget everything. If he jumped into the reincarnation, his efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, if he drank the soup, he would be reincarnated into the path of the heaven-born. He had become a powerful force of the path of the heaven-born, and the saber god celestial emperor Zhang Mo would become the opponent of his disciple, Li Sanzheng. This increased his difficulty. After all, one couldn't force one to reincarnate into a particular deo. That emperor could change the book of life and death on a whim and make Li Sanzheng switch to the human world, but Meng Po would definitely do things impartially and not play favorites for him. If he reincarnated, he would definitely reincarnate into the path of the heaven-born. I was too impulsive. The surrounding path of humanity cultivators took in deep breaths, they did not know what to say. They were indeed too rash, and the price they had to pay was unimaginable. Zhang Xiao shook his head and sat down on the arcade machine. He didn't care at all. He laughed heartily and said to the people around him, "If I didn't have courage and was afraid of everything, how could I have entered the Dao with one knife?" Everyone, some men's hot-bloodedness and dreams are more important than rationality. This is the case for Zhu Wuxian. He's dead? Zhang Ji suddenly mumbled. The sadness in his eyes faded as he reminisced, he's fought for countless prehistory. Does he not know about death? Is he stupid enough to pay such a huge price to send us a message? Why was he still persevering in such an absurd manner? You've broken through the limits of reincarnation and are determined to pursue your own ideals and dreams. You'll die without regrets. Yes, I was impulsive. I'm sorry, Li Sanzheng. But believe in Li Sanzheng and allow me to face my next life and become another Emperor Yun. I can still defeat him. He was full of confidence. I just want to live up to the desire of a hero. His lips trembled and he was choking with sobs. Looking at the figure on the screen, he suddenly felt the fighting spirit of his youth, when he had been fighting against the heroes of various countries, and he longed to fight with him. At this moment, he was no longer the suave monarch of the Xiao kingdom, the domineering and heroic man who waved his blade at the celestial. He was a lonely middle-aged man, the loser of an era. He no longer had the suave appearance of the past, nor did he have the divine weapon 100 blood saber with him. At this moment, he only had a keyboard in his hand, and he could still fight. He slowly sat down, and his hands turned into after-images. The crisp sound of a button being pressed rang out. The two figures quickly exchanged blows, each of the opponent's moves adding a bit of intelligence and vitality. Zhang Ji's hands continuously left after-images as he stared at his opponent. He took a deep breath and muttered. I thought that life was a straight line, but I never thought that it was a circle, a cycle of death. Boom! The moves were natural, and light and fire intersected. It was as if the bright light on the screen was the only thing left in the world. I originally thought that the Heavenly Emperor was just the beginning. I never thought that it would be the end. It has just started and it will end. Pfft! Zhang Ji focused his gaze. At this moment, it was as if all his thoughts had reached a new level. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear and his thinking was extremely fast. The moves and techniques he used to deal with it had almost reached a new realm. I had thought that the era was the beginning. I never thought that it was a cycle. We are repeating it. Voila! Zhang Ye suddenly stood up. The Zhu Wuxian on the screen slowly fell, and the health bar above it was empty. Heavenly Emperor Zhang Xiao's battle prowess is unparalleled. Senior Zhu Wuxian was imprisoned and couldn't use his battle power, so it was only natural that he lost. The people around the arcade machine slowly bowed and paid their respects to the ancient powers on the screen. They were full of admiration and respect for them. They were strong and unyielding souls. Suddenly, the screen gradually turned black. Then, something strange happened. A row of brand new poem titles that Su Ji had never set before seemed to gradually converge with everyone's murmurs and thoughts, converging into a sentence and slowly emerging. His voice was indifferent, accompanied by an overbearing and powerful voice. The peerless beings ask for my surname, the first one on the godless throne. Boom! As soon as the poetic announcement was made, everyone's minds and souls exploded. The pent-up emotions in their hearts were completely detonated, and a stream of warm blood rushed to their heads. Their heads buzzed, and their tears instantly blurred as they began to cry. A godless world, there's no God. Peerless and godless. Chapter 539. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen disappeared. The arcade machine returned to its original standby screen. Someone immediately reacted and gritted his teeth with a complicated expression. He wanted to see the existence that had crossed several prehistoric dark eras throw a coin again. Ding! After the coin was inserted, the game started again. He chose his character in the same way. However, this time, the hidden character Zhu Wuxian did not appear. Instead, he chose an opponent that he would normally choose. Is he leaving? Some people were mournful, and their eyes lost color. However, no matter how many times they tried to insert the coin, they never encountered that mysterious Jew Wuxian again. It was as if he was hidden in the depths of hell and was completely suppressed. He had only appeared for a brief moment. After taking a deep breath, everyone looked at each other and fell silent again. "We are very impressed with your choice," some Davis said to Zhang Ji. The Celestials had been against Zhang Ji, but they couldn't stop him and Li Sanshen's plan. Now, they no longer resisted him. They just sobbed and said, "This is the pain of reincarnation. We have to drink the soup, forget everything today, and reincarnate again. Let this terrible history be buried in the dust of the legends of the past." "Yeah, I'm no exception." Zhang Ji fell silent. He knew that when the emperor returned, they would all be reincarnated. The reason why the emperor was so casual and not on guard was because in the reincarnation process, no matter how much he knew, he would have to forget it completely. The Beast Path Almighty said, "The only breakthrough is Li San's Hung. He can remember some things about reincarnation and transmit them to the world of the living. It's a pity. I don't think we'll be able to wait for him. The next time he comes, he won't see any of us." "Yes, I am." Everyone around took a deep breath, not knowing how to face this subversive history that had bombarded their worldview and spread it. And even if they did, so what if they knew? Could he win? An inexplicable emotion quickly took root in their hearts. Many people even began to regret it. Some things, ignorance was the happiest and most carefree. Sometimes, ignorance was a kind of happiness. There's no need to consider whether we win or not. At this moment, Zhang Mo knew that he would soon be reincarnated and enter the path of the heaven-born to become the next Emperor Yun. Li Sanzheng was left all alone. Could he defeat the huge path of the heaven-born? Brothers, is this game fun? Isn't it touching? The sad and moving historical background legend. Cat Jump had been broadcasting all this. As an ordinary person, he respected these big shots and was even touched by these heroes who fought against fate. To be honest, as a player of the Inferno NPC camp, he was helping to create a fake history to fool everyone. Now that such an emergency happened, his first reaction should be to be a snitch with a middle-splitting hairstyle and stop them from peeking into the truth of history. He would shout, "Baka Yalu, you can't watch this!" and then turn off the arcade game. Only then could he gain the favor of the NPCs in his camp. But, brother, don't be in a hurry to stop them. We'll pay more. Stop fooling around. Let's watch the show. This is a chance to understand the real history. Don't let down our democratic choice just for the sake of playing games and gaining favorability. Faced with a large pile of gifts, Jumping Cat's integrity and bravery were quickly lost. She decided not to farm favorability and directly failed this emergency mission. After all, he was also very curious, so he quietly looked around. What happened next gave him goosebumps. Oh my god! What kind of godlike plot was this? Wasn't that a little too scary? His mind was filled with shock as he stood at the side and watched the situation. At this moment, the live stream room of the online game had reached its peak with a total of 6 million views. Everyone was discussing it with excitement. Very quickly, someone immediately posted. Review of the newest and most complete online game 6 Reincarnations. Everyone was stunned. Where did this guy come from? It had not even been a minute since the battle between the hot-blooded Zhang Yan and Godless ended, and someone had already started to write an evaluation? He was even more speechless when he looked at the review's author. This professional reviewer had been peeking in the live broadcast room the whole time? Did Father Sword Saint beat her less, or did Miss Elf not look good anymore? This guy, isn't he selling space exploration team equipment? Is he going to be your Zerg Queen? How come you have the time to log off and come here? Some people started to complain, but they still clicked into the review post without realizing it. After all, the review post of the Racer of Mount Harana was famous for its professionalism. In the end, the first sentence was very prickly. Hee. Don't ask me why I'm so fast, because I drive. And it's 100 times your normal speed. It's just a matter of minutes to go in, write a review, take a screenshot, and send it out. Everyone's teeth ached. This fellow had also learned the dimension-lowering attack of the Path of the Heaven-born and was using it to write his review. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Actually, I'm more interested in this virtual reality online game that's open to the public. After all, this is the first time that Spore Evolution is open to the public. Some of the old monsters in the Big Bosses group chat have also been discussing it these past 2 days. Everyone was saying that a new era had arrived, and they did not know what would happen in the future. The plot was very fresh. On the first day of the game, the 2 main storylines were decided. It's only the second day now, but the world's historical background has been revealed. This game is not as flirtatious and cheap as the outside world, with a tense and exciting pace. Everyone saw the scene just now. The Aboriginals don't understand why those heavenly emperors are so fierce, but we netizens are well informed and have the vision of the keyboard gods. Obviously, some people have already guessed it. It's not impossible for him to be a heavenly emperor like Zhu Wuxian. Back then, Diqi and Dao Changsheng were still heavenly emperors. These 2 cheaters cultivated heaven-defying cultivation techniques, and this was the ceiling limit of a heavenly emperor's combat power. And were there any stronger ones? There was. Some of the more special cultivation techniques are extremely slow to cultivate, and the upper limit of combat power of the same realm is infinitely high, such as Medusa, the most powerful cheat of the Celestial Emperor. Everyone nodded in agreement. The evil god's body formed by 129,000 Celestial Emperors was also a Celestial Emperor, but why don't you try to fight one? This was not a realm that could be measured by common sense. Let's analyze it further. Medusa has also fused with the rules of a world, and this His Majesty has also fused with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Furthermore, he obviously can't break through to the god realm very quickly, because his technique is also very heaven-defying. It is very likely to be a technique similar to that of Thulhu, but within the same realm, he will definitely crush any Celestial Emperor. At this point, everyone had already guessed it. Although Medusa was a Celestial Emperor, she was known as the Origin Demon God. It was a different approach with the same effect. The sentence "before I became a god, there was no god in the world" was easy to understand, because once someone broke through to level 8, they could kill him, just like Medusa. In a sense, they were very strong, but also very weak. He suddenly felt that all the mysteries had been perfectly solved. The racer of Mount Harana said, "Obviously, the background of this world is very special. It's different from any previous worlds. In a world without gods, the strongest person is the Celestial Thearch, and there are only 2 ways to break through. The first is that on the day that His Majesty becomes a god, he will allow others to become gods. However, no one knows when. Just look at how long Medusa has been enduring. The second is to overthrow him. And now, there are 2 main storylines, the farming style of the Netherworld and the battle style of the Animal Path. One is civil and the other is martial. In fact, there are detailed divisions. If I'm not wrong, these are not only 2 schools, but also 2 opposing camps. The main storyline of the Inferno's farming style is obviously to help the Inferno improve its facilities, farm, deceive and suppress those rebels. The ultimate goal of the Beast Path's battle style is probably to become a traitor, defeat the path of Heaven Man, the path of humanity, and unify the 6 paths to fight back against that majesty. Everyone had sorted out their thoughts. The 2 main storyline factions of the game were perfect and logical, completely in line with the players' choices. They could help whichever side they wanted to. The truth that they knew was actually very little. It was just a Zhu Wuxian. In that case, what exactly happened in the distant era? For this mysterious existence to be able to live for so long, it was very likely that he also had the blood of eternal life. Where did he take samsara to now? He was countless times more mysterious than ordinary rank 8 gods and was definitely extraordinary. Could he have had something to do with the war between Hermes and the ancient gods? Moreover, it coincided with the meaning of the question. In the world of 6 paths of reincarnation, life and history were in the cycle of reincarnation. Everything was a circle, unless someone broke it. This world view is too amazing. It's like a godlike plot. Someone exclaimed in admiration. This was also what many people were thinking. Hot-blooded, amazing, novel, and a perfect background setting. They were simply fans of the game's production team. The racer of Mount Harana's announcement triggered another uproar. If I'm not wrong, a historical note has appeared. After the players witnessed the sadness and bitterness of Zhang San and the others, as well as the news of Godless, Zhang San and the others also had to reincarnate and forget it. They were powerless. And the only player who remembered all of this, Jumping Cat, will you choose to help Inferno hide the truth of history, or will you not bear to do so and tell the truth to the future Li San's Hung? Everyone's breathing became rapid. This was indeed a high level of freedom. What kind of godlike plot was this? It was only the second day of the game's launch, and the players were already deciding the fate of the world's future? Should he resist and tell Li San's Hung? My fate is in my hands, not the heavens. The Dark Age is about to begin, and existences are going against the heavens to face the dark calamity? Or should he choose to hide the truth of history and let them completely forget about it so that they could live in peace in this era and not repeat the same mistakes? Everyone immediately understood the meaning behind this. This was the two ends of fate, and they were all seething with excitement. The choice he was about to face would completely change the future of the world. Chapter 540. Mercury's Farming Project. This was something that all the players were excited about. According to this analysis, the truth of the world's history and myths was in their own hands. If they chose to tell the world or not, it would change the future of the entire world. Everyone felt so good that their bodies trembled. The feeling of controlling the fate of the world was a great sense of accomplishment that ordinary people would never experience. Brothers, what should we choose? Cat Jump also took a deep breath and was very hesitant. He stood in Fengdu in the netherworld and looked at the group of excited strong people and almighties from afar. He was also very touched and felt a great sense of immersion. This is the great charm of a second life. Jumping Cat asked straightforwardly, it's useless even if they know. They'll definitely have to drink the soup in the future. According to common sense, since I've already helped to make up the entire ancient history, Chi Tnd, and the others, then, I should continue to help cover up the truth. He hesitated as he spoke. Many people in the live broadcast room quickly expressed their opinions. Don't say anything more. Tell them the true truth and write a hymn of blood. Laughable. Do you know how hard it is? There were two choices. One was hell difficulty, and the other was simple farming difficulty. Did you tell the truth and let these celestial emperors die? For example, why don't you let some of the celestial emperors of the three realms try to overthrow some Medusa? This mysterious emperor of the Samsara Palace is likely to be even more terrifying than Medusa. Are you sending them to their deaths? That's right. Controlling an era and dictating the ancient times. Perhaps he's another Emperor Qi. I can't afford to offend you, I really can't afford to offend you. All of a sudden, everyone burst into an uproar. Obviously, if they chose Hell mode, it would be very difficult for the players to advance. They would be extremely hardcore and would also implicate many native NPC heroes. Zhang Mo and the others would have to sacrifice their lives, but it was very unlikely that they could win. It would still be fine if he was only strong, but the other Emperor Qi was the kind of person who would become stronger when he met a strong opponent. You worked hard to create a heaven-defying combat force and firmly overthrew him, but in the end, he'd learn from the enemy and use his skills to control them and turn the hopeless situation around, turning defeat into victory. After all, Qi had left a deep impression on everyone. They even felt that he was the kind of Hermes who had not yet risen, a super ancient god who would step into level 9 sooner or later. The problem is that we don't know his background. In fact, if it weren't for monsters like Emperor Qi and normal people like Medusa, Ermin, and the Deo Lords, they wouldn't be able to learn it with just one look. There's still some hope. Let's endure the baldness and come up with another peerless divine technique. Gu is a matter of a lifetime, how could there be so many Emperor Qis in the world? I don't believe it. Everyone instantly started quarreling. The public said that the public was right, and the women said that the women were right. According to logic, the normal choice would be to just do it if they didn't back down. However, they were also panicking. This plot choice changed the difficulty and made them an enemy of that terrifying existence. If they failed, the players who entered in the future would probably all die and be crazily suppressed. How would they play in the future? The racer of Mount Harana spoke again. There's no rush now. It'll take another day or two for the Emperor of the Samsara Palace to return. At that time, he will send Zhang Ji and the others to reincarnate. When Li Sanzheng comes back, he will need to listen to him. At that time, we will decide whether to tell him or not. During this period of time, you can research and organize your thoughts and improve yourselves. After all, it will determine your future. Whether we fight or die, it all depends on a single thought. Everyone was making a ruckus. At this moment, in the universe's vacuum, the peerless beings ask for my surname. The first one on the godless throne? Su Ji stretched lazily and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I didn't expect that a hazy consciousness would be born so soon. It even condensed into a poetic title. He was still in his mechanical armor, flying in the vast and bright universe. He was sitting in the cabin, munching on an apple. The outline of Earth behind him had already become a huge blue planet. He looked at the world inside his body with great interest. It was convenient to carry it with him, and he could pay attention to his movements at any time. After I throw the mechas back on this trip, I'll definitely silence them. I'll throw them all into the cycle of reincarnation and start anew. Su Ji laughed. The truth of history is not to be pried on. This was common sense, and one had to bring one's identity into consideration. But then again, this truth about the netherworld is pretty good. It was a source of emotions. The future generations of people who were reincarnated in the netherworld would find out the truth by chance. When they saw godless appearance, they would be just like Zhang Ji and the others. They would be filled with despair, excitement and worship. Every time, it will cause a huge wave. With each cycle of reincarnation in the netherworld, the people in the arcade game, and even Zhu Wuxian, would become stronger and stronger, completely becoming the ancient mighty people suppressed in the depths of hell in the netherworld, living existences. His view of the world in the 6 paths of reincarnation had been completely perfected. However, collecting emotions like this? Maybe it can be digitized. Su Ji's brows suddenly twitched. He felt that perhaps he could create an emotion collection system? To let a certain cheap person use it to cause trouble? To collect the points of shock and confusion from others? At that time, it would show. From XXXXX's distress plus 999. Theoretically, it was possible. It was entirely possible to digitalize energy, and the people of Isodar had done it. He had developed to this day and had enough knowledge and technology to be a system distributor, giving it to anyone, having amazing adventures, and becoming the protagonist of a world. When will we arrange for such a person? It's quite interesting. Su Ji laughed and shook his head. He did not think too much about it at this time. In front of him, he piloted the mecha around the moon. It was very desolate. In the end, there were only bare grey rocks and soil, and there were craters of various sizes all over the place. Voila! Su Ji's divine will spread out slightly and scanned the nearby land to analyze the composition of the soil. The system's magic core brain was analyzing madly. Calculating. Analyzing life evolution environment. After a while, he opened his eyes slightly, and a look of I knew it flashed across his face. The environment is too harsh. There are too many conditions that don't meet the conditions for living activities. It's not suitable for the reproduction of new species. The moon has already guessed it, so it's not surprising. Boom! The mechanical armor rose into the air again and flew into the distance. As for excavating the moon's interior, injecting oxygen, and modifying the environment, he had no interest at all. Wouldn't that be like another ancient lava domain? Then why was he on the moon? He had entered the universe with the intention of building a new sandbox to investigate the harshness of the environment. Unlike the previous sandbox worlds, he had a bold idea this time. He wanted to create a vacuum species that did not need to live in the air. It was the vacuum universe sandbox. After all, 99.999% of the universe's environment was a vacuum. This was the general trend, the vacuum of the environment. He took a bite of the apple and looked at the vast starry sky. The creatures living on Earth have long been limited by their own environment. Do they have to have beautiful mountains and clear waters, flowers, birds, insects, and fish? That kind of environment and oxygen are the limitations that limit us from leaving the planet. If there was a life that did not need to breathe, what would happen? Then, Earth would no longer be a huge prison. As long as a bird had wings, it could penetrate the atmosphere, fly into the universe, fly among the meteorites in space, and then return to Earth to rest, exploring the universe at will. Of course, it also had to resist the vacuum pressure. The first reaction of a species that doesn't need oxygen is to be a plant. Su Ji muttered. Plants had 2 breathing modes. Photosynthesis, carbon dioxide inhalation, and oxygen exhalation. Breathing function, inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. In fact, plants also had the ability to breathe like animals, but the difference between plants and animals was that they were self-sufficient and could even produce large amount of extra oxygen for other animals on Earth. In theory, if a plant forms a hollow meridian in its body, it can achieve the circulation of internal qi. Oxygen and carbon dioxide, the two kinds of energy, are constantly alternating, like the circulation of yin and yang, self-sufficient. Su Ji's expression was calm. It's the only possible cell species in my current system that can survive in a vacuum. Perhaps it's possible to evolve a race of such a cell vacuum. We're carbon-based life forms, made of cells. Naturally, we can't be compared to silicon-based life forms. All kinds of chip life forms made of silicon atoms were in robot-like forms. They had no cell structure and did not need oxygen, carbon dioxide, or water. They could naturally survive in space. However, we still have to overcome the second difficulty, the strong vacuum pressure. The plant's cellular arrangement is already strange and tough, so it might be possible. As for the others, they were the ability to resist radiation and temperature. After all, the temperature in the universe could reach 100 degrees or even thousands of degrees. If the first two were taken care of, the rest would not be too difficult to deal with. This time, Su Ji intended to use plants as a foundation for the evolution of the creatures that could survive in a vacuum. He naturally had an even bigger goal for creating vacuum plants. In the universe, he would plant a large number of improved vacuum eternal ancient trees to absorb the power of the stars and cosmic rays. Just like the ancient tree world, they would generate solar power to provide energy for himself. This time, building a vacuum civilization was not his main goal. Planting a power station was his first task. I wanted to do it before, but I couldn't leave the universe. The first thing I do after entering the universe is to farm. Plant trees like crazy. Su Ji sped away in his mechanical armor. Step by step, upgrade slowly. It didn't exist. He had worked so hard to find the people of Isotarian to make the universe mechanical armor and enter the void at the level of a celestial emperor, all for the sake of planting trees. He wished that he could plant the ancient star tree all over the solar system and turn it green. He would count the energy every day and his hands would cramp. Boom! Su Ji continued to fly. He was going to kill his way to Mercury, which was the closest to the sun. This was because the closer one was to the sun, the more solar energy they absorbed. He touched his forehead indifferently. Ever since I broke through to the celestial thearch realm, my progress has been too slow. I've absorbed countless major extinctions, and my progress is still slow. It's almost 100 times slower than before. I have to start a new way of obtaining energy. Otherwise, it would probably take him at least 3 to 5 years to break through to godhood. He was already 25 years old now, and by then, he would be almost 30. This speed was so slow that it was intolerable. A huge sun made of energy. If I devour all of its energy, I'm afraid I can break through to an incredible level. Su Ji's expression became calm. He had already entered the speed of 100 years a day, so he wouldn't need too much time. At the same time, he wasn't as flashy as Dichi. He had already hidden his mecha so that no satellite space station could detect his existence. The days passed by quickly. Su Ji soon arrived on Mercury. Mercury was the smallest planet in the entire solar system, and it was closest to the Sun. In the east, it was called Planet Chen, and in the west, it was called Planet Mercury. It was a bit of a coincidence. Voila! Su Ji landed gently and stepped on the bare land of the planet. It was all soil and metal, and without the protection of the atmosphere, it was completely exposed to the cold vacuum. Mercury was a planet with a huge temperature difference. The side facing the Sun had a high temperature of more than 400 degrees, while the side facing the Sun without direct sunlight had a low temperature of 100 degrees. Su Ji stood in front of Mercury, fully armored like an astronaut. He looked up and saw a huge, dazzling golden fireball that covered half the sky, burning wildly. It was as if the entire world was red. At this moment, it was as if he had witnessed a true ancient legend. When he faced the 4.6 billion-year-old fireball, he truly felt the desolation and vastness of the universe. No living being was worth mentioning in front of it. Even Su Ji himself was perhaps just an insignificant ripple in its more than 4 billion years of life, rising and quickly dying. If he couldn't walk towards eternity. Truly, how beautiful is this! Su Ji sighed in admiration. He's enough to wear down any pride I've accumulated. I finally know why did she lost his arrogance the moment he saw him back then. He only hoped that one day, Yu Sheng would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The world was so vast, and everyone seemed small. Although it was hard to compare planets with living beings, planets that were billions of years old could be found everywhere. Did living beings that were billions of years old really exist? Su Ji could not help but laugh. Why are you thinking so much? Solar power stations are the most practical thing to do. He shook his body and ordered from the cockpit. Sub-brain, reproduce the ancient star tree. As soon as he finished speaking, the seeds were thrown into the barren land, losing their vitality in an instant. Su Ji frowned slightly. It can't survive at first. The plants still need water, oxygen, and carbon dioxide in the early stages to reproduce. These ecological environments will first create an environment for the plants to grow and let the ancient star tree multiply. Then, we'll slowly adapt to it and gradually cater to the vacuum environment here. In that case, I'll create a temporary environment first. The corners of Su Ji's eyes drooped as he cast his gaze into the 6 paths of reincarnation in his body. The 9 revolutions mysterious art has 9 spaces, and the path of the heaven-born occupies 3 of them, cloud sky, burning sky, fengtian. There were originally 3 Deva forces, but they were unified by Emperor Yun in recent years. Devas, on the other hand, are sparsely populated. The Burning Heavens tribe is filled with flowers, birds, insects, and fish, and there are no Devas living there. I'll choose Fengtian as my temporary experimental sandbox. Boom! He pressed down lightly. A huge spiritual wool swept across. In the clouds, Emperor Yun's body trembled violently as he suddenly felt something. He stood up abruptly and said, "One of the 3 heavens of the path of the heaven-born, Fengtian, has lost contact. I can't sense it anymore." He suddenly rose into the air and flew into the sky. His divine sense spread out crazily and he could no longer feel the other space-time world. Where did Fengtian go? Surge! The netherworld has changed greatly recently, and the number of people reincarnated has decreased greatly. I don't know what kind of chaos it will be. There are also mysterious rules that spread in the netherworld. However, at this moment, the burning heavens technique of the path of the heaven-born disappeared into thin air. Emperor Yun's expression turned cold. Boom! Fengtian unleashed a gigantic, vast, and mysterious palm that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It tore through the space and stretched out toward him. It fell from the sky. Su Ji's palm ruthlessly ground the entire green land of mountains and rivers flat. All the green plants died one after another and turned into fertilizer for the soil, nourishing the entire land. The entire world was flattened, and the grey-black moist soil was quickly turned loose. It was as if a farmer was cleaning a field. Sub-brain, put the seeds of the ancient star tree into it and start breeding. As soon as Su Ji's voice fell, a field of seeds was scattered on the ground, and they quickly bloomed and bore fruit. Let's breed a batch first, then grow up, and gradually deteriorate the living environment, thinning oxygen and carbon dioxide, and moving closer to the vacuum. He organized his thoughts. Finally, it should be possible to completely connect this burning sky with Mercury's environment outside. It's natural selection, and the environment will continue to deteriorate. Chapter 541. Heart of Air. A huge red fireball was hanging in the sky, and fire snakes were rolling wildly. The brilliant spots of the sun's atmosphere were rolling with a tide like bright red, more magnificent than the 10 suns in the sky in the fairy tales. The ground was red. A black and slender mechanical armor stood quietly on the desolate ground of the crater. The rocks on the ground were roasted red. The heat and radiation from this solar energy is much better than the solar energy on Earth. With such a high concentration, I'm afraid anyone below the Heavenly Emperor level will die from the radiation in an instant. Their skin will fester and their cells will collapse. Su Ji had nothing to do, so he looked up at the sky quietly. After all, this was the place closest to the sun. At that moment, the ancient star spirit tree in the experimental field inside his body was multiplying at a crazy rate of 10,000 times. The best way was to use his inner world to experiment and evolve species. After all, he could find a biological experimental field at any time in other places, but what about the vacuum environment now? Where to test it? The 9 revolutions mysterious art in his body was his only choice. La. Soon, the ancient elven trees began to grow rapidly. They were verdant and full of vitality, but they were only saplings. It was unknown how long it would take for them to grow into the 11 eternal mother elven trees. Reduce the air concentration by 50%. Su Ji raised his eyebrows slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, a large amount of air was sucked away. The air became thin. After all, it did not take that long to advance step by step. The first step would be a mass extinction. Very soon, as the air's concentration dropped, the oxygen and carbon dioxide in the air decreased drastically. A large number of saplings of the ancient star tree could not withstand such an environment and began to wither, and die. After many generations of reproduction, there were finally a few saplings of the ancient star tree that managed to survive and produced their own mutation. They gradually turned dark green and began to significantly reduce their metabolic capacity, requiring less gas. The old species that could not survive the change in their living environment quickly went extinct. New species began to reproduce, fully demonstrating natural selection and survival of the fittest. Soon, the entire land was filled with new species, and the entire land was green. Lower the demand? It's a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Su Ji shook his head and pulled hard again, thinning the air once more. This time, these plants were completely unable to hold on. At the current concentration of gas, no matter how he reduced his own consumption, it was no longer enough to sustain the survival of the plants. These plants finally began to go extinct in large numbers, and they did not even show any signs of surviving. They're completely annihilated. Let's try again. I guess this time, the fall was too fast. There's not enough time to adapt. Out of habit, Su Ji picked up a pen and paper and made some notes. Next time, lower the air concentration slowly. 1 time. 2 times. The days of experimenting and evolving species had always been boring, just like the days in the lava region. They were exterminated again and again, and it was unknown how long had passed. A tinge of green once again appeared in the plants. It was a dark green plant with 2 pea-like cavities in its body, which stored oxygen and carbon dioxide from the outside world and compressed them in the 2 cavities to increase the density of the required gas. It started to store air. It was like how animals stored energy and fat. It was just like how baobabs could store large amounts of water in their stomachs. At the same time, it was gradually moving towards equilibrium. It was balancing the 2 cavities breathing and photosynthesis, allowing oxygen and carbon dioxide to form an internal cycle in the body, no longer needing external supply. The internal circulation has started. Su Ji's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. Self-produced and self-consumed. Allowing oxygen and carbon dioxide to circulate in the body was equivalent to the combination of plants and animals. A part of the plant could produce oxygen and absorb carbon dioxide. A part of the animal's body produces carbon dioxide and absorbs oxygen. The 2 sides complement each other and form a simple ecological cycle of plants and animals. After a long while, an unexpected and strange evolution had occurred. As the air in the entire space was limited, the gas storage in their bodies was also limited. Oxygen and carbon dioxide had become extremely rare resources in this vacuum environment. Some of the plants even began to grow hands and feet. Their bark became half human, half plant flesh and blood, and they began to steal the air from the other plants. Boom! The 2 funny-looking tiny treants collided with each other and rolled on the ground slowly. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha! They were smoking like steam men. Su Ji was shocked on the spot. This was the first time a tree had taken the initiative to become frivolous during its evolution. However, he thought about it and realized something. Because the ancient star tree and the reproduction tree sprites naturally have the form of human genes. The elves' root is because they want to fight for air, which is natural selection. Su Ji was dumbfounded as he watched a tree knock down another tree. He then grabbed the 2 empty bags of oxygen and carbon dioxide and ate them. All of a sudden, his stomach bulged up, and he was very satisfied. Eating air. Su Ji was stunned. All right, it's a very special vacuum species. After a short while, these plants started fighting each other to store themselves in their stomachs, and only a small portion of them were left. Interesting, Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment, picked up his notebook, and made a note. The air has limited their population to too small. The population is insufficient, and it's difficult for them to undergo new evolution. Su Ji thought for a moment and returned the air to them. With the increase in air, the plant's self-demand was sufficient. They filled up the 2 empty spaces and began to produce offspring without any desire, providing air to their offspring. Then, as their population increased, the air began to run out again, and they began to kill each other again. They ushered in a new evolution. Some of the plants gradually took on the form of elves, evolving into handsome human-shaped tree elves with legs, hands, and emerald hair. Their roots turned into a long and soft monkey tail. When they were not moving, they could take root in the ground and play the role of a tree. His body became extremely complicated. The 2 empty spaces began to turn into 2 hearts, connecting the air meridians in all directions, just like the blood structure of a human body. This is so interesting. Su Ji was very surprised. 2 lunatic hearts, 1 oxygen heart and 1 carbon dioxide heart. It forms an ecosystem in the body and is very self-isolated. Unless the gas leaks out, there is no need to worry in a vacuum, he said. Take a deep breath and live forever. The best diver in history. These plants don't have blood vessels or blood, although plants don't have blood to begin with. But the trachea replaces blood vessels to circulate throughout the body. This is too special. However, it was only natural. In a vacuum environment, air was a very precious storage resource, just like blood. Furthermore, the qi flow in his body's dense and complex meridian circulation began to carry some nutrients, gradually replacing the effect of blood. Su Ji's expression became completely strange as he read on. It can run and jump. It's like the air in the blood that can contain energy and transmit energy to form a special extraordinary vacuum universe life form. But this is not what I want. His original intention was to create a group of solar power trees. It was similar to the ancient star tree, which obediently stayed on the ground, absorbed the sunlight and radiation, bore energy fruits, and selflessly offered energy. It was a kind of tree spirit. And this race was obviously trying to make themselves stronger. They only provided energy to themselves and plundered everywhere. They were very selfish. The first vacuum species has completely deviated from the path. A tree can actually run, but it has unexpectedly great potential. But it's useless to me now. Su Ji thought about it and decided not to do so. Throw them into the vacuum outside and let them try to survive and adapt to the radiation and the vacuum of the universe. He casually threw them on Mercury and let them die on their own. He then planted another batch of ancient star trees and experimented again. This time, he had learned his lesson. When they evolved into 2 empty chambers to store gas and were ready to fight, they immediately increased the concentration of oxygen and carbon dioxide and brought their food to their eyes, preventing them from growing legs and fighting for the storage of other plants. As expected, they didn't grow legs this time. Instead, they still became obedient trees and continued to take root and sprout. They desperately used their 2 empty spaces to absorb the air and became stronger and stronger. It's done. Su Ji took a closer look. This time, the internal structure of the tree was different again. They were not like those humanoid plants, which had 2 dense biological veins that were similar to 2 hearts growing in their bodies. Instead, they were 2 plant cavities that normally stored gas circulation. It has successfully self-circulated and no longer needs gas. It is still the ancient star tree. Next, I will throw it outside and get used to the vacuum radiation environment. Su Ji chuckled and immediately connected Fen Tian's external world to the real world. Voila! Under the scorching sun, the trees began to wither rapidly. They could not withstand the high temperature and the pressure brought by the complete vacuum. They had survived the most difficult living environment. Not much time was needed after that. After a large number of plants went extinct, some of the plants managed to survive and took root in the ground. They had completely formed the ancient star tree that could survive in a vacuum. A plant that could survive in the universe. The ancient elven tree's genes had allowed them to rapidly absorb the radiation and the power of the stars. The trees had become increasingly verdant, and were extremely rotten. It's finally done. Su Ji's smile was full of pleasant surprise. The results are coming out. The number 1 power station had been set up. This solar power station would continue to supply energy to him, and his realm would inevitably advance by leaps and bounds. In the future, he would no longer rely solely on the sandbox for biological extinction. Indeed, it was the most blissful to make the world green and farm everywhere. At this moment, he wished he could plant them all over the planet. However, the limitations are huge. After all, it's not a real vacuum species, and it still needs gas. With my current knowledge, this is the only way. Su Ji took a deep breath. Furthermore, their gas is circulating internally. Once it's broken and leaked out, they'll die. And even if it's not damaged, plants not only need air, they also need water. After all, no matter how heat-resistant a plant was and how good it was at storing water, it still needed water. It was inevitable that it would be consumed. Where did the water come from? Mercury didn't have water. I still have to water it myself. Su Ji felt like he was about to be rendered speechless. This was too difficult. You want me to water a tree? He suddenly agreed that the players' trees were the proper trees that could water themselves. As for Mercury, it had the best solar energy environment. It was close to the sun and had the strongest radiation. After all, if you went to Venus, not only would the radiation be much lower, but there was also no liquid water there. It seems that my idea of making the solar system green is not realistic. Su Ji continued to organize his thoughts. But I'm also prepared. I've conned another teleportation portal from Ermin. We'll set up the power station here later so that it's convenient to go back and forth and water the plants regularly. He had really become a farmer. I'll be the one to make the desert planet green. I'll plant 10,000 of them first. However, I'll have to improve the breed first. Su Ji thought for a moment. He was not afraid of other people seeing this place. After all, he had already had means to block peeking. And 10,000 of them was probably less than 100 mu. How big was this for a planet? Even if he didn't block it, it would be hard to find it. He began to watch the ancient stellar trees in the inner space grow slowly. They grew out one by one and came to Mercury's vacuum, while he silently provided water. Very soon, a piece of land was greened. Under such circumstances, it'll probably take a day or two for it to evolve on Mercury. What it's evolving now is a rough embryo. When it fully matures, its energy efficiency and some other details will be better. Su Ji looked at the trees on Mercury very indifferently. He came here to run a power station and provide himself with a channel for energy absorption. As for developing the sandbox and reproducing the void extraordinary civilization, it was impossible on Mercury. This place was destined to be a barren energy power station. The best choice was to come here every day to water and plant vegetables. He didn't need to worry about it or waste more energy. But the moment Su Ji quieted down, he noticed that the group of elves next to him had multiplied very quickly and were jumping around. Yeah. They were running and shouting happily in the dried-up crater, which surprised Su Ji. This was a vacuum environment. However, his face quickly darkened. Because these guys ran to snatch the water from the ancient star tree. It was obvious that they were destined to die here without water. In addition, they would gnaw on those trees to obtain nutrients and energy. They would also fight and kill each other. They were very warlike and had a strong desire to kill. Su Ji immediately drove them away and even wanted to slap them to death. Forget it. I'll let these chi spirits jump around a little more and adapt to the vacuum environment. Su Ji thought for a moment. I'll take them with me when I leave. After all, they can't survive here and will die of thirst. As for how to place these unexpected surprises, that was a problem. Without a doubt, he had great potential. If they only needed water to live and drift in the universe, they would be very powerful because there were a lot of water resources in the universe. Also, even if their hearts were to rupture and the blood in their internal circulation leaks out, they can still go to some planets to replenish the carbon dioxide and oxygen. As long as I can obtain one of them, I can convert it again and complete it. Su Ji laughed. You can say that it's the perfect vacuum cell race I've created so far. It's just that I returned with a bunch of little fellows on a casual farming trip. Where should I rear these fellows after I bring them back? Su Ji was bored, so he began to sit where he was and watch the trees evolve. He teased the chi spirits and found them little strange. Wait. Minute, they have tails, love to fight, and can use chi. Sensing chi. Could it be the legendary #1 combat race in the universe, the Xuans? He stretched out his hand and picked up a child with a tail. Wukong, is that you? Yeah. The child struggled adorably, struggling with all his might. Su Ji relaxed a little, and the child quickly broke into a run. He ran behind a huge gravel crater. No, the Syans can't survive in a vacuum. The one with a tail might be the Universe Emperor, Flissa. He had nothing to do, so he wore his mechanical armor and his mind was filled with wild thoughts. However, he was shocked as he sensed the space in his body. I didn't expect Emperor Yun to bring a deva along. He sensed Fen Tian and is coming over? He hesitated but didn't stop them. It's boring to stay here anyway, why don't they come to Mercury, a mysterious secret region? Let's see if these ordinary living beings can withstand the vacuum environment. Wait, Su Ji's eyes lit up as he looked at the sun in the sky. It illuminated the earth with a blood-red color, and there were craters all over the ground. Make an ancient mythological battlefield? He felt that since he had nothing to do, it was time to add some settings. Chapter 542. The Ruins. The background of the world of 6 paths of samsara and the ancient mythological era had to be perfected. If it was the sandbox of other worlds, they could just let them fill in the blanks on their own and it wouldn't matter at all. However, it was different now. By spreading knowledge about the world and collecting their beliefs, the ancient powers that had been suppressed in hell could be completely revived and become powerful existences. Even if something was fake, it would become the truth after being praised 100 times. It's even more so now. As more people believe in it, it will appear. Su Ji trembled and looked up at the huge, red, scorching sun. In the lonely and ancient space, the ruins of the meteorite crater, the lively and mysterious little treants, and the huge ancient trees were like the end of the world. This was the best picture. Since I'm going to stay on Mercury for a while, I'll do something along the way. Su Ji stretched out his hand, and a piece of metal rose from the ground. An ancient and weathered tombstone was slowly erected. It was majestic and seemed to have existed for countless years. It was filled with the vicissitudes of time. I don't know if there are any ancient civilization ruins on Mars, but the ruins on Mercury have already appeared. Cloud Sky World. It had been almost 100 years since Emperor Yun unified the path of the Heaven-born. The other 2 realms, Fen Di and Feng Di, had all submitted to him. Emperor Feng, can you pass through? Emperor Yun asked. Emperor Feng's talent was related to space and was a special teleportation talent. It was the rarest and most mysterious talent. When he fought, he was also mysterious and unpredictable. He could even hide in space and dislocate his position, causing his arms and legs to split up and attack from all directions. It was the strangest. However, at this moment, he could not resist the fate of kneeling. This kneeling talent might seem simple, but it was the nemesis of many heaven-defying talents. The only way to resist Emperor Yun's kneeling talent was to have a strong mind and not allow him to plant a heart demon in you and destroy your spirit. Emperor Yun was the best at attacking the heart. At this moment, Emperor Yun was the only one standing on the ground. The Burning Emperor and the Feng Emperor were both extremely powerful. Even Emperor Yun was no match for them in a head-on battle. He was also kneeling. Because as long as a shadow was buried in one's heart, it would almost never be overcome. Emperor Feng gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. The passage has been reopened, but the other end seems to be a little strange. The mountains and rivers of the burning heaven world have all disappeared and are occupied by a special plant. The air is extremely ominous. No one wanted to kneel down and answer, let alone him, a celestial emperor. Where was his dignity? However, he understood that the more he hated and cared about his dignity, the more serious his inner demons would be, and the more impossible it would be to get rid of them. He stood up bravely. This was an unsolvable endless loop. The principle was simple. Once the spine was bent, it could no longer be straightened. Ominous? We'll send the many hungry ghost warriors we've produced over the years. Emperor Yun waved his hand and shouted coldly. A number of fierce-looking human-shaped weapons with twisted muscles strode into the space tunnel. Emperor Yun continued, Cloud Mirror, monitor the movements of that world. Yes. An old man opened his mouth and knelt on the ground. With a wave of his hand, a thin mirror appeared in front of him. Everyone focused their attention and were extremely nervous. The path of the Heaven-born had 3 realms. They couldn't bear to lose one realm out of nowhere. In the projection of the thin mirror, the hungry ghost sect that was sent came to a strange green tree, but before they could take 2 steps, their faces turned red, their veins popped out, and they started bleeding from their 7 orifices. Every cell in his body was exploding. In less than 10 seconds, he slowly fell to the ground and died. It was extremely strange and terrifying. This, everyone present was shocked. Everything had happened too suddenly, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. It was hard to believe. The way he died was so gruesome, and he was bleeding from his 7 apertures. There's poison in the air. They seemed to have been poisoned, but the entire space seemed to be squeezing their bodies crazily and crumbling their flesh, bones, hands, and feet into a ball like a piece of paper. He's going to be crushed. All of this severely violated the common sense they knew, subverting everyone's understanding. Everyone's thoughts were under a strong impact. How did our Fen Tian suddenly become like this? Why did he become so vile? Turn into a terrifying land of extremists? Yun Zongjun, Emperor Yun said as he clenched his fists. His face was filled with rage. A third of their territory had become so strange and terrifying. No great emperor or monarch would be indifferent. Yes. Yun Zongjun understood, and a hazy cloud and transparent barrier enveloped a hungry ghost warrior before sending him into the space tunnel. This time, he was protected from the outside world, and was not damaged. It's better this time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he let the Azura Dea warrior continue walking. However, in less than 2 minutes, his body gradually bled, rotted, and quickly fell down. How is this possible? You've clearly isolated the air. A second poison? It has a terrifying penetrative power that can penetrate the cloud barrier. They were completely shocked. Emperor Yun's expression remained unmoved. Yun Zongjun, put up another layer of protection and let the other Azura warriors pull the corpse back. Soon, a few Azuras stepped onto the stage and pulled back the rotten, pus-filled body that had died from radiation. Emperor Yun squatted down, his expression unchanged. He swept his gaze across the body and fell silent. The structure of the body has been completely destroyed. This poison is too terrifying and has a strong penetrative power. It's still lingering in my body. All of a sudden, a Deva woman who was holding a rabbit in her arms twitched and fell to the ground. Rabbit! She shouted, tears of excitement falling down her face. Emperor Yun's expression became more and more serious. There are still remnants of the poison in the corpse. It might take hundreds of years for it to completely dissipate. We are all experts, so the residual poison won't do much damage to us. Ordinary stage 1 and 2 creatures will die instantly if they approach. Ordinary sand and wooden coffins could only resist the penetration of this poison. You'll seal them in metal coffins for hundreds of years. As soon as he finished speaking, all of the Devas backed away from the corpse in shock. The poison carried by the corpse was contagious. For hundreds of years, this was basically the source of the poison, and he couldn't even get close to it. How can there be such a terrifying fire poison in this world? Someone shouted. At this moment, something even more terrifying happened. The Azura Dea warrior who had quickly carried back the corpse gradually fell to the ground and was about to die. They're very fast. They're only carrying the corpses. I didn't expect. Everyone's expression changed completely. This poison is too terrifying. This was the terrifying power of nuclear radiation. In fact, the sun was undergoing a terrifying large-scale nuclear fusion at every moment, radiating about 2.86 trillion megawatts of energy. At such a close position, the 400-degree temperature was not the most terrifying. It was the additional temperature, but the most terrifying was the terrifyingly high radiation concentration. One could only imagine the terrifying power of such a level of nuclear radiation. Even a celestial emperor would not be able to stay for long in such a terrifying environment. If it were not for the special characteristic of the ancient star tree, which was its ability to absorb cosmic rays and become extremely powerful, Su Ji would not have gone to the trouble of looking for the people of Isodar to spend so much effort to build mechanical armors and come here to build a solar-powered nuclear power plant. It was precisely because this energy was so terrifying that Su Ji's heart was filled with desire and longing for it. Those below the heavenly emperor realm are almost certain to die. Emperor Yun took a deep breath and thoroughly explored its power. However, the celestial thearch can hold on for a while. Everyone, let's enter this terrifying heat poison realm together. Chapter 543. Scorching Hell of Avicenarica. Are we finally going to enter? Su Ji hid himself and watched all of this quietly from the farthest crater under the huge solar furnace. He had a curious look on his face. I estimate that I will need to stay here for another day or so to plant these star ancient trees. In other words, 100 years. We'll make use of this period of time to make up for their history. It's also to see what happens to normal powerhouses when they die of high concentration radiation that's closest to the Sun and the universe. Nuclear radiation and cosmic rays were one of the most difficult forces for life to resist. It could be said to be death's poison. At the same time, it would also cause various diseases, and the body would become deformed and mutated in order to adapt. Deformity, mutation, this is also an evolution on a certain level, although it is usually negative, destructive, and genetic collapse. It's the survival of the fittest that can survive. Su Ji's expression was slightly calm. Although he had already slowed down the rate of creation and evolution of the ancient star tree and the air spirit, and had returned to the normal speed of 100 years per day, he could still feel that their evolution speed was countless times faster than that of the other life forms on the sandpit in this environment. In fact, this was in line with the principle of survival of the fittest. This was because the more dangerous the environment they were in, the more they had to force themselves to adapt, mutate in order to survive here. Therefore, the more dangerous the environment, the faster the evolution. Was there an environment more dangerous than cosmic rays? There was nothing else. Let me see how you guys tried to come to this place. See if your bodies can adapt to it. Talent, obsession. Is there some kind of mutation or enhancement, or perhaps, it'll cause you to undergo some sort of special evolution? Su Ji was sitting in the corner of the cabin, eating a fruit under the scorching sun. It seems quite interesting. The mechanism of the 6 paths of reincarnation made them not afraid of death at all. Su Ji used them directly as lab rats, and they were lab rats that he carried around with him. They were the advance party, and in the future, they would also be responsible for investigating various dangerous environments and collecting data for him. It's rare for me to go on a long trip, so I'll bring you guys out for a tour. You guys go ahead and play, don't mind me. Su Ji sat in his mechanical armor leisurely and stretched. Voila! A chair appeared behind him. He was basking in the golden sun in the sky, wearing black sunglasses, and leisurely on the crater, as if he was on a beach vacation. He looked at the little ants playing on the golden beach in the distance. They were making a lot of noise everywhere, and he felt that time had become more peaceful. Voila! A golden light covered the earth. Emperor Yun led the group of people into the completely transformed burning sky. Heavenly Emperor stage powerhouses could stay in a vacuum environment temporarily, but they couldn't stay for long. Emperor Yun mumbled to himself with a nervous expression. What's going on? The burning heavens technique of the path of the heaven-born can cause the air to disappear, and the mountains and rivers to disappear. How could such a mysterious plant grow here? One had to know that the hungry ghost path's warriors had all died, but these plants were still intact. This showed how terrifying and strange they were. Puchi! He reached out his hand and squeezed. A tree instantly exploded. Only then did he realize that the structure was extremely strange. There were 2 air sacs that stored air inside and used them to live in such a vacuum environment. Now, there was some kind of terrifyingly high-energy ray in the air that was constantly circling and sweeping through the entire area. This was the mysterious and terrifying poison. The heavenly emperors were also whispering to each other. An unimaginable land. What an unbelievable mysterious plant. This place is filled with fire poison and scorching heat. It can kill people. This place is filled with scorching heat. It has burned all the air. You can't breathe. At this time, shock was written all over their faces. However, they soon discovered that Fen Tian was actually connected to a certain space at this moment, which led to Fen Tian's abnormal change. He then walked out of the space and arrived at a space in the outside world where he saw a scene that he would never be able to believe for the rest of his life. A huge golden mythical fireball covered the entire sky. It was a dead, empty, circular, and boundless land. The soil was mixed with black and grey metal rust spots. It was full of potholes, as if it was a rusty world. The ground was sparsely planted with strange green trees. They were vigorous and powerful, sparkling and full of vitality. Their branches and leaves were as clear as the king's green, and they were surrounded by multicolored light, absorbing the rays. What was even stranger was that there were strange and beautiful men and women walking in the crater, jumping and playing. They didn't seem to have high intelligence, like wild beasts, orangutans, or monkeys, but it was as if such a dangerous environment didn't exist for them. How is this possible? How can there be such a living creature? They were completely shocked, and their pupils dilated. Yun Zongjun raised his head, and his throat was dry. He looked at the huge blazing sun that was emitting intense radiation, burning the entire land. This is a mysterious and broken world. For some unknown reason, they broke through the burning heaven world of the path of the heaven-born and started to link up. I suddenly feel like I've been through the vicissitudes of time and eternity. The huge fireball in the sky seems to have existed for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years. Every grain of sand on the distant land under my feet is peacefully lying there. My life is also 10,000 times longer than mine. History. That's right, I could feel the long history settling down. This feeling was very real. This world was filled with desolation and deathly silence for tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years. It can't be faked. This place is the ancient sun road of the legends? Burning sun hell. Many people fell silent. This long period of 100 million years was too shocking. It was simply unimaginable. One of the celestial emperors was mesmerized by the beauty of the leaves, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch one of the jade-like leaves. However, before he could touch it, he felt a strong burning sensation on his fingertips. Don't touch it. Yun Zongjun was excited, and he quickly warned, these legendary plants are beautiful and magnificent. Under the golden sunlight, they emit multicolored light. What they absorb is the fire poison. The fire poison in their leaves is countless times more concentrated, and even the celestial thearch will find it difficult to resist. As soon as he finished speaking, the man quickly retracted his hand in fear. After all, it was difficult to resist such a terrifying poison just by spreading it in the air. If they came into contact with such a high concentration of poison, even they might suffer. This place is mysterious and unpredictable, and it's filled with deadly dangers. Be vigilant. Although Yun Zongjun said this, he suddenly grabbed one of the running creatures. On the contrary, these creatures are living here, ignoring the huge pressure of the lack of air and the poison that can spread to other creatures. Don't do anything. Emperor Yun suddenly called out to him. Although these creatures looked weak and harmless, any rash actions might cause some kind of danger. He pointed to the distance and said, "Look." Everyone followed his line of sight. In the distance, there was a broken ancient building. It was an ancient temple with a bronze lamp swaying at the door. In front of the door, there was an ancient bronze monument standing on the ground. There was a lot of bronze and rust on it, and it seemed to have a vague bronze carving of the ancient times. It seemed to be an ancient god running and shouting. His roar was filled with anger, and tears could be seen at the corner of his eyes. An ancient mural? At this moment, everyone felt fear in their hearts and a chill ran down their backs. They felt as if an old scroll of history was slowly unfurling. This was a sense of desolation and the flow of time. The ruins told of the vicissitudes of a mythological era. One's mind could not help but be agitated. There was an indescribable haziness and mystery. What is written on this bronze tablet? The words have already blurred. Why are the gods drawn on it all covered in tears? Why is there an atmosphere of sorrow and desolation? In the distant ancient times, these ancient gods. What was he angry about? And why are you crying? They ignored everything else and cried out in excitement. They could not stay for too long in this vile and despairing land, so they immediately saved time and headed straight for the stone tablet. As they gradually approached, the stone tablet was already too blurry, and only a few fragments of the mural remained. They saw the description on the mural. A terrifying war had taken place here and finally shattered it. The air in this world had been burned dry, and fire poison was everywhere. The sky was filled with a mysterious sun, and it was completely pulled into orbit. The world had thus become a forbidden land. This place had become hell on earth. As for the living beings in front of him, their descendants were suppressed here after their defeat, suffering endless pain and torture, unable to reincarnate for generations. Emperor Yun murmured, to suffer in this place forever? Could this place be the eternal hell in the legends? The changes in the netherworld. Now that the reincarnation cycle has been torn apart, could it be that the path of the heaven-born has coincidentally opened up a path to the legendary world of the dead? He looked at the huge fireball furnace in the sky. The poisonous fire burned and soaked the entire land. If this was really hell, then it was worthy of its name. Danger, terror, mystery, danger was everywhere. Is this the hell? The inferno of karma, incinerate everything. All the heavenly emperors present were shocked, and they all had looks of disbelief on their faces. At this time, everyone couldn't help but leave the bronze tablet and approach the ruins of the ancient civilization. The broken temple and the lone bronze lamp made the land look vast and majestic. It seemed extraordinary, and one could vaguely feel a dazzling golden light shining. It was as if there was another majestic god of war in golden armor, burning with golden divine fire. However, just as he was about to take a step, Emperor Yun's face fell and blood suddenly oozed out from the corner of his mouth. Not good. Hurry up and run. Hell! He shouted with an extremely anxious expression. Hell is not a place for us, the living, to live for a long time. There is no air, no poison, maybe. Only the souls of the dead can do it. The surrounding celestial emperors also felt that something was wrong. Their bodies were rapidly weakening. Only then did they realize that they were deeply poisoned by the mural. If they stayed any longer, they might not be able to go back. They quickly retreated. After a while, they returned to the path of the heaven-born. Their expressions were completely solemn as they started to treat their injuries. Many of their body tissues had already rotted and pus was flowing out. It was a terrifying sight. Emperor Yun's heart was also frozen. This was unbelievable. Could it be that the world was the legendary hell? No. That ancient temple. He stood up. I have to go again to explore that mythical ancient ruin. It might be the legendary hell. But in such a terrible and harsh environment. He thought for a moment and pondered for a few seconds. Then, he asked Yun Zongjun, "Where's the tree in Azura Deo? It's almost time to check his body. Bring him up." Yes. Yun Zongjun had descended to the mortal world. In just a few days, Yun Zongjun brought the tree man couple with him. "I want to see our son." As soon as he appeared in the hall, a tree man shouted. "Bring him up," Emperor Yun said. After a while, 4 children were brought in. They had pink heads and gourds on their heads, but they didn't seem to know their parents. They were strangers. "You guys are," they were dazed and very cute. "I'm your dad," Yuan King Hua cried. "I'm your dad." Bai Xiajun was in pain. "I know that both of you are from the Azura Deo. Otherwise, the 4 descendants you gave birth to wouldn't have possessed consciousness." Emperor Yun said indifferently, "I also know of the Beast Path and many other Azura paths. They are hidden among them, but they have not been discovered by us." Yuan King Hua was silent. He had been discovered. Which player wasn't smart? They would play dumb and pretend to be ordinary animals and plants. It would be difficult to be discovered just by looking at their appearance. After all, one would only discover the difference during evolution. The current players were all very good at tunnel warfare. They took the group of living infants of the reincarnated animal path as their sons and fought guerrilla warfare everywhere. Now, the players of the beast path were proud to have a son and a daughter. This was a highly qualified baby. In modern society, who didn't practice to be a baby? Even if they couldn't find a gifted creature to be reincarnated into, the plants would try to pollinate each other. Flowers and fruits would blossom on the branches, giving birth to a hybrid tree. Then, the 2 trees would start torturing each other. They had all kinds of compulsory education, hoping that their son would become a dragon and lead them to rise up. It had turned into a game Huaxia-style parent. "Why are you looking for us?" At this time, Yuan King Hua was very vigilant. After all, her child was in the hands of the other party, and he had already acknowledged the thief as his father. "I know that you all have a certain method to contact the other Deos of Azura. I want you to help me contact a few of them. I want them to be of a lower realm and the one that can evolve," Emperor Yun said. Yuan King Hua was stunned for a moment, and the live broadcast of the images also exploded. They want to throw out another high-level pig? To mass-produce Azura Deo warriors? Let me do it. I'm proficient in 100 different positions. If I don't go to hell for this kind of abuse, who will? No one was stupid. Wasn't this a heavenly emperor that they picked up? Yuan King Hua also took a deep breath, but she felt very strange. What was Emperor Yun doing? He swept his gaze around and discovered a terrifying fact. Everyone in the Great Hall, including Emperor Yun, was pale as if they had suffered a certain degree of internal injuries and needed to recuperate. This was very terrifying. Who injured them? In the world of the living, who could defeat the current ruler of the Devas. Emperor Yun coughed and continued, we found a mysterious place that is connected to the path of the heaven-born. We suspect that there has been a huge change in the netherworld recently and the 6 paths of reincarnation is unstable. It caused the cycle of reincarnation to be torn apart and connected to the depths of hell. The unstable reincarnation, the tearing of space, and the connection to the depths of hell? Yuan King Hua's eyes widened. It was possible because the mysterious emperor had brought reincarnation out. It was normal for things to be unstable. Could it be that? Emperor Yun looked at the Asura and saw his expression. He thought to himself that Asura indeed knew about the Hades and many secrets that they didn't know. He even seemed to agree that it might be a tear in space. Connected to hell? Was there really a hell? He was immediately more confident. It's a pity that torture and torture are useless. Emperor Yun lowered his eyebrows. However, I can get some information from his expression. He stretched out his hand, and a mirror appeared. It was the scene they had explored: the dilapidated walls, the dilapidated ancient temple, the bronze lamp, and a stone wall. Emperor Yun said, the environment in hell is very harsh. There is a world-destroying sun in the sky, but there is no air, and there is toxic fire burning. The living cannot live for long, just like a furnace. Yuan King Hua was dumbfounded. This description was exactly the same as hell in the myths. It's so hot. Is it hell where Avasai burns? Emperor Yun was stunned. He was a little surprised. He silently remembered this word and said, in such a dangerous environment, let's see if your Asura Deo can evolve into a creature that can adapt to the environment. That's why I wanted to contact you to try. Yuan King Hua was completely shocked. An ancient temple. Lone lamp. Could it be that Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva lives in the temple in hell, and he can't become a Buddha until hell is empty? Ancient temple? Ksatagarbha? Emperor Yun Zongjun, and the others were all shocked. They knew about it. If hell was not empty, he would not become Buddha. This sentence was very terrifying, and the intent within it was astonishing. Could it be that there was really some ancient almighty existence's legacy in the ancient temple? We're willing to go. Yuan King Hua's eyes widened. He thought to himself, are we going into a dungeon? Ancient Ruins Exploration Event? Chapter 544. The first large-scale dungeon. In the ancient temple in the depths of hell, there were bronze stone tablets, ancient lamps, a golden sun that blotted the sky, terrifying poisonous gas and hellfire everywhere, mysterious ancient trees growing, and some special creatures wandering around. These structures gathered to form a picture of a desolate, ancient, and mysterious hell, which was very desirable. This is to explore the secrets of ancient myths and legends. Yuan King Hua and Bai Xiajun looked at each other. A series of mysterious incidents happened one after another. The mysterious emperor of the Samsara Palace brought the reincarnation to a mysterious place. Perhaps, the 6 paths of reincarnation did experience a great change in the days when there was no master. How many people do you want to send? Emperor Yun said. The two of them looked at each other. Is it our turn to trigger a mission? Bai Xiajun bowed slightly. Your Majesty, please allow us to discuss and verify if it exists. After all, we don't know if this is a plan to attract the Asura Deo to appear and capture us all. It should be so. Emperor Yun laughed, you are now in the Heavenly Emperor realm. You can go there for a while. There won't be too much danger. Next, Emperor Yun began to take Yuan King Hua to investigate. On the other side, Bai Xiajun's realm was not yet at the level of Heavenly Emperor, so he naturally could not go and investigate. So, he issued a call to action with other netizens. As you can see, the game's first large-scale instance dungeon has appeared. Those who are willing to participate, as we all know, in an instance dungeon, especially a hell-level instance dungeon like this, there will definitely be heavy casualties. Cowards, don't come. Also, I would like to remind you that Emperor Yun may not be a good person. He has the intention to find out your identities. After this instance dungeon, they will definitely expose their identities and can no longer hide safely. After the 2 suggestions appeared, many people still signed up. What a joke, this kind of mysterious mythical dungeon, he definitely had to take a shot. Without a fortuitous encounter, who could climb to the peak? Obviously, this was the main mission plot of another route. If one didn't play the main mission and missed it, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. In an instant, all the players were excited and eager to get their retribution. The number of people was much more than they had expected. There were more than 1,000 people, which was equivalent to 70% of the population. Soon, they began to gather and wait for the devas to take them up. One small step for mankind, one big step for Earth. Suji was basking in the sunlight with his sunglasses on. He was lying on a recliner chair, looking extremely relaxed and comfortable. Perhaps not a single player would have thought that one of their game dungeons would end up in outer space, on Mercury, which has the harshest environment in the solar system. The 6 paths of reincarnation was really convenient. Wherever he went for a vacation, he could also let them out for a vacation. Soon, Yuan King Hua's side came out and successfully confirmed that it was indeed a terrifying place of death. Therefore, groups of players were brought up by Yun Zongjun to control the cloud talent and transform into cloud giants. Yun Zongjun couldn't bring so many living beings with him, so he brought several celestial beings and emperor to be experts with him. Boom! A palm grabbed at the air and shot up into the sky. Wow, it's the legendary cloud mist boss that wiped out the entire team. Clouds and mist surrounded them, and a group of players of all shapes and sizes were shouting and yelling in Yun Zongjun's hands. This way of entering the dungeon is really novel. Brothers, this is the first time we're running a dungeon in this online game. Cool. Hurry up and form your own teams. Let's cut the crap and start farming. Standing on Yun Zongjun's palm, they were like a huge cloud plaza, and they were extremely excited. It was their first time entering an instance dungeon and participating in such a large-scale organization's activity and outing. They were indescribably excited. Moreover, this was also a good opportunity to make friends. They chatted and bragged happily. After all, it was a social online game and was known as the second real life. What a bustling scene! Yun Zongjun was slightly angry. Although he admired the courage of these Azura cultivators, they were so noisy and playful that they had the dignity of a noble celestial being. He was slightly shocked and released his pressure. Voila! The pressure of a celestial emperor was terrifying. Instantly, all the trees and animals in his hands trembled, their teeth fought, and they fell to the ground. Many of them were so scared that they peed their pants, and a wet stain slowly spread on their legs, revealing their ugly state. Yun Zongjun was slightly satisfied. The other emperors-to-be also began to release the pressure of the strong. Most of the creatures were at the second or third stage, so how could they withstand it? What's going on? What kind of negative buff did I suddenly get? My legs are going soft. Ha ha ha. You even peed your pants. Your crotch is wet. Aren't you the same? This is so fun. How can such a negative buff have such realistic effects? As the players had lowered their pain levels, they were confused by the sudden encounter. Their eyes widened, but they didn't care at all. They felt that it was probably a setting of the game plot, or a trial. They continued to chat in this trembling state. Wait, brothers, help me take a picture. I can't waste it. A large wolfhound saw that it had peed all over the ground in fear. Its entire body trembled, but it spread its legs apart and declared its ownership over Yun Zongjun's fingers. It roared loudly. I've been here for a trip. Yun Zongjun was speechless. Yun Zongjun's eyes were wide open. He was furious, but he could only follow Emperor Yun's instructions and bear with it. The emperors-to-be who were transporting them were also stunned. These Azura deists really don't respect heaven and man. They're not afraid of heaven or earth. How bold! Not only that. They saw 2 animals whose legs were so soft that they couldn't stand up. They fell to the ground like caterpillars, but they wriggled and crawled around, chatting excitedly like 2 maggots. They even saw a huge creature that looked like an eagle. It was standing on its 2 legs. It was obviously scared out of its wits and was trembling all over. It was peeing as it walked, leaving a long line on the ground. However, it was still looking around with its head held high and its chest out, looking for people to chat with. It had an attitude of strolling around and did not care about its own ugly appearance at all. This. How unyielding is this? Some emperor-to-be who didn't understand the situation widened their eyes. This is a show of their courage. Even under the pressure of such a terrifying powerhouse, even though you're so scared that you wet your pants and your legs are sore, you're still chatting with each other leisurely and showing your unyielding attitude. This is a terrifying race. Yun Zongjun's face was already filled with admiration. At this time, he didn't care about the humiliation he had just suffered. He seriously warned the emperor to be next to him. These are hot-blooded warriors who will never bend their backs and never kneel. Once, in order not to kneel down to Emperor Yun, that Azura Dao broke out in a cold sweat, clenched his teeth, and broke his waist in public. How is this possible? A new emperor to be choked. He knew how terrible the pain was and how determined one had to be to endure it. It was not something that ordinary living beings could bear. No wonder the path of the heaven-born was so wary of the path of Azura. It was because they had seen the terrifying and powerful potential of Azura. They are natural-born warriors, with tenacious backbones and courage. Yun Zongjun sighed. I've talked to their Yuan King Hua before. He said to me, the song of praise for humans is a song of praise for courage, and the greatness of humans is the greatness of courage. Chapter 545. We are unveiling the veil of history. Yun Zongjun's words made the surrounding emperor to be silent. There were also complicated emotions intertwining in her heart. This race was worthy of respect, and they were touched. The Azura Dao was very stubborn, just like the one in front of him. Under such a terrifying pressure, he still stood straight. Even if he peed while walking, he still showed his unyielding nature and wandered around to chat. Roars and voices never subjugate the strong. There are only two things that can subjugate the strong. The first is a battle that defeats oneself, and the second is silence. They never speak, only their silent actions to express their resistance. Yun Zongjun suddenly recalled Emperor Yun's evaluation of the Azura who had bitten off his own body. Azura. It symbolized iron blood. A passionate spirit that would rather die than submit. After that, Yun Zongjun and the others could not help but relax their pressure. After all, it wasn't just about admiring these hot-blooded warriors. Since they couldn't stop their extraordinary social nature, it would also lead to them peeing all over their hands, which was very dirty. The fact that they could come here means that they are already determined to die. To die peacefully, this in itself requires great courage. These days, Yun Zongjun's heart had calmed down a lot after Yuan King Hua had made him doubt his life. It's difficult for even the celestial thearch to withstand that kind of environment. If they were to be the vanguard, I'm afraid less than 10% of them would survive. No matter how unbridled they are, it's the unbridled freedom they have before they die, and they can be tolerated. Indeed. The surrounding emperor to be looked at him with admiration and respect. They knew that the probability of death was as high as 90%, but they still came. He believed that no race in the world had the guts to do this. At this moment, the players suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies relax. They were a little confused, and when they looked up again, they saw the great Deva existences all wearing expressions of admiration and respect. They whispered. What's this for? This debuff, isn't it a trial for the dungeon? I don't know. After we passed the trial mission, the favorability towards us has improved? I'm afraid he's a fool. With how hardcore the game was, how could he gain so many favorability points just by completing a trial mission? The reward is so big? This doesn't match the style of the past. Perhaps there's a loophole in the production team's settings. They whispered and discussed animatedly. They felt that this wasn't hardcore at all. It wasn't the beating of society. They were not used to it. Soon, Yun Zongjun and the rest of the players no longer paid any attention to their incomprehensible and strange behavior. They silently endured it, blocked their ears and ignored their chattering. After a few hours of traveling, they tore through the space of the path of the heaven-born and descended rapidly. As expected, the live stream can't be used anymore. Someone cried out in surprise as he looked at the notification before him. Due to the time difference, live stream is unavailable. Then, someone wanted to go offline in a hurry to verify it, but he was stopped by others. Brother, do you want to die? There's no time for you to go offline now. If you log off for a minute, you'll probably be gone by then. Especially when we're preparing for the instance dungeon, it's extremely busy. You don't have the time. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately stopped their little thoughts. Very quickly, they started to gather and prepare to conquer the dungeon. Thousands of players sat in place and discussed animatedly. The entrance to the instance dungeon was not far away. According to the information, Burning Heavens is right behind the entrance of the instance dungeon. It has already been contaminated. However, it's not that dangerous. There's a terrifying scorching hell outside the burning heavens. According to the description of the body, hell. The terrifying penetrating heat poison is similar to nuclear radiation. The heat poison of hell in the myths and legends turned out to be nuclear radiation? Or was it some kind of strong radiation? Isn't this too hardcore? SHH, lower your voice, this might be the truth of history. After all, we also knew that this game was very real, and things in myths could be realized in reality. Then, the infernal heat poison. It can be explained by modern science. Everyone started to discuss. They felt that this was very terrifying and very interesting. This was too much of a coincidence. However, at this moment, some major research institutes in the dark, combined with the legends of hell on earth, felt very strange. Now that he thought about it, the terrible environment of hell, the legendary burning of hell's fire poison, weren't they just like cosmic radiation? After all, their characteristics were too similar. There was no heat, only burning the soul. However, his entire body was festering and oozing pus. His body had collapsed and had a strong penetrating power. From the bones in his body, he felt a burning sensation from inside out. The intense pain was overbearing to the extreme. Wasn't this just like burning with fire, even if it wasn't an open fire? Could it be that the ancient Earth's legends were true? The hell in ancient Huaxia mythology was actually a terrifying and harsh vacuum environment with high radiation in the universe. To suppress the dead. A middle-aged scientist in his 40s, wearing a white coat and black-rimmed glasses, bit his lower lip hard and was breathing rapidly. In less than 3 months, they had studied a lot of content, but the more they studied, the more shocked they were. Especially now. The hell from the ancient myths. It was unbelievable that the environment in Inferno where the dead suffered was actually a high-radiation vacuum in modern terms. An old man was sitting on an advanced white electronic detection instrument, sorting out all kinds of data. He took a deep breath and appeared much calmer. Then, the hell of Earth's myths might be in the solar system or on the moon. Mars, Saturn. In the legends, there were 18 levels of hell, and the Inferno was the most famous. It was the most painful, darkest, and suppressed the most terrifying and evil existences. The AVCI Hell was also known as the AVCI Hell, and its full name was the AVCI Scorching Hell. In ancient times, it was described as, the living can't bear the burning lava. The burning fire will penetrate the whole body, and the pain will not stop until the end of the tribulation. The pain will never stop, so it is called Inferno. The ancient times should have a long history. Someone sighed. He stood up and opened his arms. His eyes were full of hope and dreams. As a scientist, it's great to be born in this era. That's right. We can study the ruins of ancient myths and uncover the mysterious veil of time. The other person was also filled with emotions. His eyes were burning with passion. The light in his eyes was called dream. After all, there was too much evidence for the research institute. The ancient people suspected to be Deo lords had appeared in outer space and were monitored by the space station. And there were too many Earthlings who were suspected to have the bloodline of the god of creation. A vast and huge mythical scroll gradually spread out in front of their eyes. Perhaps, in the ancient era, there was an extraordinary civilization in the solar system. China's heavenly court, hell, and even foreign countries like Anunnaki and Olympus are all scattered across the major planets of the solar system. These researchers were all wearing white coats. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. They didn't dare to imagine it, but the truth was crazily intertwining and laying out in front of them. They all whispered to each other. When our space station and spaceships are fully developed, we will have to explore the entire solar system. Perhaps we can find the ruins of the ancient lost civilization on the ancient stars. That's right. Su Ji could no longer be bothered with them. He was chewing gum and casually threw the wrapping paper on Mercury. He was already used to them. He was very calm in this large-scale online game instance, quietly watching. At this moment, he was still sitting in the distance, basking in the sun and enjoying this vacation. He quietly watched the little ants in the distance start to make a simple and crude anti-radiation suit. He tricked Yun Zongjun into using his own ability to create compressed air in a can and make a simple and crude oxygen can. Brothers, let's go. Chapter 546. Ground Treasury. A group of people, wearing full-body metal cans and carrying simple oxygen tanks on their backs, strode into the space tunnel and entered burning sky. Brothers, the Davis talent is indeed powerful. It's very comprehensive, and there are all kinds of things. They can control metal, air. It's simply the perfect equipment making master, a novice village. Someone muttered. That's too convenient. Maybe we should ask them to make spacesuits in the future. What's the big deal about a spacesuit? With such precision and ability, wouldn't it be beautiful to make a computer? A group of people quickly rushed in, and the intense radiation made them feel uncomfortable all over. They felt a slight numbness and burning sensation, and the negative buffs quickly appeared. Brothers, we must first become rich and cut down trees. They moved very quickly and began to cut down a tree. They observed the structure of the entire tree and were greatly surprised. The research institute outside also had members of this group of people. They kept sending out text and screenshots. They were once again shocked. A plant that could survive in a vacuum and high radiation? This was a huge discovery that transcended the era. The existence of life in the vacuum universe was simply a miracle in the history of life. He didn't even take 2 steps. Brothers, retreat! Someone calculated the time and shouted. According to the calculations of the big shots outside, the metal can only hold on for a small part. Although we are stage 2 and 3 life forms, stronger than the mortals on Earth, I estimate that we will reach our limit in 10 minutes. They had just arrived at Fen Tian's place and cut down a tree before they quickly retreated. Then, they began to check their bodies in an orderly manner. They checked the degree of mutation under the various radiation and the damage to their cells. Normally, the progress of the dungeon is 0.5%. Don't touch that tree. The radiation concentration was very high. Especially the leaves, that's where they photosynthesize and absorb radiation. However, perhaps the leaves can be made into some kind of poisonous weapon. The leaf of karmic fire gently flapped, sending countless karmic flames flying towards him. Wouldn't it be a banana fan? The group of people discussed in an orderly manner. Don't look at how they liked to grumble, who wasn't an old online game player who did dungeons and researched strategies. They had some skills and were very familiar with the process. They discussed strategies with each other and how to perfect the next step. Modern people lived in the city. Their combat level might not be high, and they might not have even killed chickens and ducks before entering the game, but their theoretical ability was definitely very good. Then, after resting for a while, he continued to rush in. Emperor Yun closed his eyes slightly in the distance and praised, "Amazing, you have a clear plan for your advance and retreat. These Asuras are indeed very familiar with the environment of hell. They have such perfect and skilled measures to deal with it. Iron can armors and air tanks to protect them from the poisonous fire of hell." What he was doing now was to let his body adapt to the terrifying heat poison of hell. To evolve and produce the resistance and adaptability they want. He kept analyzing the actions and felt that they were reasonable. "Your Majesty," Yun Zongjun was a little hesitant. He was already looking at the plants with legs and trying to graft a section of the mysterious ancient tree onto his body. Some plants even tried to pollinate and crossbreed to produce fruits. Let them try. Emperor Yun's eyes flickered. As a lord of a generation, he naturally had his own breadth of mind. In the next few days, some players couldn't take it and began to die. After all, it was natural selection, and they had tried their best to make this adaptation process slow. Moreover, as they got used to the hellish environment, they began to extend the time they could stay in the hell. Gradually, they walked out of Fen Tian and arrived at the legendary hell of Avicenarica. The entire world was golden. It was beautiful. The ground was filled with craters and desolation. However, ancient trees were sparsely grown, and mysterious creatures, men and women, were running around. In the distance, there was a bronze stone tablet. He could vaguely see buildings, dilapidated walls, and ancient temples. It was so vast that any living being would feel tiny in this ancient land. Someone widened his eyes. A crater, a vacuum, and radiation. Could this be the universe? 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Someone pressed his forehead and picked up a simple wooden stick. He looked up and said, "I'm not sure. That big fireball was too bright. I couldn't see it even if there was a starry sky." He continued to organize his thoughts. "Let's go, brothers. Let's go and clear the dungeon and kill those mysterious vacuum ants." In their eyes, these trees were the monsters of the dungeon. After all, it would take too long to reach the distant buildings. They definitely couldn't hold on for long, so they could only kill monsters to level up and adapt to the environment. In front of him, he naturally had to clear a path. Although they were at the second or third stage, the environment was too harsh, and their combat strength was more than twice as low. On the other hand, the mysterious tree men and women were only at the first stage, but in the opponent's home ground, it was really difficult to determine the winner. Kill! They growled. Waya! Those mysterious tree men and women roared and rushed over. Their warlike nature seemed to be engraved into their bones. The two sides started fighting. Pull the monster! Kite him! Tanks, follow! The group of people roared. How can there be no monsters in the dungeon? In the distance, Su Ji quietly opened his notebook and recorded the data. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The chi spirits that have just been bred are very strange. I can use the war to get them to work together and act more perfectly. The players were also evolving and becoming more diverse. Their setting is to evolve. That was Su Ji's main goal. War caused life to evolve. This was also a form of survival of the fittest. Over the long years, it had even become an important factor in evolution. Throwing it on the road as a stumbling block, constantly evolving, perfecting. They're a very special race, and I can feel that they're not simple. There's a powerful force in their bodies. Su Ji raised his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps they will become the strongest fighting race. They are indeed very warlike and love to kill. 1 day, 2 days, days passed by. These chi spirits were newly evolved creatures and were in the process of breaking in and evolving. At this moment, these players seemed to have stimulated their evolution speed and became even stranger. The liquid chi in the air in their meridians began to contain energy like blood. It was extremely thick and scattered like stars, replacing blood. Wow! On this day, they were killed by the players. A powerful leader shouted. His body was like an internal combustion engine, pumping the carbon dioxide and oxygen to test the high pressure and boiling. Bang! A huge air cannon came smashing over, bringing with it a dazzling white light. Is this an air cannon? Turtle sect Qigong. All the players broke down and fled for their lives, with many casualties. They had naturally comprehended a way to use it, but this was a battle tactic that would harm the enemy by 1,000 and the enemy by 100. The more internal energy they used, the less they would have. No ha, no ha! The surrounding people were shouting. The leader looked at his hands excitedly. He didn't expect that he would be so powerful. He was very happy. It's not bad, Su Ji quietly recorded the experimental evolution data. At this time, the players also began to use their evolutionary characteristics to gradually grow. The stored energy advanced and broke into the next realm. Boom! Gradually, some players began to break through. White light flashed, and their bodies began to change. It has evolved once. It already has the initial ability to resist radiation. Bai Ziajun looked at his own tree. It had become even more bizarre. It had broken through to the 4th level, and it had been grafted with the mysterious plant men and women. It now had their genes, and a heart of air had begun to appear in its body. Many special and dense meridians had also begun to appear. However, he only had one heart, which was considered incomplete. After all, he wasn't Yuan King Hua, who had become a breeding pig and had been pulled up by excessive enthusiasm to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm. He was also an ordinary player who had evolved on his own. Now that they were at the 4th step, they were considered the first group. There's an air current in my body. His eyes widened, and he was curious about the structure of those mysterious creatures. He kept muttering, internal energy? A race in the vacuum of the universe that uses chi and senses chi? Hell is too scary. He felt that the secrets hidden behind this land were too terrifying. He had a deep fear. Hell, 6 paths reincarnation, it was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Everything they had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Ha ha ha, but I want to develop and use chi. He laughed out loud. Who was he, Bai Ziajun? As a medical student, he had a deep understanding of the meridians and various biological structures of the human body. He sat cross-legged and made a martial arts practitioner's posture. With his 5 hearts facing the sky, he had the posture of a grandmaster. He muttered, internal energy, the legendary peerless martial arts, North Deep Divine Skill, 6 Meridian Divine Sword, Turtle Sect Qigong, World King Fist. On the side, a few of his teammates were speechless. Modern people had some funny attributes, but it was rare to see someone so funny. However, his eyes lit up when he sensed the situation. Brothers, there are more than 600 people left. Everyone's party is fighting for progress in the dungeon. They want to advance into the ancient temple and finish the dungeon. However, the other party is very difficult to deal with. I have an idea now. The surrounding teammates were shocked. What way? Now that they were entering the dungeon, a group of people were rushing to advance in the dungeon. They wanted to finish it and get the quest reward, but there were too many enemies, and the road was too long. Otherwise, why would the Celestials be unwilling to get involved and let them evolve into radiation resistance talents? Although there were many strange talents among the Devas and there might be a way to get to the ancient temple, Emperor Yun had ulterior motives. Perhaps he did not want to take the risk and suspected that there was terrifying existence in the ancient temple. They were afraid of death. He wanted to use this opportunity to use Azura Deo's hands to help investigate. Furthermore, with the help of this poisonous fire, he could evolve a batch of them and capture them as breeding pigs. They could produce offspring and produce hungry ghost warriors who could resist the hellfire for the Devas. I really have a way to steal chickens. Bai Xiajun said in a low voice, I found out that after I evolved, level 4 creatures like us are already half radioactive species. Our resistance to radiation is very strong. If we move faster, we should be able to make a round trip. Someone at the side was speechless. That's right. We can indeed make a round trip just by hurrying. However, those guys are not to be trifled with. They are crazily blocking the way. This is the biggest problem. Every time we advance, we spend 70% to 80% of our time on them. We don't have much time to hurry. Bai Xiajun smiled. Don't be afraid. I just realized that I can sense qi. Sense qi? The others widened their eyes. This was too metaphysical. Yes, I can sense qi, Bai Xiajun muttered. I can sense the qi of those strange creatures. The surrounding people were instantly excited, their hearts surging. If Bai Xiajun could sense them, didn't that mean that the monsters could sense each other as well? They could still sense Bai Xiajun? At that time, did they think that they would be able to get away with it just because they were companions? It's very risky. It's fine to sense it from a distance, but we'll still be exposed if we're close enough to see it. However, if we go deep into the enemy's territory, we'll be instantly killed. Are you guys in or not? Bai Xiajun said, it's a rare opportunity. It's very likely that there are other plant players who are also about to evolve. Maybe they are like me and have fused with some of my abilities. The people around him looked at each other. Now was a chance. If the others also discovered this secret. Let's do it, wealth is found in danger. They said. Immediately, the group of them set off quietly. Bai Xiajun could clearly sense the qi of other creatures, even the qi of trees. The gods sensed it at the same time, thinking that it was one of them, and continued to patrol. It's very safe, Bai Xiajun and the others sneaked forward. There is a very strong qi in the south. It must be someone difficult to deal with. Let's take a detour. The group moved forward silently and watched as the bronze tablet in the distance grew bigger and bigger until it was completely in front of them. The few of them revealed looks of joy. It's here. It's an ancient bronze tablet. It's said that the heavenly emperors of that time stopped here. There's still some distance to go, said Bai Xiajun. That's where the ancient temple is. I heard that there's a mysterious existence inside. After taking a screenshot of the bronze tablet, he continued to move forward. After walking around for a while, they finally arrived in front of the ancient temple. There were broken walls, weathered stone walls, and a blue lamp hanging in the vacuum of the universe, telling the unknown ancient past. Ha ha ha, we're finally here. The few of them were so excited that they were dancing with joy. They were going to pass the dungeon and successfully steal the chicken dinner. I'm rich. They strode into the ancient temple and didn't seem to treasure the ancient ruins at all. They were carefree and carefree. Protecting a cultural relic? It's none of my business. They stood in front of the ancient temple and casually wiped the ancient square plaque above it. A piece of mud was blown away, and a few mysterious and vigorous square traditional Chinese characters were vaguely written on the plaque. It was majestic. Kesidagarba. The words after that were scratched and blurred, making it impossible to see the words clearly. Bai Ziajun's eyes widened. Suddenly, his voice trembled, and his face turned pale. Brothers, I have learned the 4 common languages of the path of animals. I can still communicate with them. But why does this handwriting look so familiar? Huh? Familiar, you've been learning a lot more languages in this game recently, haven't you? Familiar, my ass. These are the ruins of several distant civilizations. According to the game's nature, we definitely don't know the prehistoric text. The people around him laughed and looked over. But the next second, they were as silent as Bai Ziajun. That was because this was the ancient traditional Chinese language. The 2 characters Kesidagarba were traditional Chinese square characters. The strokes were as strong as a horned dragon, and could not be seen clearly behind the horizontal board. The person beside him fell silent for a moment. He was in disbelief. How can this be? A plaque in ancient Huaxia characters suddenly appeared? In the depths of the netherworld, an ancient temple from ancient times. According to their guesses, this ancient, withered land had a history of tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years. How could it appear here? Chinese characters? One must know that the Huaxia civilization was 5,000 years old. This was the appearance of the Huaxia language in the ruins of the ancient prehistoric civilization tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years ago. They looked into the ancient temple. It exuded a faint light and was filled with desolation. It was as if it had been waiting for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how glorious and majestic it was in the past. Immediately, the few of them didn't dare to be careless. They looked at the distant ancient temple and civilization ruins with great caution, not daring to damage it in the slightest. They rushed towards the mysterious Chinese characters on the plaque. An Easter egg. Bai Ziajun took a deep breath, his face dark as he mumbled, just like the deist from before? This is impossible. Even if it's an Easter egg, the timing doesn't match. Someone spoke. It was obvious that he knew about history. He quickly suppressed the panic in his heart and said, "Ground treasury." It was said that it started during the Tang dynasty. It was said that he was a monk from Silla Kingdom in the Tang dynasty. A prince became a monk and became a god after his death, becoming Kesidagarba Bodhisattva. The Tang dynasty, that had to be 1,000 years ago. It was considered recent history, but how long had it been here? Is it the old site of the Hell legend from several eras ago, tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years ago? The few of them nodded. This was indeed the case. The timing did not match. Suddenly, Bai Ziajun's eyes widened. He looked at the people around him and murmured in a low voice, "Time. Is it really not right?" Chapter 547. Buddha's Light. Did the time really not match? This sentence instantly gripped the hearts of these people. According to the normal time ratio, it was indeed so. The history of Huaxia was only about 5,000 years. It seemed long, but in fact, it was relatively short. How could Huaxia characters appear in the ancient mythical temple of the ancient era, which was tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years ago? This was simply like having a grandson before a grandfather. However, time was not equal in this game. The flow of time in reality was too different from that of the land. 1,000 years ago, perhaps it was the ancient Kesidagarba Bodhisattva who had ascended from the Tang dynasty to this place. Only 1,000 years had passed in the mortal world, and people had gone from the ancient Tang dynasty to the modern era on the internet. Here, there were legends of the era that were enough to spend a long time here. If it's really Kesidagarba, then the ancient Hell temple of Kesidagarba is his residence? Doesn't that mean that it's true that I won't become Buddha until hell is empty? That's impossible, right? It was just a legend. It was unknown whether Kesidagarba Bodhisattva really existed or not. Who was he when he was alive? There are several versions in history. Although the story of the Silla monk in the Tang dynasty is the most recognized. From our experiences, with the terrifying flow of time, nothing is impossible. The few people present were very confused. It felt like a dream, but in theory, it had already been completely realized. Cough, cough, cough. One of the players immediately coughed. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and goosebumps rose all over his body. The tip of his nose twitched. Was this a horror game? It was really terrifying. The more he chewed on the meaning behind it, the more goosebumps he got. He quickly looked at the plaque, pacing back and forth to read the words, and laughed, "Brothers! Why aren't you guys saying anything?" This setting was quite interesting. 100 years in the sky and 1 day on the ground. It was very immersive. As expected of the game's production team. The world setting they had set in the background of the game was constantly being played out and the scenes refreshed one's worldview. It was too explosive. It's simply a work of art. Yes, yes. An Easter egg with a Chinese mythology background, perfectly integrated into this online game of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Another player quickly said. He snapped back to his senses and quickly took a screenshot. He laughed and said, "Super God. It was just a foreshadowing before, it was too godly. If we spread this news and they find out that the mysterious ancient temple in this instance dungeon has ancient Chinese characters, their jaws will drop." The few of them started teasing him. Bai Ziajun glanced at them and nodded. As long as one was smart, they would feel that the black technology of this online virtual reality game could not be created by modern technology. A few hundred years later, when humans developed into the virtual online gaming era of the Isodeans, people would only praise the game for its ingenuity. But now, he started to feel apprehensive. "Brothers, let's organize our thoughts. Prepare to raid the dungeon." Bai Ziajun and the others no longer hesitated, but they were not in a hurry to enter the mysterious temple. After all, they had been blocked by small monsters before. Entering the ancient temple was likely to be the final boss stage of a special difficult dungeon. What danger would there be? Unknown mysterious enemy? If they didn't know, the team would definitely need to discuss and sort out the information before entering the dungeon. It wouldn't be fun if they were wiped out. However, the 2 words Quesadagarba really disturbed their minds. However, they didn't dare to immediately post screenshots and ask for help from the cloud. The other animals were all competing for dungeon progress. If they knew that they had secretly come to steal chickens, wouldn't it be a big deal? We can only rely on our own strategies. First of all, according to the current background setting of the game, for the 2 ancient Chinese characters of Quesadagarba. We, the players, the Path of Azura, have descended into this world, it's not the first batch. Bai Ziajun and the others squatted down, using a short stick to draw on the grey sand. Bai Ziajun analyzed the situation seriously. A few ancient mythological eras before the ancient times, and even further before Zhu Wuxian, there were also some ancient players from Earth thousands of years ago who entered this world and ascended one after another to this world. This place is the immortal world, the Buddha world, in our traditional Chinese legends. These titles. Everyone nodded in agreement. According to the analysis of the background setting, it was indeed so. They came from Earth. After they ascended, they became ancient mighty figures. Then, for some unknown reason, the gods fell. They were incomparably powerful, but they also met with misfortune. I don't know how long it will be, but it might be the era of Zhu Wuxian. Everyone nodded. In that case, based on this background, our myths over the past 5,000 years are very terrifying. For example, this Quesadagarba in front of us might be an outstanding man from Earth 1,000 years ago who stepped into the ancient Sun Road and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, he has appeared in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years of myths and prehistoric times here, leaving behind the ancient ruins for us. Then, Zhang Sanfan? Did Sheikh Yamuni still exist? I'm leaving Hang Pass in the west? Renziu, Emperor Yan, and Yellow Emperor? Heavenly venerates from the mythological era that came from Earth. Their breathing quickened and their faces were filled with fear. When the flow of time was different, there was the greatest possibility of unknown mystery. They had thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation was already amazing enough. It was unbelievable. The setting of the background story was very interesting and closely linked, but at this time, this was only the tip of the iceberg. Then, how did these ancient existences that once set foot on Earth disappear after leaving Earth? Or should I say, it's being suppressed somewhere and only a remnant soul is left. After pushing away the dark clouds, he thought that he had seen the truth of history, but it turned out to be an even bigger dark cloud. They looked at the mysterious ancient temple, and the word hell pierced into their hearts. There was nothing more immersive than those familiar ancient words from the civilization he was in. Before this, they were very touched by Zhu Wuxian, but it was only because they felt touched and admired such a person who was fighting for his own world. However, at this moment, they discovered that before the godless era, even further back in the prehistory, there were existences that seemed to be from Huaxia mythology. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies and blended in like natives. The few of them trembled and started discussing. This game is very special. As expected of the first cross-era virtual online game. It was known as a Second Life, and it was a complete combination of China's 5,000 years of mythological history and the background of the online game world. The sense of immersion is exaggerated. However, such a twisted 5,000-year-old myth might be destroyed by the two of them. But this game is really fun. The background setting is so stunning. The few of them just laughed as they communicated. As for whether it was true or not, they had to slowly estimate it and secretly bury it in their hearts. After tidying up, they began to explore the ancient temple seriously. A few of them, wearing tin cans, entered in order and surrounded by Xiajun. He was the core of the team, and without him to sense the qi, even if they cleared the dungeon, they would not be able to return. They would definitely die in the depths of hell. They entered through the gate of the ancient temple. On both sides were lonely bronze lamps in the style of the Majao caves of Dunhuang. The walls were painted with thick murals, but they had been weathered by the wind for countless years. The colors had faded and they were covered in thick dust. The air was filled with an unknown divine power, so the murals were preserved. And NBSP, tap tap tap. His empty footsteps stirred up dust. Walking within, one would feel the endless years of old age and silence. As they walked, they saw many Buddhist scenes. There were singing and dancing, and there were countless fairies and Buddhist paintings. It was in a very ordinary style of the ancient temples of Dunhuang. There were stone sculptures on both sides, and there were many bodhisattvas, heavenly kings, and strong men standing in wait. The craftsmanship was exquisite. The round and floating sculptures seemed to remind them of the Thousand Buddha cave in Dunhuang. It was simply too beautiful, a work of the gods. It's so beautiful. This is the ancient style of Huaxia architecture. No wonder it's an outstanding person from Earth. 1,000 years ago. It was much more beautiful than those crowded tourist attractions. The vacuum universe, the mysterious temples and historical sites that are filled with radiation, the sense of time is countless times stronger, it's just that these stone walls don't have records of history. Bai Xiajun was little regretful. But of course, this is a realistic way of telling the truth. An ancient temple with mural recording the history of why it was destroyed. That would be weird. Unless it was deliberately drawn by later generations. However, as they continued to walk, they saw a row of words in the paintings. The words were written in an ancient language, which was incompatible with the style of the murals. It seemed to have been engraved later. It was not the centipede-shaped writing that they could not understand. They silently noted it down and walked along the corridor of murals. There wasn't much time left, and they saw a row of words on another mural. They couldn't understand it at all, but it was obviously written in a different language. Even the people who wrote it were different, as if they were from two different eras. Obviously, these characters were not left by the owner of the ancient temple, but added by people from later eras when they came to the ancient temple. Perhaps the ancient temple had been damaged in their era and had become the ruins of today. Powerful beings from different eras came here and left behind these words to record the mysteries of their eras for future generations. It's just that we can't understand it at all. Blood loss. They might be writing the entire truth of the history of each generation. Brother, since the great beings of each era have been here and left their traces, why don't we write that we've been here on a mural? You're looking for a beating. You're destroying a cultural relic. Who are we? In any case, I don't dare to do it now. When the time comes, I'll soar and become a powerful being. I'll definitely leave behind words like these powerful beings in the past. A few people were discussing it. They also felt that the words of each era were different and too realistic. They continued to analyze. After all, many dungeons were of the decryption type. One had to look at the background setting and analyze it. Generally, the boss's information and various background information would be displayed on the various stone walls of the dungeon. However, at this moment, they felt a deep sense of immersion and a strong curiosity about the myths and legends of the ancient era. After all, this ancient temple was an ancient cultural relic of the Earthlings. As he walked in, the stone wall seemed to have become a line of words, symbolizing that in different times, more than 10 ancient almighties had explored the ancient temple. Finally, as they advanced, they gradually saw a row of words that they could understand. It was the native Hell language. It's similar to Zhu Wuxian's handwriting. Everyone was shocked. They had seen Zhu Wuxian's handwriting on the arcade machine before when he wrote that poem. There was a sentence written on it. The samsara traveler killed my lover. I can redeem myself for 100 generations. The people around them looked at each other and could not help but whisper, it should be Zhu Wuxian talking about his era. When the 6 paths of reincarnation was established, the reincarnation king ruled the entire era. But this is already the modern era. I don't know what happened before this. Bai Ziajun shook his head and said, perhaps that emperor would understand. He is connected to the era of the modern era, and is likely to be a remnant of the old mythological era. He took over the broken world, reconstructed the 6 paths of reincarnation, and dominated the ancient times, monopolizing several eras. Even though he's extraordinary, he's still just a heavenly emperor. After tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years, there would definitely be an era where even more terrifying myths and legends existed. There might even be level 8 gods everywhere, and there might even be world-level powerhouses. The Samsara King must have gone through a terrible destruction, which led to the rise of the Samsara King and the resistance of Zhu Wuxian and the others. To welcome today's era. Bai Ziajun looked at the entire corridor of murals. The long history has almost been wiped out. We can only guess what happened in the recent few eras, or even a few thousand years. The current era is the era of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the 6 paths of reincarnation world had been completely spread out. The broken world might not have been as broken as it was before, but it was even bigger. As they slowly walked forward, they reached the end of the entire road, the ancient temple. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. They looked at each other and asked, do you feel that the radiation concentration has increased by more than 10 times? It's like this, living beings are not allowed to come close. Even for us, who are resistant to radiation, I guess it's hard for us to withstand it. There's definitely a terrifyingly strong source of radiation inside that will exterminate all living creatures that get close to it. In the words of the myths, it's still emitting hellish poisonous fire for hundreds of millions of years. This is too terrifying. It has lasted for countless eras. Everyone was shocked. However, on second thought, the half-life of many highly radioactive substances was indeed tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years. Continue to charge, we're already here. You must see what's inside. Bai Ziajun shouted, which instantly boosted the confidence of the others. Not only do we want to be the first team to clear the main plot dungeon and get the only reward, but we also want to know the truth of history. The others immediately gritted their teeth and moved forward. 1 step. 2 steps. Creak. The door was pushed open. The radiation instantly became 1,000 times denser. It was a meditation room behind an ancient temple. It was simple and empty. An ancient and skinny skeleton wearing a kazaya sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a halo behind him and his body emitted a dazzling 5-colored radiance like the light of Buddha. My eyes, Bai Ziajun shouted, feeling his scalp tingle. Run! He would die here. This was a huge source of radiation. It was too shocking, and it was millions of times more than before. It's already so thick that it's in the range of visible light. It should be known that some strong radiation could also emit light. However, such a terrifying radiance gave him goosebumps. As they ran, they thought of the monk who had turned into bones and the brilliant halo that had lasted for 100 million years. They couldn't help but be shocked, as if they had understood history. So this is the truth of the light of Buddha. Chapter 548. Radiation Light Source System. Tap 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 tap. Everyone closed the door and ran away. At this moment, after running for a long distance, there were ancient murals on both sides. The team members looked at each other, and their hearts were beating wildly in their chests. This is too scary. That hazy glass light was so terrifying that my legs turned soft. A few players quickly discussed, feeling that this was a typical opening kill in this type of difficult dungeon. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and escaped death. After a long time, Bai Ziajun swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, "Brothers! Look at what we've found! If word got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The public opinion on the entire internet will be overturned. No, it can't be that exaggerated, right? Someone couldn't help but say. It can't be that exaggerated. Bai Xiajun quickly said, do you know what we found? The truth of historical legends. Use the radiation theory of matter in modern science to explain the structure of hell and the ancient Chinese myths. Explain the 5,000-year-old Chinese mythology with science. The surrounding people were shocked. They only felt an intense excitement in their hearts. They felt as if the thick fog was slowly lifted, and the mystery of history was gradually being solved. Bai Xiajun looked at them and said excitedly. The radiation is the poisonous fire of hell, and the circle of eternal Buddha light behind the Buddha is also a kind of high-energy radiation. This ancient existence had fallen so long ago and was still so terrifying. One could see how terrifying he had been when he was alive. He'll die if he gets close to it. He's another Thulhu evil god. Everyone nodded and immediately reacted. Wasn't this a different kind of indescribable fear? On second thought, wasn't it just like the light of Buddha in the myths, eternal illumination, with colorful glass behind it? They should have thought of Ksitigarbha, who could control such a terrifying hellfire and hell. His own divine power should be a huge source of radiation. This ancient hero of Earth, from the ancient extraordinary civilization, might have mastered a radiation-type supernatural mysterious energy that modern people could not understand. But I don't think so. There was an obvious loophole in this speculation. It was normal for the light of Buddha of Ksitigarbha to be so terrifying. After all, the killing Buddha of hell. What about the other Buddhas? Didn't they save all living beings? How could they kill people like that? What's the matter? Someone asked hurriedly. He still attached great importance to the scientific outlook of development. Bai Xiajun shook her head. I guess the other Buddhas control a kind of positive radiation, which is the opposite of the positive energy. Although they will also cause radiation deformation and cell transformation. However, it was only a positive influence. It should be known that some special radiation could produce positive effects and promote the significant evolution of living things. Look. Which of those Buddhas didn't have hair loss and a bunch of warts on their heads? This was a radiation deformity. Isn't it similar to those creatures that were affected by nuclear radiation? Everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, it was a little similar. That made sense. After all, radiation hair loss was the most common early symptom. No wonder they were all bald. They were shocked to find out that this instant's dungeon had hidden so much information. As for the 3 heads and 6 arms, the glaring vajra, and all sorts of deformed forms, plus the lump on one head, they're obviously the general forms of radiation deformity. Bai Xiajun said confidently, Buddha, the Buddha's light that he practices is probably a special cosmic radiation system. Look again. Could it be that this special radiation energy could easily infect and assimilate other living beings? Assimilation? This is the principle of saving all sentient beings, convert to Buddha. When everyone heard this, they had strange expressions. He felt that it was becoming more and more similar. This couldn't be as simple as a coincidence, right? They stepped into the depths of hell, the mysterious ancient sun road, and saw the ancient prehistoric mythological buildings. Perhaps they had already glimpsed a corner of the cultivation system of ancient Huaxia mythology. It's an extraordinary civilization that belongs to our ancient Earth, and the true principle of the Buddhist lineage. Using science to explain the extraordinary. The people beside him took a deep breath. Although a lot of evidence pointed in the same direction, the impact was too great. It was still hard to imagine and needed to be slowly sorted out. You guys still don't believe me? Then, I'll say another one. How are you going to explain it? Bai Xiajun couldn't help but say. If it's a radiation cultivation system, then it's understandable why it's so overbearing. As the saying went, with the light of Buddha, an area of 800 miles is filled with Buddha land. Yes, Buddha land, this. Wasn't it the radiation zone? Only believers could live inside. Who else would dare to come in? Don't you want to live? Once you enter the radiation zone, you'll definitely be assimilated into a believer. Everyone was stunned. The brilliant Buddhist kingdom was radiation. Shoot. District? Everyone knew that radiation was a form of destructive and terrifying death energy. It would madly transform and mutate deformed cells, causing the collapse of biological genes. What was in front of them was called the hellfire, and it filled the entire dangerous land. However, if they could develop a positive radiation that was similar to the energy, the light would shine and promote biological evolution. It would be a very powerful and overbearing system, the radiation light source system. This kind of extraordinary energy cultivation system was very domineering. It would definitely be able to form a large force that was not inferior to the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. The cultivation principle of Buddha is that it will emit a special radiation of positive energy. It will emit a brilliance like the spring breeze and lead people to do good. Everywhere it goes, it's filled with Buddha's light and it's emitting positive energy. Bai Xiaojun mumbled to himself, "You still haven't realized it?" The surrounding players fell silent. Everyone was terrified. If it was converted into beneficial radiation of positive energy, would it be a powerful ability to bring good fortune to all living beings? However, how to convert it and how to study it was a terrifying problem. Light. Spreading the believers. Everywhere it illuminated was Buddha land. Their breathing gradually became heavy. Their expressions were all different. There was fear, joy, and shock. Everyone present had a strange expression. With all the evidence before them, they completely believed it. One of the team members had completely surrendered. He seemed to have thought of something and shouted excitedly, "No wonder he's called Dari Buddha." The image was that of a person with a sun on his back, emitting a halo. Wherever he went, it was Buddha land, full of believers. This was clearly a hint from the start. "There's radiation here." "I see." The other man shuddered, excited to know the truth. With a sun on his back, how can the sun not have radiation? The sun is undergoing intense high-energy nuclear reactions at all times. Detestable. So many mythical hints have appeared in front of us, but we only understood everything when we saw the small sun with strong radiation behind the skeleton monk. Chapter 549. Inheritance. The tense atmosphere completely exploded. On second thought, there's obviously a basis for the Buddha to feed the eagle with his own flesh and convert it. There was no free meat in the world. This is to let the other party join the religion. On second thought, the monkeys were also irradiated and became believers. They joined the church obediently. You've learned the radiation combat technique. Everyone's breathing quickened as they continued to bring in the ancient Huaxia myths and legends. They actually all received a reasonable and perfect answer. This instant's dungeon had revealed too much. From the moment they entered the ancient temple and saw the 2 ancient Chinese characters Ksatagarbha, to the ancient history and the hidden truth of the cultivation system, it was so shocking. Everyone took a deep breath. This really is an extremely scientific explanation of ancient mythology. People in the modern world said that Buddha was fake, that Buddha did not exist, and that Buddha was very unscientific. They didn't understand. Modern scientific research was not deep enough. However, our physics is beginning to understand the principles of mythology, just like the Isotardians, who create extraordinary things through science. Then, they all looked at Bai Xiaojun and got down to business. "So, what should we do next? Is that door still open?" Bai Xiaojun's face grew anxious. After breaking in with great difficulty, he saw what seemed to be the corpse of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. Even though it had been hundreds of millions of years, it was still emitting terrifying hellfire that swept through the entire secret chamber. The other mighty figures probably didn't dare to get close. They couldn't bear it and didn't get the inheritance, so they could only leave words outside. There's no need to say more. This is an inheritance. Bai Xiaojun analyzed the situation seriously. If I'm not wrong, according to past records, these ancient Buddhas should have relics. As for the relic, it was their energy core, a source of radiation. The relic emitted a faint golden light, which also perfectly matched the characteristics. It's just that this inheritance is too domineering, and ordinary people can't even lift it. Their entire body's cells will collapse, pus will flow out, and they'll be exhausted. Everyone nodded. If it was a normal Buddha, it would emit light and positive energy radiation. If one took it away, they would at most be assimilated and become the next Buddha, or perhaps they could be called the reincarnation of the Buddha. This was the relic of Buddha, passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps it was also the origin of the legend of reincarnation. It was said that when generations of Buddhas fell, there would always be reincarnated Buddhas who would be brought back. The most famous one was the dragon subduing tiger, and the golden cicada should be based on this principle. The more everyone thought about it, the more they understood. When they recalled the long Buddhist myths and legends, they were completely shocked. This perfectly explained the story of the entire mythological system. Bai Ziyajun's face was solemn as she said, "It's just that Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva is too terrifying and special. It's the one and only hell Buddha who has fallen into the devil path and cultivated the killing Buddha. His sarara is too terrifying and fierce. It's mainly used for killing. Ordinary people can't withstand it, or it would have been taken away long ago." When they thought of this, they still had no choice. They guessed that there should be a relic on the corpse, but they could not take it away. This level of radiation was not something they could handle. If they carried it with them, they would die. There was once a piece of news where a man picked up a metal bullet with strong radiation from an experiment. He thought it was beautiful and put it in his pocket. In just 10 minutes, he passed out on the ground and had to have his leg amputated. This was the terrifying power of radiation. I can't take it away. But I can't return empty-handed, I can only give it a try. Bai Ziyajun gritted his teeth and gestured for the others to step back. I will try to communicate and plead for mercy. This ancient being has great ambitions. We have all grown up listening to his stories. As heroes who once came from Earth, perhaps he will show mercy. After all, we are all of the same origin. With that, Bai Ziyajun broke his knee and kneeled on the ground. He bowed slowly. As I've heard, the Buddha is in Dalit Yun for a moment, and I'm the mother. In the 10 boundless worlds, all the unspeakable Buddhas and the great Bodhi Mahasattva had gathered. Praise the Shakyamuni Buddha for being able to live in the 5 chaos evil world. The few people around him widened their eyes and quickly took a few steps back. This was a ruthless man. He actually knelt down in the way of receiving the inheritance and acknowledging a master, and even recited the scriptures. This seemed to be Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva's original wish sutra. This brother was obviously a believer in reality and probably recited it often. However, will this really work? Someone mumbled to himself. He felt strange and thought that this was unbelievable. After all, he subconsciously thought that this was a game. There were also people who were not so stupid. They wanted to try and learn to be apprenticed to a master, but they obviously did not have the knowledge in this area and did not know how to recite the scriptures. After all, if he succeeded, it would mean that he would inherit the other party's sarara and become the successor of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. His identity would be the reincarnation of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. The opportunities in this instant's dungeon were too great. Bai Ziyajun bowed with every step he took, slowly chanting the scriptures, looking extremely pious. On the other side. When Su Ji saw this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, took off his sunglasses, and stood up. This man is terrifying. This person is indeed not simple. He's very open-minded to think of the embryonic form of this radiation system. It makes me vaguely feel that Buddhism is a special radiation energy system. There seems to be a hidden story in the ancient myths. Since that's the case, I'll give him a chance to try and open up a new path. Su Ji kept muttering to himself. Although radiation was all destructive energy, and it might require a lot of in-depth research to transform it into another kind of positive energy, which might not be possible to achieve, Su Ji had already seen the huge potential of a new cultivation system. If the radiation system can really become a reality, then it will definitely be an extremely tyrannical cultivation technique. At that thought, Su Ji raised his hand slightly. There's no loss anyway, so there's no harm in trying. On both sides of the ancient temple were ancient murals. Step by step, Bai Ziyajun knelt down on the ground in a pious and polite manner, chanting the sacred scriptures. Finally, he slowly pushed open the door. Squeak! The door opened instantly. This time, the radiation source was much smaller and was within an acceptable range. It was not as intense as before. Every cell in his body was screaming, "Run, this kind of horror! It has indeed manifested." Bai Ziyajun was extremely excited. He clenched his fists and said, "I knew it. There must be a way to overcome this type of instance dungeon. It is impossible that there is no solution. And the opponent is an ancient hero of our earth, a great ancient god. One era after another, the creatures that left words on the murals cannot be inherited. However, we can inherit it. We're on the same side. We are the ones who share the same lineage." He continued to worship devoutly, step by step. All of a sudden, the corpse trembled slightly as a voice from the ancient era rang out in its ears. It was still a Cantonese song with a certain accent. After 100 million years, there will be a descendant who will get the dig. He can recite thick scriptures, and he's like a Haozanji. Hwala. With that, a row of relics slowly flew up. It was emitting a brilliant 5-colored light, as if it was a vast divine light that existed for eternity. The smallest one was shining with golden light as it flew forward. The entire skeleton became completely still again. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Bai Xiajun took the relic and flew out. Bai Xiajun was completely dumbfounded. What language was that? Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, wasn't he a god of Huaxia? Isn't the word ground treasury written on the door in Chinese? Brother, this is Cantonese from the Guangdong and Guangxi provinces. It might be an ancient accent, and it's a little awkward. At this moment, a player beside him had a strange expression. He also felt that it was strange that Ksatagarbha could speak Cantonese. The general meaning is that after billions of years, some descendants can actually come here? You've recited a good scripture, I like you very much. Bai Xiajun was dumbfounded. So forthright? There were many dialects in China. The Beast Dao had 4 common languages, but there were more in China. There were countless languages everywhere. Sure enough, he was filled with hardcore people who loved the fun of learning languages. The few people present were not surprised that he could speak Cantonese. It was more poisonous to speak fluent modern Mandarin. During the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago, Mandarin was not as common as the modern era. In ancient times, there were naturally a mix of various languages. However, Cantonese was already quite popular in some parts of the Tang dynasty and was considered a big language. It seems that Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva might have lived in the Guangdong and Guangxi regions of the Tang dynasty. Their expressions became strange. This accent had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had seen their old friends from a distant place. Let's go. Bai Xiajun's expression suddenly changed. I can't make it in time. If I don't go back. And right now, I seem to have only obtained the smallest relic. I'll have to come back in the future. The few of them quickly rushed out of the ancient temple. Ta ta ta! They strode out of the ancient ruins. History would remember this moment. In the 413th year of the heavenly year, Ksatagarbha king obtained the ancient inheritance in an ancient temple. In order to inherit his ancestors' will, he reluctantly bid farewell to his wife. His 7 children converted to Buddhism and left the mortal world. They cultivated the 6 roots of purity and the prosperity of Buddhism. Chapter 550. Ancient Buddhism and Historical Doubts. A group of people sneaked past the dungeon and the ancient temple, then quietly rushed back the way they came. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. On the golden ancient land, mysterious trees took root. Fortunately, the patrolling tree men and women sensed the chi here and thought they were of the same kind, so they didn't come over. It's like a mission impossible. Someone was shocked and felt that they were lucky. This is stealth. As expected, we can't use brute force to break through this dungeon. The only way to clear it is to become one of their kind and walk out of the patrol area. You guys say. Suddenly, someone looked at the green trees that were emitting a faint glow and laughed. Could these trees be the legendary Bodhi tree? It's said that Shakyamuni attained enlightenment under a Bodhi tree and became a Buddha on the spot. That's how he started the Buddhist cultivation. Everyone's heart trembled. It was really possible. The radiation from these trees was very large. If he studied their structure, he might be able to open up this radiation light source system and gain some insight into something. After all, it was natural. The beginning of any system was derived from nature. Bai Xiajun also pondered, that's true. I might need to stay here and study the structure of these trees. I'll walk the path that Sakyamuni once took and gain enlightenment on a path of Buddha that belongs to me. This is a test for me. After all, teacher Ksatagarbha didn't teach me any cultivation techniques because he wanted me to open up a path and not follow the old path of my predecessors. Ksatagarbha had passed away in a sitting posture, and there were many relics, at least 10 of them. Although he had obtained the smallest sarara, he could only bear this small one at the moment. However, he did not have any cultivation method. It was equivalent to obtaining a rich cultivation energy source. It seemed like he was left to explore on his own. Someone else said. Also, those strange men and women in the strange trees are absorbing the radiance of this radiation. They are likely to be Bhikkhu and Bhikshuni from ancient times. After being affected by this radiation area. No, the Buddha land is infected. Everyone's heart was beating faster and faster. They felt that the environment of the entire ancient temple had been perfectly unfolded. The Bodhi trees, Bhikkhu, Bhikkhuni. This piece of land was a terrifying radiation zone. The Buddha land seemed to shine for eternity. They gradually walked out of the ancient ruins. They were completely relaxed and rejoiced at having survived a disaster. This was a very unforgettable ruins exploration experience. At this time, the entire group was led by Bai Jun. It was obvious that he was very intelligent. In the future, he would most likely rise to power, not to mention that they had such a great opportunity. If he rose to power, they would definitely be enlightened and become a group of Buddhas that were close to them. Everyone had a small sun above their heads, shining with 5-colored light. They put their hands together, and wherever they went, golden light would shine. It was Buddha land. Wasn't that wonderful? It's very likely that the Vairocana is a cultivation system that was created by visualizing the sun. Everyone said again. Right now, they only felt extremely excited. When one person achieved the Dao, his chickens and dogs would rise to the heavens. This was too high. They felt that they would definitely be a top player in the future and inherit the Buddhist legacy. They would probably be famous on the rankings. On the way back, Bai Jun took a deep breath and said, "Brothers, we are almost there. First, we have to deal with some injuries. We can't die. After all, if we die, we will have nothing left." Right. Everyone nodded. After all, they had just come out of the terrifying radiation zone. Although they looked fine at the time, many radiation did not kill them instantly. At the time, they thought that they were fine, but after a few hours, they fell to the ground, twitching and oozing pus. This was the most terrifying reason. The radiation did not occur without being noticed. Everyone hurriedly began to recuperate from their injuries. It was the most profitable to survive this wave of attacks. In the next few days, they had been recuperating. They had no intention of telling anyone else. But some of them had also started to develop qi and explored the ancient temple in the same way as Bai Jun. Soon, those teams found something unusual. The horizontal board of the ancient temple had the Chinese character Ksatagarbha written on it. The new footsteps of some creatures in the temple were very messy, which made them know that they were not the first ones to rob the grave. "There's a big shot who stole a chicken. Come out and say something, clench teeth. Who's that perverted? Secretly picking peaches. And what's with the ancient Chinese characters on it? Are you bastards the ones who wrote down your trip here and destroyed the scenic spots?" The crowd was excited. Then, someone started to investigate. A few days ago, someone had been acting strangely. They went out strangely and came back with serious injuries. After all, it was impossible to not be exposed to high radiation during such a journey. Bai Jun and the others saw that they could no longer hide it. Sooner or later, they would be found out, so they stood out and explained the whole thing. "I did form a small team," Bai Jun said, "let me tell you what I saw." Just as he had expected, the moment he finished speaking and announced the news, the entire forum was in an uproar. The ancient Chinese characters, the relative flow of time, the talents on earth, a senior from the Ksatagarbha ancient temple, and the Tang dynasty. Speaking in Cantonese, it seemed like the Tang dynasty was 1,000 years old, but in fact, it had come to this world for countless ancient years and had already fallen. Such a terrifying world view was like watching a mythical drama. "So you're saying that there were many legendary characters from various dynasties and generations that existed in history and flew into the current online gaming world. Our 5,000 years of history is very short, but it's a long time for the people who can only stay in the mortal world and the ancient heroes who have ascended. 100 years in heaven, 1 day on earth. Buddha, so it's radiation. If you think about it this way, it does make sense." The internet went crazy, the forums went crazy, and all the players in the game cheered. This was too exciting. Just as Bai Jun had expected, this was only the third day of the game. The world that had been spread out was too terrifying. This game had completely overturned everyone's worldview. In a university dormitory. Brothers, this world view is completely self-consistent, and it is completely connected with the other wizards and ancient trees' world views. There are no loopholes. A group of enthusiastic students were discussing in front of their computers. That's right. The setting of the flow of time can even perfectly bring this world and our real society's time into it. Such a scene could be seen everywhere. Countless topics began to focus. In reality, many people were so excited that they couldn't sleep. The ancient history contained in this was too mysterious, and it had infinite possibilities. Yuan King Hua, he had a new love. Don't you care about our 4 children and the triplets that you're pregnant with? Bai Ziajun rolled his eyes. It's such an exciting adventure, I want to bring you out to cause trouble. After all, the 2 of us brothers have gone through 7 life and death situations together. However, if you, a celestial emperor, were locked up as a breeding pig, who would be able to bring you out? Even the Devas wouldn't let you go. At this moment, even Menmei, the racer of Mount Harana, and the other big shots of the various realms had a dark expression on their faces. They took deep breaths and were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They had already guessed that Huaxia had an ancient extraordinary civilization. But now, the world of 6 paths of reincarnation turned out to be the legendary immortal world where the ancient people ascended. A world with a higher flow rate. There was also the appearance of Kesidagarba, an ancient man from the Tang dynasty in reality. The expert players' private group exploded, and they started discussing in secret. Cute girl, radiation system? It sounded terrifying, and it was definitely not lower than the incense system. Furthermore, it had an unprecedented appeal, which was indeed suitable for establishing a religion and assimilating believers. The cultivation principles of this ancient Buddhist system have been preliminarily shown and have confirmed many things. It's very terrifying. You can figure out the details on your own, I'll give you a look.jpg. System publisher, all big bosses, you've seen a lot. Listen quietly, trembling. The alchemy monarch coughed, I didn't expect the truth to be so shocking. It actually started in ancient times. If you don't think about it, with the terrifying speed of 1 day to 1 year, let alone 1,000 years, even in reality, after another 100 years, we will be like Kesidagarba Bodhisattva in there, and countless ancient eras will have passed. They could feel the weight of fate. This perfectly explained why no matter how modern people excavated historical sites, they couldn't find any remnants of the extraordinary power of the ancient myths, as if it had never existed. So he wasn't the first one. There were ancient people who had ascended long ago. Although he did not know what the screening conditions for the ancient people's ascension were, the modern ascension condition was that writing hardcore papers was the way to enter the era. The racer of Mount Harana, based on my analysis, the information I've gathered so far is that there's an even bigger Easter egg in this ancient temple dungeon. It's not inferior to anything that we know about in Buddhism. There was another huge secret hidden? A secret not inferior to that of Buddhism? Everyone in the group was stunned. They all knew that the racer of Mount Harana was extremely intelligent, and they all admired him. After all, everyone had their own talents and unique traits, and this rascal was good at planning. However, what he just said was unbelievable. Someone said, that's impossible, right? There's an even bigger secret that I can't think of. The racer of Mount Harana replied, you guys just wait and see, proud. On the other side, the major research institutes were also in an uproar. The ancient Chinese Buddhas used a radiation light system? If you think about it this way, it is indeed very similar. We've only started to come into contact with radiation in recent times. The most common thing is nuclear radiation. I didn't expect that in the distant ancient times, the extraordinary civilization of Huaxia had already come into contact with this kind of energy use. Many scientists in white coats were stunned as they watched the heated discussion on the forum. They felt that their worldviews had been completely impacted. And all of this, the legacy of an ancient Chinese god, a Buddha, was obtained by an ordinary player? Everyone's breathing quickened. What kind of concept was this? He was a god. The remains of the ancient Buddha, which was hundreds of millions of years old and emitted such a terrifying aura, had been inherited by an ordinary modern person of the 21st century. Investigate. Investigate this player's real-life identity. An old man with golden hair and a high nose bridge sat in his seat with a serious face. He stared nervously at the screen, and a touch of excitement and urgency flashed through his eyes. If the inheritance of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva comes to our place, the impact will be self-evident. At this moment, the entire laboratory was silent. The internet was in an uproar. This game's main plot was like a god's plot. It should be known that it was already very godly before. However, the ancient temple instance dungeon, which was perfectly connected and integrated with the ancient history of reality, had completely ascended to the altar. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana arrived. He directly brought even more explosive information to the people, completely blowing up from this altar, pushing it to the highest level. The racer of Mount Harana immediately posted, "Do you guys really think that you know everything about this ancient temple dungeon? You have overlooked the scariest hidden Easter egg of this instance dungeon. You have only seen half of the truth." What? The people on the internet were anxious. This guy had obviously discovered something. But when he thought back to what he had experienced in the ancient temple, he felt that Bai Ziajun's reasoning was already perfect. There were no more secrets to be dug out, and there were no more secrets left. After all, they had already seen Bai Ziajun's capabilities. He was a meticulous and observant person. That was the most impressive impression he had left on them. After all, Bai Ziajun had chosen a way to clear the dungeon, which was something they would never have thought of. They could not guess the history of the dungeon either. The Buddha might be a radiating system, and there was no way to clear it. But Bai Ziajun had only seen half of it. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy is still driving so fast? How far-reaching was his vision? The racer of Mount Harana was rather calm, and he asked a question right away. First of all, you think that these instance dungeon monsters, the tree men and women, who are blocking us, are from the system of radiation light sources. They are Buddhists, Bhikkhu, Bhikkhu. But something was clearly wrong. Your analysis is wrong. What's wrong? Everyone asked. In their bodies. There's another system Qi. As soon as the racer of Mount Harana finished speaking, everyone finally realized what was going on. They had been neglecting the most important and obvious thing: anger. That's right. The radiation immediately attracted their attention. In the process of their discussion, they ignored the most obvious, mysterious and unknown system, Qi. Qi, what is it? Chu Mingshan's expression was serious as he typed. Based on our current knowledge, we naturally can't figure out the principle. However, now that he knew about Buddha, what if he did the same reverse deduction and combined it with Chinese history? You must know that in the ancient times, there were Qi practitioners who practiced internal Qi. Everyone's expressions started to change. Qi. No one would forget about the history of the ancient Qi refinement warriors. The pre-Qin dynasty had the most number of Qi refinement warriors. At that time, the 100 schools of thought were famous for their Qi refinement warriors and elixir refinement warriors. The racer of Mount Harana continued to speed up. As everyone knows, cultivators also cultivate true energy. This is also a type of energy. Is it a coincidence? What is the most basic theory of Taoism? Xiantian Yi Qi. What is a Leviathan? Many modern people didn't understand that in Daoism, Qi meant Qi, which was innate Qi. In ancient Chinese cultivation, Qi was undoubtedly the foundation, and true Qi was the source of energy for Daoist cultivators. Everyone's expressions froze. The racer of Mount Harana continued. Dao has the saying of embryonic breathing and returning to the Xiantian realm in one breath. All of this shows the importance of one breath in a Daoist's body. When everyone heard this, all kinds of ancient Taoist theories were born in their hearts again. A terrifying thought was born in their hearts. This was the basic principle of Dao cultivation. Previously, Buddha appeared. Now, it was Dao. They had goosebumps. Originally, the impact of a Buddhist radiation light system was already terrifying. However, before their eyes, the second attack of the same level was actually hidden in the first attack, and they had not noticed it before. All of them are linked. I didn't think that I could continue to dig deeper into this dungeon and hide more information. Bai Ziajun's face also changed. At this moment, he deeply felt the gap between him and these big shots. Cough, cough, cough. The racer of Mount Harana continued, you've already guessed it. The ancient Daoist theory was that once the innate Qi was leaked, his cultivation would be greatly damaged. Are these living beings the same? I don't care if you believe me or not. The racer of Mount Harana's face darkened. This is too much of a coincidence. China's 5,000-year history of mythology may seem short. In fact, it was unfathomable. Perhaps the Buddha had appeared in a long ancient civilization that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. The Dao might have appeared. Now, after experiencing the radiation Buddha incident, how could they not believe it? The Qi was obviously the legendary Dao. Buddha was a radiation light source system. Dao was the system of innate Qi. The legends of Chinese history, the ancient Taoist system. Our true ancestors cultivated the system of civilization. Some of them pursed their lips, feeling extremely complicated. At this moment, as the game's main plot advanced and touched upon the original historical legends, the entire 5,000 years of China's history might be overturned. Or reveal the truth. Perhaps, the revival of the supernatural. However, could he really move into reality again? At this moment, many netizens in front of their computers felt as if the blood vessels in their brains were about to burst and surge up. Chapter 551. Trust is a power. The impact of this simply subverted their three views and destroyed all kinds of myths and legends that they had heard and seen since childhood. They couldn't help but sort out some of their thoughts. Buddha, the system of radiation light source, is essentially light. Dao, the Xiantian Qi system, the essence is Qi. Ancient people? Light and air? The Buddha's light was really radioactive. True Qi was true Qi. It's too realistic. At this moment, many people were shocked and overjoyed. The ancient people did not lie to us. This is the literal meaning. It's just that we couldn't understand the ancient myths before. It's only now that we understand that the words in the myths are so straightforward and easy to understand. The truth of Chinese history and myths. This short paragraph was already heavy enough in the eyes of most people. Some people suddenly recalled their early childhood, the myths and legends that they looked forward to in their childhood, Nezha wreaking havoc in the sea, and the heavenly palace. He also worshipped it. When he was a child, he even made a fuss about buying the golden hooped rod and brandished it like a Chuyunibyo. However, when he grew up, countless elders told him that it was just a scam and a ridiculous story. The adults told themselves. In reality, and even in ancient times, there had never been a transcendent. Myths and legends were all superstitions. However, at this moment, it was as if a gentle voice was whispering in his ear, evoking his initial impulse and dream. You don't need to give up. Those hot-blooded myths and legends, it once existed in history. Just this one sentence. That one sentence was enough. Many people looked at the screenshots, the blurred horizontal board of the ancient temple, Ksatagarbha, and the skeleton of the lonely ancient monk. They had an impulse to call it the glory of history, but they were silent. Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. If hell was not empty, he would not become Buddha. This is an ancient man from the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago. He was a hero of our ancient Chinese ancestors and a god that belongs to our Eastern gods. He has blood and flesh, so you must inherit his will. They were obsessed with Xiangxia online games, fantasy novels, and the bright world. Why didn't they want to make up for the regrets in their hearts? However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was history that existed in real life or if it was really just an online game, the worldview laid out in front of them was a fusion of ancient myths and reality. It made people feel a strong sense of immersion. It successfully attracted my attention. Even more people sat in front of their computers, breathing rapidly. Previously, there were still people who resisted, thinking that it was too hardcore and did not want to endure it. But now, they could not help but want to fall into the pit. The mechanisms of Buddhism, Daoism, and cultivation had already been revealed. The two largest religions in ancient mythology had already unraveled their biggest secrets. As for whether it was true or not, it depended on how the individual viewed it. At this moment, someone finally couldn't help but analyze. According to this point of view, the bhikkhu, bhikkhani that we think of is actually not just a Buddhist disciple who practices radiation. Or was he a Dao cultivator who cultivated inner Qi? They were. Buddhism and Daoism? Buddha is Dao. Everyone immediately recalled those mysterious tree men and women. They felt blood rush to their heads, and their heads buzzed. This was very strange, as if they had discovered terrifying ancient history. Is it the war between Buddhism and Daoism? But in essence, it's a battle of ideas between light and Qi. The ancient legends are too amazing. Then why would the remaining living beings of this land cultivate Buddhism and Daoism, who taught them? Kesidagarba. That's not right. According to ancient records, the netherworld was ruled by both Buddhism and Daoism. Not only Kesidagarba Bodhisattva, but also the king of hell and Judge Kui from Daoism. No wonder these creatures are dual cultivators of Buddhism and Daoism. However, through the ancient temple in the depths of this area, we have actually figured out the principles of the cultivation system. We can even explore and restore the glory of the 5,000-year Huaxia mythological era. Yet, it was possible in ancient times. We can also recultivate in the modern world. Everyone analyzed what would happen in the future. Some people even boldly suggested that they should try to cultivate in real life. It sounded a little childish, but the implication was that it was no longer a game. They felt that this 6 realms of reincarnation game was too mysterious and terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana coughed again and said, "Everyone, please calm down. The possibility of our supernatural recovery is not high. After all, this is just a virtual game." Some people believed this, while others didn't. However, the racer of Mount Harana could not be bothered with that and continued. Although someone said before that the extraordinary power that happened inside is very real and detailed, and that it's theoretically possible in reality, it's only a possibility. Based on the current historical setting of the Tsenpo, he probably did similar experiments in the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago. It was impossible to succeed on Earth, so he asked people to practice his radiation method. On the contrary, he left behind the legends of miracles, Qi practitioners, and Buddhas. He even tried to let some of the ancient people cultivate it, which led to some orthodoxies and even his stories being left behind. I guess it's not just Kesidagarba Bodhisattva. The other mythical figures will return to the ancient times after ascending and try to let other ordinary ancient people cultivate it. However, they didn't succeed and instead left behind various immortal deeds and orthodoxies. The netizens were dumbfounded after hearing this and somewhat believed it. This setting was perfect. And NBSP, this completely explained some of the ancient myths and legends. It was unbelievable to see immortals flying in the sky and burrowing underground, but no one was able to successfully cultivate it. It was passed down and some ancient ruins were excavated. Buddhism and Daoism also did not find any extraordinary phenomena. This explanation is completely complete. It's completely connected with real history. Countless people shouted. On the other hand, Alchemy Monarch, Cutie Pie, and the others were interested. Meng Mei quivered and said, "In that case, Kesidagarba Bodhisattva of 1,000 years, isn't that similar to us? After we ascended and returned to the mortal world, we also secretly studied the cultivation methods in the real world and tried to let others cultivate. Especially the Alchemy Monarch, he had already started to do it. Let some people try to cultivate their bodies. Alchemy Monarch, the characters in the ancient myths will most likely do the same thing as us. They will try to make people cultivate it. Balloon fish, that's not a high chance. They'll definitely do that. That's why they left behind some orthodoxies. However, no matter how we look at it, there are no traces of extraordinary power. These people were discussing in their private groups, silently biting their lips. All of this perfectly explained the signs of the ancient myths, making them more and more convinced that the ancient myths of China had existed. They were definitely not the first batch to come in. It was because they were too similar. However, at that moment, the racer of Mount Harana was still mumbling, "Ha." Although he couldn't cultivate in reality, this game was getting more and more fun. It was very immersive. Maybe we can study the lost ancient civilization in the game and the Taoist cultivation system, using the Buddhist cultivation system. That's right. We'll study it in the game now. After we create it, we'll talk about it in real life. The internet suddenly became more and more lively. Clearly, they had not given up yet. It's not bad. Su Ji nodded and silently took notes. Perhaps I can get these guys to research the Huaxia pantheon, the Daoists' innate Qi system, and the ancient Buddha's radiation light source system. If it could be realized, it would be the foundation of a new macro world. Any one of the two systems felt like it was comparable to the Magus system or the inner world system, and it might even have endless potential. The more they talk about it, the more I feel like they once existed. They all belong to the same cultivation system of the universe. It's extremely powerful. Even I believed it. Chapter 552. Peed in Fear. To be honest, if the Huaxia divine system had really been born and two feasible Buddhist cultivation methods had appeared, Su Ji would have been quite surprised. After all, he had grown up in such an environment, and he more or less had the complex and romantic feelings of his youth. Which Chinese person did not want to revive the legends of the myths? The Huaxia divine system. It was a word that people loved and missed, with glory and feelings that were engraved into their bones. At that time, it would be a small step for mankind and a big step for Earth. The legends of Buddhism and Taoism will no longer be the fantasies of the ancient people, but will become reality. Su Ji's face was full of curiosity. On the other hand, Su Ji's trip to Mercury was just for a vacation and to build a power station. He did not expect such an interesting thing to happen. Based on the high concentration of radiation on Mercury, he had actually vaguely developed a cultivation system. As for how to do it, I still have to think about it. Su Tan sat down with his legs crossed. The surprise came very suddenly. He began to think about how to accept this huge civilization encounter. If he could not digest it, it would be a problem. I guess I'll have to open this instance more often in the future. The mysterious ancient road of the sun and the depths of Inferno Hell. After all, this radiation zone. No, the brilliant Buddha land is a good place to comprehend and cultivate. Unless the system is perfected to the point where I can freely open up a glorious Buddhist land. To be honest, it was a good thing that he had adapted to the situation very quickly. Bai Ziajun had been analyzing the ancient history, and the moment he had found out that there was a relic, he had immediately created one. It was also a very simple structure. Originally, the five-colored halo of the ancient Buddha's remains was the radiation residue extracted from the ancient star tree. It was condensed into a ball of waste material, so the radiation was naturally shocking. As for the relic, it was naturally a small portion that was condensed into a round ball. Therefore, it's important to adapt to the situation. Whatever history they can guess, give them the same history. If I didn't immediately create a relic, how could there be a series of surprises? Su Ji could not help but laugh. However, by doing so, I've managed to fill in the gaps in my worldview. Cutie Pie, the racer of Mount Harana, the alchemy emperor, and the others have become more and more convinced of the authenticity of their adventures. After all, humans had a very strange mentality. When they had a shocking encounter that happened to them inexplicably, they had been suspicious and careful. But when they knew that they were not the first batch and that it had happened to the ancient people, they would. Oh, so that's how it is? That was not strange. At this moment, the perfect completion of the entire Chinese worldview made Su Ji feel even more relieved. He had less to worry about. The world of Six Dao of Samsara was once the place where the ancient Chinese heroes came to. They would also feel a strong sense of immersion and place their focus on it. Su Ji sighed in his heart for a while. He felt the benefits of being a salted fish. There were many things that could not be interfered with by too many people. Letting nature take its course was the best result that was in line with the heavenly Dao. If left alone, the players would analyze themselves and make up the most suitable hypothesis to give the most satisfactory answer. Very quickly, a few months had passed. Of course, it was calculated according to the time flow between heaven and man. Su Ji continued to plant the trees. He was walking on the barren Mercury, under the golden rays of the sun, observing the progress of the Mercury Power Station project and constantly improving the species of trees. He had always been the kind of person who was very indifferent. After all, the star tree was the key to this trip. As for the chi spirits, he had great potential, but he had to put it aside and let the players develop. It was not the time to care about it. The channel to directly raise his cultivation was the core. On the other hand, the players he had brought out for a tour were walking around Mercury, treating this high radiation instance dungeon as a training ground. In their eyes, they were starting to imagine things again. At this moment, this was obviously a main battle storyline. Furthermore, the main mission advancement had already appeared. The class advancement mission had appeared. In the players' words, this meant that when one reached level 10, they would begin to have class changes, which were Taoist and Buddhist. Of course, there were also many people who complained. So, the main mission has advanced to this point. The ancient temple plot is for us to change our profession? It's almost the same as the previous online games. Almost the same, my ass. This was too hardcore. All the cultivation professions require us to deduce and revive the ancient civilization according to the ancient myths and legends of Huaxia. Ha ha ha, this is so fun! Do we have to research it ourselves and create something out of nothing? Wow, 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 the secret of the ancient times, the glory of the ancestors, I'm here. Everyone was stunned by the high degree of freedom difficulty. I have to provide for myself after changing my profession? Game planning team, come out and let's have a chat? However, despite their complaints, this was not the first time they had done something as difficult as this. This was probably because the more difficult it was, the more challenging it was. Countless players also felt that this was very exciting, because studying the ancient Chinese cultivation system and reviving the ancient ruins was like a dream when they were young. This was an archaeological project. They began their research, occasionally entering the ancient temple instance dungeon to take samples and study, just like the harmonious atmosphere in the university library. He even started to write down his experiment records. He also invited some of the big shots from all the worlds outside, such as the racer of Mount Harana, Green Vine, Mother Earth, and even asked them to consult some of the gods inside to help him deduce the prototype. It could be said that he was full of support and was full of the joy of learning. It also quickly reached the top of the trending search list. The most realistic online game in history? Even the cultivation and profession change are derived by the players themselves. Worldwide attention. Could they deduce the cultivation methods of ancient Huaxia? Pursue the path of ancient Huaxia? Search for the truth of history? The internet was paying close attention. After all, the scientific theory of Buddhist radiation and Dao Tru Chi were too terrifying to speculate about ancient myths. All in all, the topic had already reached an explosive level in the country. Many people clenched their fists and were full of fighting spirit. Participating in this war concerned the ancient glory of China and the revival of ancient Chinese civilization. Exploring the lost ancient ruins. This was a big event in online games, a rare golden age. Of course, this incident also inevitably led to huge repercussions. After all, it was a global village. Many foreign netizens had their eyes on this place and were completely alarmed. A sense of glory and mission made them start to shout about opening up the European and Japanese servers. We also want to restore our mythological history. My dear Chinese friend, we also want to offer our hairline. We want to play too. We want to reach level 10 and then change our classes. The other side was even more Chuyunibu and envious. Regarding the truth of the Huaxia civilization's myths and legends, which were essentially light and Qi, Buddha was radiation, and Qi was cultivation. They felt as if their three views had exploded. This was too scientific. As expected of the most ancient country with an ancient culture, the mysterious East. The Chinese players were instantly smug. At this time, their pride was revealed. Happiness came without a doubt, but there were some things that you couldn't just go bald because you wanted to. But these people were instantly unconvinced. In terms of knowledge and passion for learning, their educational environment was much better than China's atmosphere where people only studied and took exams. The two educational environments were different. They didn't ask you to be all-rounded, only focused on practice. On the other hand, it was said that in China, if you were not good at one science, it would be difficult for you to get into a good university. Their hands-on ability was generally very strong, and they had produced many powerful scientists with a strong bias. Various international awards were proof of this. The Chinese players chuckled. Times have changed, you know. We're all practical people who are super strong in action, but we're still omnipotent. They began to ask. Then let's test you. Do you know what a bloodline can do to a cultivation system? Do you know the difference between the bloodline system and the mortal system? They posted an analysis chart of the human body. Look at the meridians of this ancient. Is there anything wrong? The foreign netizens immediately exploded and were very speechless. Using in-game knowledge to test them, what kind of skill was this? They had never learned this knowledge before, so they were not in the same circle. Then I'll test you in reality. You guys know about the Darwinian theory of evolution and natural selection, right? Do plants need to create a living environment for them, so how can they evolve to walk on two legs? The foreign netizens? Legs? What the hell is this about making plants grow legs? Their faces were full of question marks. Some of the biology students were not calm either. As the professor's assistant, they had such knowledge, but they had never studied such a novel biological topic. How to make plants grow legs during evolution. This biological research topic, almost all of us players know. They've both studied and had in-depth discussions, and they're all very knowledgeable. As soon as he said that, the entire foreign forum exploded. It was extremely lively, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them. It was such an unpopular topic of evolution that many people in Huaxia had been studying. They suddenly lost their calm. At this moment, they felt as if they had been ruthlessly surpassed by someone else. This sense of urgency was very uncomfortable. However, what he said next made them even more uncomfortable. You mean this unpopular? Do you know how to evolve from a cartilative reptilian to a spine? Do you know what kind of biological structure a bird needs to evolve to be able to fly smoothly? This is biology, so I'll ask about pharmacy. Screenshots. A molecular image was sent. When you use your own microscope and see the molecular structure of this plant, what medicinal effects will you see? Anti-inflammatory? Antibiotics? Or something else? They were all stunned again. They didn't know the molecular structure and had made their own microscope. They didn't even know how to control their own microscopes. Furthermore, were they that well-rounded? From smelting iron, smelting steel, making glass, making research equipment, and then building his own research institute step by step, and then starting his own scientific research? That was too ruthless. They continued. Do you know what language we learned? We're all seriously learning 2 or more foreign languages now. His skills and methods of learning languages far surpass yours. We also have a strong knowledge of man vs. Wild. To be honest, your man vs. Wild is only average. The average standard on our side. The entire foreign netizen was dumbfounded and did not dare to mutter any more. They were still a little shocked. Physics, evolutionary chemistry, language, wilderness survival studies. He had crushed them in all sorts of aspects. It was really an all-rounded cultivation plan. He did not expect China's love for learning and the improvement of the comprehensive quality of the people to have reached such a level without a sound. They felt goosebumps rising in their hearts. They felt that there was a terrifying mastermind behind the scenes stirring things up, making this super strong country rise. It was not what it used to be. This is a strong person. Soon, a screenshot was sent out. The picture showed a thinning hairline, which gave people a very shocking feeling. Suddenly, the netizens from all over the world exploded. They were all in a bad mood. He began to doubt his life. A bunch of jokers, blowing up foreign netizens for fun. At that moment, Su Ji was flying in the sky above Mercury. He was speechless when he saw this scene. After all, it was normal for there to be noise in such a big storm. But they were just messing with them. Su Ji was not slow in developing the prototype of the Chinese divine system and playing online games well. He had not wasted these days. He flew on the barren, golden Mercury, looking at the craters in the earth that were being greened by trees. Ancient stellar trees were growing rapidly and constantly undergoing minor evolution adjustments to improve the transformation rate. 100 μ. The scale of this experimental field is considered moderate. Once it is completely formed and the technology is mature, we can expand it. He murmured softly. Although he had to water the plants, which was very troublesome, he could still increase the planting area. 10,000 μ, 100,000 μ of water, he could still bear it. After all, he was a celestial emperor, a humanoid sprinkler. Although watering every day was a little tiring, it was more important to improve his realm. Compared to the cultivation price paid by the other celestial emperors, it was nothing. At that moment, Su Ji was calculating a number. 100 μ of land should be able to mature in 100 years. The realm of a tree should be around the 4th tier. The energy of the fruits it bears is obviously not as good as directly harvesting the tree itself. It might seem like killing the chicken to get the eggs, but if I harvest them like this, I'll be able to obtain the energy of 10 celestial emperors every 100 years, which is to say, every day. He was a very realistic person. Between trees and fruits, he would harvest the one with more energy. 100 μ, 10 ordinary heavenly emperors a day. It was a very objective number to continue expanding the app. For the first time, this kind of field flow might surpass the feedback energy of a mass extinction. This was even when Mercury's environment wasn't very suitable. It required a lot of watering, limiting the planting area. Moreover, these ancient star trees looked tall, but to Suji, they were only the size of wheat. When harvested, the size was just right. Even though they had to water and harvest every day. This should be the development trend of the Zerg Empresses. I reckon that the previous Zerg Empresses will definitely reproduce and evolve a specific life form, the energy collector. If Suji could think of it now, he did not believe that the slacker from the previous generation could not have thought of it. After all, he had already realized that after breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, he would definitely not be able to keep up with the progress by relying on his own species' extinction technique. This should be an inevitable development trend, which was to build Zerg power stations to absorb energy. And after she became powerful, she went everywhere, starting wars, plundering resources, and died. I wouldn't be so stupid. Suji flew in midair and looked down at the lush green trees. He was extremely satisfied. I'm very stable. Chapter 553. Return. Hwala. A huge blazing sun hung in the sky above the resplendent golden ground. Suji was leisurely inspecting the experimental fields. He thought about how much energy he could harvest from this land full of hope in the future. After all, it was his core channel of growth. In his opinion, there was nothing more important than improving his own realm. If he could break through to the 8th rank and become a god, then he would be able to fly freely in the sky. The gods were his biggest goal. If this 100 mu is done, I'll plant 10,000 mu of it in my next batch. He was in high spirits. After all, this plan had been planned for a long time, and it took the power of the Isodarian to reach this place. Although watering and harvesting every day is a little tiring, 10,000 acres is equivalent to the energy of 1,000 ants. This was equivalent to a large-scale mass extinction every day, which would become one of his important revenue streams. At this rate, he would be able to step into the middle Heavenly Emperor stage in less than a week, which was 700 years. After all, he had accumulated so much before. It was not a joke. He had already accumulated half of it. However, not long after he was in a good mood, he suddenly thought of Medusa. She had produced more than 1,000 celestial emperors' energy in 100 years. He suddenly felt very sad. This super fat sheep was getting more and more terrifying. The energy she produced every day was many times more than that of an ordinary god. If not for Ermin's protection, she would have died a long time ago. Speaking of which, that fellow has 129,000 heavenly emperors now. Although every single heavenly emperor cell is much smaller than regular heavenly emperor's cell, equivalent to a coral reef or puppy of the same size. But now, part of her fingers and one of her little fingers have become gods. Together with the 129,000 celestial emperors, her overall combat power is comparable to an ordinary god. At this level, he could easily defeat the new gods like the Blood Emperor, but he still couldn't defeat Ermin and Dao Changsheng, because these guys were not ordinary. Suji's expression turned odd. But by the time one of her hands becomes a god, she'll probably start to become completely invincible within the deity realm, as if she's invincible within the celestial emperor realm. Yes, it was. Now, she only needed one palm to beat up the entire god realm. But she only had one pitiful finger. From this, it could be seen how high her ceiling was in the same realm. However, by the time she was invincible in one hand and all of them were transformed into 129,000 gods, Ermin and the others had already begun to plan to break through to the 9th rank world. There was no doubt that Medusa had been the one Suji had paid the most attention to over the years. It was not because of anything else, but because the little snake demon who had been cooped up in the pond in her orchard felt that it was too fat and was very greedy. She walked in and out of the door every day and couldn't help but want to jump into the pond to have a good meal. After that, he strolled around the experimental field again. Suji only felt that he had a long way to go, and the smugness in his heart from before was gone. Without comparison, there would be no harm. It was very uncomfortable. However, compared to a god in terms of energy production, he had indeed become arrogant. He had quietly returned to the player's side, and they were still doing their research energetically. Ha ha ha. Brothers, charge, charge, charge. No, I'm going to the toilet. He was quite used to these players. As for the group of devas hiding in the dark, Emperor Yun's expression changed when he saw them in full swing. Suji immediately stared at them for a while. If they wanted to make a move, he would have to find a way to stop them. He could deal with these players normally, but now was the time to sacrifice his hairline to obtain the cultivation system. Don't be insensible. Su Ji spoke softly. His voice was very light, but it pierced into his heart. As the celestial thearch, who was invincible among his peers, Su Ji did not use any other power. On the other side, Emperor Yun's heart trembled, but he acted as if he did not hear anything. He looked at the other devas and said indifferently, "These Asuras have actually started their own research?" He was like a scholar, deducing the ancient system in a profound and orderly manner. This was hard to imagine. They've really changed too much. Your Majesty, Yun Zongjun hesitated. Don't bother. Emperor Yun smiled and muttered to himself, according to my observation, they have obtained some inheritance from the ancient temple. They are their ancestors. Ancestor? It's actually an ancestor. Yun Zongjun's eyes widened. It wasn't that he had never seen a mural before. The ancient civilization of the ancient era, the ancient temple with the green lamp, had a history of at least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. It was so profound that it was impossible to find out, and the Dao of Azura was actually their descendant? Emperor Yun only smiled. I have been to that ancient temple before them. I have also seen the remains of the ancient powers on the stone walls. They came from many eras, and every one of them is definitely not inferior to me. They couldn't reach the depths of the ancient temple to obtain the inheritance. They could only leave words on the outside. I only reached the deepest part. The moment I pushed open the door, I felt goosebumps all over my body. However, the Dao of Azura was acknowledged by the mysterious existence inside and obtained an ancient inheritance. According to their language, it was called a relic. Sarara? Yun Zongjun's bewildered expression turned into one of disbelief. What is a relic? The relic should be the remains of an expert who passed away in meditation. Emperor Yun analyzed seriously, that could be an ancient god. Moreover, it's not an ordinary god. It's very likely that it's an unprecedented ancient god with earth-shaking combat power. Yun Zongjun was completely dumbfounded. An ancient overlord-level deity from tens of thousands of years ago? Then we'll snatch it. Yun Zongjun immediately sneered. Even His Majesty can't obtain it. Even the ancient almighty experts are envious of it. It must be earth-shaking. We'll snatch it, and the heavens and man should prosper. However, at this moment, Emperor Yun shook his head and said with a smile, Yun Zongjun, you must have the spirit to embrace the world in order to be a monarch. What's the use of us snatching it? If we don't know how to use it, we can let them study it, restore, and repair the cultivation methods of ancient times. Then, we can learn in the dark. Emperor Yun's eyes were burning. In fact, the 6 paths of reincarnation did not have its own cultivation method yet. They were able to reach this level 7 heavenly emperor realm merely because of their innate talent, similar to the visualization of the system of faith and incense. However, this was only the cultivation of the soul that they were born with. Strictly speaking, they were only astonishingly talented, which was why they could climb to the top with such a crude cultivation method. Emperor Yun took a deep breath. Azura said that if they revive the cultivation method of the ancient myths, it is very likely that we will be able to reach our peak. Our world will be on the right track and form a golden age. As for the Xiantian Qi system, Yun Zongjun, you're the most suitable for it. You've mastered the cloud Qi. Perhaps, in the future, you have the confidence to surpass me. Your Majesty. Yun Zongjun immediately panicked. He knew what these words meant. She was treating him as the next successor. You still need to polish your character. Emperor Yun only smiled. No one knew what would happen in the future, so it was the best choice to leave a backup plan. Su Ji immediately put his mind at ease and turned to leave. He strolled leisurely. The teleportation array has just been set up. I'll go back to Earth and get some water. At this moment, Emperor Yun looked around and felt goosebumps. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Yun Zongjun said. It's nothing, Emperor Yun shook his head. Ever since he was young, he had a terrifying intuition and thought to himself, an illusion? It couldn't have been an illusion. He had clearly just on the line between life and death. It looks like an ancient existence. Could it be that Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva? He felt inexplicable and panicked. The feeling of being controlled by someone was not good. At this moment, after confidently teasing a wave of foreign netizens, the players were instantly elated. They did not expect that they had accumulated invisibly day and night, and had unknowingly obtained so much pretentious knowledge. Time passed by again. Quickly study the second gene bloodline medicine. Buddhism and Daoism obviously require bloodline. Bai Xiajun was a pharmacist, and that was his specialty. Back then, he was the one who led a group of medical students outside. We medical students should fight. He helped the alchemy emperor create the genetic medicine and lived a second life. He was the real talent in medicine. Brothers, it's done. After a few days, Bai Xiajun's face was full of joy. He felt that as one of the oldest players, he had not been able to write a thesis. And now, his time was finally here. He raised 2 test tubes high, and a thick red liquid rolled inside. This is a genetic medicine extracted from the Bodhi tree. It can be converted into radiation. Bah! The immemorial Buddha body could absorb the radiation energy. The genetic vaccine is settled, and the bloodline is settled. As for how to cultivate Buddhism in the future, I still have to figure it out. Anyway, I have the foundation. He then said excitedly. He also mentioned about the Qi-type genetic medicine from those tree men and women. After the fusion, the blood will boil and evaporate. As the cultivation gradually becomes stronger, it should completely turn into a special energy air, true Qi. However, this is the first generation of bloodline fusion potion. I think the death rate is not low. The bloodline system was very normal. His previous sorcerer bloodline came from the genes of the evil eye. The bloodline of the inner world came from the Rubik's Cube gene. As for the cultivation systems without bloodlines, they were currently the few mortal stream systems. Brothers, let me do the fusion. I want to cultivate. Someone stood out boldly and boldly. He raised the test tube high. After a while, I can feel my breath coming out of my butt. With a boom, he flew up, leaving behind a group of people who were laughing. Bai Xiajun warned everyone with a serious face. He pointed at the sky and said, "Look. Perhaps this is what Daoism means by cleansing one's marrow and expelling the foul qi in one's 5 grains, and officially stepping on the path of true qi cultivation." The ancient people didn't lie to me. Everyone's eyes widened in complete agreement. A new era was born. No matter how funny they were, the players didn't know how much influence they would have on the future world and how much history they would write. A few days later, more and more people were born, and the path of the heaven-born was also shocked. At the same time, "It's time to leave." An ancient voice suddenly filled the entire hell. "Who is it?" Emperor Yun's expression changed slightly and he stood up suddenly, but there was no reply. Boom! The entire path of the heaven-born was burning the heavens, and the passageway to the mysterious hell was closing up rapidly. Soon, it completely disappeared. If it was not for the fact that Fen Tian still left behind a thick radiation aura and the Buddha land was still filled with Bodhi trees, they would have suspected that these experiences never existed. The players were also completely excited. The instance dungeon is closed. This drastic change may be caused by ancient existences like Zhu Wuxian. On the other hand, they also took advantage of the absence of the master of samsara to cause some trouble. He might even let us inherit the ancient temple of hell's legacy. This is a very big game. As expected, as soon as we completed our class advancement. Don't worry. We've already gotten our hands on those 2 species. We can secretly cultivate them, just like how we raised the evil eye back then. It was just that the environment would probably have to be better if it was a vacuum. He would also have to think of a way to get some radiation. Did the Brotherhood have things like uranium extraction? We're going to build an artificial Buddha land. Online, it's urgent. Although everyone was excited, they didn't make too much noise. This was because they knew that even if they did not close the pocket dimension, they would not be able to stay in it for long. The repulsive force of the celestial realm had already been generated, and they had to return to the animal path as soon as possible. It was a pity that this kind of good life that lasted for 100 years was about to be destroyed after enjoying it for a few minutes. Sure enough, Emperor Yun gathered the remaining players, and there were only 200 of them left. He said indifferently, "It's time to send you back to the lower realm. I'll invite you to the heavenly Dao another day." Yuan King Hua smiled and said simply, "You're sending them all to the big mantis and imprisoning them with me, right?" Emperor Yun nodded and did not deny it. You should know that once your identity is exposed, I will not let you go. These 200 people will all have children with you. 100. Yuan King Hua's face darkened, and he looked at his brothers around him in confusion. Was Emperor Yun fishing like crazy and killing 2 birds with 1 stone? It was a good plan to capture all of them and reproduce the hungry ghost path in large numbers. I wish you all a happy life. Emperor Yun smiled indifferently and said to the goddess of love, 100 Flowers, who was beside him, you and Yun Zongjun can send them down together. Yes. The goddess of love, Blossom, smiled. In an instant, all the players were dumbfounded. They exploded. What was he doing? We've just completed our job change and just left the dungeon, and such an explosive plot has already appeared? Game planning team, where's your conscience? Su Ji closed the external passageway of the 6 paths of reincarnation and took one last look at the power station of Mercury. The lush green trees led the lively little ones directly onto the teleportation array. After all, there was no water here, so they couldn't stay here for long. Hwalala! With a light leap, Su Ji disappeared from the teleportation array on Mercury. When she opened her eyes again, she was already back in the living room. It's still possible for him to appear this time. He sat on the sofa and looked at the group of little ones that he had brought back out of thin air. They were jumping around in the living room like a bunch of small ants. He was suddenly speechless. How should I settle them? Chapter 554. Plan works. In the living room, Su Ji returned to the orchard and casually opened the refrigerator. He took out a can of drinks that had been stored in the food industry and returned to the black sofa to sit down. He looked at the group of little ants jumping around on the ground. No ha, no ha. They fought madly and rolled on the ground. They were very happy. At this very moment, they were still wild beasts that ate raw meat and drank blood. They had yet to develop a civilization, similar to the ancestors of the apes and monkeys of humans. They had yet to develop any civilization. Therefore, Su Ji was not worried that their descendants would remember him in the future. I went out for a trip and a group of troublemakers suddenly appeared in my house. He massaged his temple. Mercury isn't just a power station. It's become a Buddha's land now. It's rare for me to go out and fool those guys on Mercury to develop the Huaxia divine system. I'm living a pretty good life. But what about these chi spirits? It's not a problem on Mercury, and it's even worse on Earth. There was no water on Mercury, so they couldn't live. On the other hand, the Earth was filled with air and there was no radiation. It was such a beautiful, happy, and comfortable environment, and their powerful abilities were in vain. The best way was to send them to the vast universe, that was their world, but where to? The solar system? If they were allowed to wander around the planets in the solar system, the satellites would definitely shout that they were aliens. Then, he was completely exposed. Just like a sandbox for an orchard, he could simply find 100 mu of an asteroid and rear it. Block it again? That would also be a waste of their ability to soar through the universe. Creating a small sandbox to trap them was very uncomfortable for a cellular race in the vacuum of the universe. So, he was suddenly at a loss. Su Ji had always been a very realistic and pragmatic person. The 3 months of otaku life had not changed his original heart. He knew very well that this race with potential was a surprise to be powerful. But it was precisely because it was too powerful that he, a mere little celestial emperor, could not even cross the universe. He could not afford to raise it at the moment. For example, he was a fish that lived in a water tank and couldn't come out, while they were eagles that could fly freely in the universe. How could they be compared? This was equivalent to a level 50 SSR epic level purple quality equipment that you had suddenly drawn when you were at level 30. The bright red attributes on it made you breathless, and the level is not enough to wear was very eye-catching, so you could only throw it in the warehouse to eat dust. However, Su Ji had never liked to play by the rules. He wanted to take down this SSR tier race by force. If not, he would have made a plan to generate electricity on Mercury when he was only at the Celestial Emperor realm. If it were not for the limited conditions, he would have been interested in turning the solar system green. He was just a small Celestial Emperor, and he wanted to do something about the solar system. He had always had a huge appetite and was not afraid of overeating. This was also human nature. Most people were like this, eating the food in the basin and looking at the food in the pot. After all, he understood that he was greedy and had cultivated so many systems. If he were to advance at the normal speed of the heavenly emperor realm, who knew how long it would take? And now, he was also considering skipping levels and forcefully eating this big surprise. Simply put, we need to find a distant asteroid system in the universe and let it grow freely. Obviously, Su Ji first thought of the ancient wood elf planet. It was far enough. As long as there was water in a small galaxy similar to the solar system, it would be a good grazing environment. Then, the problem returned to the original method, which was to build a teleportation array on planet Gumu. It's imperative to open up a path between the two realms. At the thought of this, Su Ji took a deep breath, glanced at them again, and reached out his hand. Cuties, for the sake of your future, this is really a headache. Woo. A group of little ants excitedly climbed up the back of Su Ji's palm, as if they had climbed to the top of a mountain. They shouted excitedly and waved their wooden spears at the sky. Su Ji's palm was slightly turned over with dense bumps. It was a little bone-piercing and cold, but it was not a big deal. The amount of radiation is indeed very scary. I'm starting to have a reaction to their natural advantage. It's very difficult for ordinary heavenly emperors to withstand it for long. Su Ji was even more optimistic about their potential. To connect the two worlds, one has to be at least a god. This requires an enormous price. Ermin, Ditchi, Carolyn, Phoenix. Not everyone is willing to pay such a huge price. Su Ji picked up his pen and began to sort out his thoughts on his desk. When I tricked Ermin earlier, this intermediate god made 2 portable stone formations that could teleport each other. It wasn't a big deal. For an intermediate god, it was just a casual move. But this kind of ultra-long distance remote sensing. Based on Ditchi's current flying distance, even a god would be severely injured. It would take at least 2,000 years of cultivation, and he might even fall back to the low-level deity stage. Su Ji frowned and continued to write. Ermin's character is gentle and kind. She's the easiest to bully. However, he wasn't stupid. You won't help me. The price you have to pay is too great. However, if I don't do it now, when I fly further, the price of locating it will be even greater. In the long run, this can't be delayed anymore. Su Ji pressed his forehead, took a sip of his drink, and put it down. He picked up his pen and felt annoyed, so he wrote again. At present, the medium gods will pay an irreversible price, and only the high-level gods can set up the teleportation circle. Although the price is high, it's still bearable for high-grade gods. It'll take them 200 to 300 years to recover. At present, only the Phoenix and Carolyn have reached this realm. With the Phoenix's personality, she would naturally help me unconditionally if she appeared as the god of creation, but I can't do that. Carolyn. In the end, Su Ji wrote down these 3 big words on the paper. He was the only candidate. However, was Carolyn an idiot? You want her to lead the entire Isodar race and spend 200 to 300 years of weakness to get this thing for you? Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. Carolyn admired the ancient gods, but she was a queen who was swift and decisive in her actions. She wasn't a naive person. Furthermore, the identity of the ancient gods might be questioned. As for her liking you? At that time, he was only lusting after her body. Su Ji was pursuing the path of science. He was a leader of his generation who was more rational than emotional. He would not be reluctant to part with so-called love. If Su Ji could really get it done by taking off his clothes, he would not have to worry so much. It's too difficult for me. Su Ji took a deep breath, feeling that this was a dead end. No one could help him build a teleportation array. After all, it was a huge price even for a high-level god. Perhaps, only a rank 9 world could easily do something like this. It seems like he controls everything, but in the end, I'm still pitifully weak, and my true realm is only that of a heavenly emperor. I can't get out of the universe's vacuum, so I can only think of various ways. Su Ji was silent for a moment, and suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. Wait, from another perspective, it's because my realm is not high enough that I can't eat this new big cake, but I can drag some gods into this. We'll become partners and promise to develop a piece of land together. After all, those gods think they've earned a lot, but in fact, even they themselves are my people. Yes, dupe her, let her profit greatly. After much thought, he finally locked onto Carolyn. After all, the ancient god had come into contact with Carolyn and said that there was a real estate project in a new world. Should he come? He wanted her to open up a teleportation formation to show his sincerity. It's just that Carolyn's side is also very troublesome at the moment. We've already agreed that we'll visit both of our universes the next time. He pondered in his heart, my internal universe. As the tomb keeper of the ancient civilization, how could he not start learning the parallel world? He felt that it was too difficult for him to become a heavenly emperor. After turning west and winding paths, it was another dead end. He looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. Is it possible to use the inner world of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art? At this moment, having just returned from Inferno, the group of players was still in high spirits, researching a brand new ancient system. Furthermore, they had more than 200 wives and were practically the second emperor of great joy. If Carolyn were to see him, it would be a little too indecent. Su Ji still weighed his options. Furthermore, this is not a spiritual universe, nor is it a magic core system. This is the material plane. If anyone sees this, they'll definitely notice that something is wrong at first glance. Therefore, I can't show her around in my spiritual world, the universe, or the world of the Gravekeeper. However, I can bring her here for a tour, saying that this is a mysterious land of a broken level 9 extraordinary civilization, and I can stop her from visiting my brain. I can even use this as a leverage to talk to her about discovering a world-like world and a plan to develop it together. Chapter 555. After making up his mind, Su Ji began to take action directly. First, I'll settle the aftermath of hell. Then, I'll invite Carolyn to visit this world of the 6 paths of reincarnation as a super ancient god. As a formality, I'll use it as a springboard to invite her to participate in the space farming project. It was hard to get a race with surprising potential. It would be a waste if he didn't make a big wave and make a world-shaking wave to develop quickly. Su Ji felt that his plan was very sound. In a short while, the netherworld shook slightly. A huge hole was torn in the space, and a majestic existence that was covered in blurry light returned with a huge black and white samsara. Above it, there were dense light rays. The whole reincarnation slowly pulled up, and the mechanical armor returned to its position. Boom! Along with a huge vibration, it was embedded in the top of the netherworld. At the same time, the path of the heaven-born, the path of the mortal world, the path of the beast, and all the other powerful beings felt an indescribable connection in their hearts. It was as if something within them had returned to them. I'm back! All the people in Fengde Ghost City quickly looked up and felt their throats dry. The emperor who had brought reincarnation with him had finally returned after several years. Everyone, Zhang Ji murmured bitterly, the emperor of the Samsara Palace has returned. Now that we know the truth of the ancient times, we'll have to drink the soup immediately and fall into the cycle of reincarnation to be reincarnated. The surrounding people looked dejected and sighed. This was the netherworld. So what if they knew the truth? He couldn't bring it with him when he was born, and he couldn't bring it with him when he was dead. The players were also in an uproar. As expected, His Majesty has returned. Brothers, it's obvious that Zhu Wuxian and the opening of the Hell of Avicenarica were caused by these ancient existences. They took advantage of the departure of this dictatorial emperor to let us know something. It's time for the first 200 of us to form the heaven-defying alliance. After all, each of us has a life and death friendship. We've even sworn a blood oath. This is a very deep bond. Good luck. The only way to overcome fear is to face it with courage. The Samsara Palace. In the Dark Palace, there were many black dragon pillars that exuded an ancient aura. Your Majesty, Meng Po said. She briefly described the arcade game information that had happened in the netherworld over the years, Zhu Wuxian, and even the entire path of the Heaven-born, as well as the changes in hell that they had learned from Di Ting. Su Ji felt more and more at ease with Shangguan Man. He was indeed the most promising subordinate at the moment. He was so much more reliable. He sat on a high place and said indifferently, those living beings, the ancient gods who failed in their mission, the people who were forgotten by the world, are stirring up trouble in the dark, trying to expose the truth of history. However, they are just ants trying to shake a tree. He continued. As for those people who pushed for the opening of the most ancient god's shrine, they only wanted to awaken some prehistoric existences to fight against me. Those who have left have died in the long river of time and cannot be revived. Meng Po's heart was in turmoil. This sentence contained a lot of secrets. Was this a battle between ancient gods? By saying that the other party was the loser of the old era, it meant that His Majesty was the old era's the winner? Shangguan Man took a deep breath. This part of the mysterious prehistory that was missing, some of the existence that was too taboo, was not something she could interfere with. She quickly lowered her head and said, "Yes. Send the creatures of Fengde to be reincarnated." A faint, majestic voice was heard. Su Ji seemed to have said a lot of secrets, but if you thought about it carefully, you would feel that he had not said anything at all and that he was just filling in the blanks with his brain. Dead souls, report. On this day, Fengde was bathed in blood. In the netherworld, wailing sounds continued. The reincarnated ones formed a long line, countless. The celestial realm. Wow! A child was born out of thin air, and a sharp saber chi shot into the sky. What a powerful talent! Inside the room, the beautiful Deva couple were both shocked. The man's eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that talents are beginning to appear in large numbers? This is a good opportunity. His wife's beautiful eyes rolled as she said shyly, "Then let's have another child quickly. Who knows, we might even have another talented child. It's not good to be here, right?" The husband was a little shy. "Hurry up, don't be shy." After saying that, she hesitated for a moment and called out to the sky, "100 flowers of love." Puchi! A light arrow shot over and ruthlessly pierced through the two of them. The two of them began to kiss. In the celestial realm, it was all about beauty. The noble celestial beings all had pure love and husband and wife relationships. On the other side, 100 flowers had an audience. After a short while, Zhangji, you're finally here. The strength of the heavenly realm has been greatly improved. No matter what you've left behind in the mortal world, it's impossible for you to defeat yourself and me. Furthermore, there's still Yun Zongjun, whose talent is still rising. Emperor Yun was full of confidence, but his eyes flickered for a few seconds as he looked into the distance. There's a change in the netherworld again. I feel that it seems to have returned to normal order. What exactly has happened all these years? It was thriving. Su Ji cast a glance at the 6 paths of reincarnation. This trip was considered a happy one. All that was left was to see how they would develop, how the world would advance, the appearance of the Huaxia divine system, the various radiation Buddhas, and the innate Qi. Don't tell me that my 9 revolutions mysterious art world has turned into a radiation Buddha land. Su Ji felt a little apprehensive in his heart. He thought that no matter how much trouble they were making, they shouldn't have made it so exaggerated. However, it was not the time to study this place. After all, they had finished resting and recuperating. They could do whatever they wanted. The clone of the Samsara Palace sat quietly in the Samsara Palace, turning into a statue. On the other side, the ancient god's clone opened his eyes. "Now, I've confirmed the identities of my 3 clones. Hermes, the ancient god, and His Majesty of the Samsara Temple. As for Messiah, she was not a clone. She was just a native body inside. When she entered, she just needed to control it a little. Usually, she would leave it for Hera to play with. Now, she had left it in the Wushan Palace for safekeeping. The ancient land of lava was surrounded by green trees. After several eras, various divine clans had formed, and tall stone walls stood in the ancient city. Back then, the daughter of Shenglin, Subaru, had already become a mid-level deity. This time, the 3 pillar gods were like 3 legs, and there would not be a second disaster in a short period of time. It's another era, 1 year after another. In this world, only time is eternal. Su Ji lowered his head and floated past, crossing 1,000 miles with one step. He looked at the land quietly and thought of the human-shaped pillar god, the grand unification virus, who pushed the world line behind the scenes, using the Great Joy Emperor as a push to rule the world in the turbulent era. As for the balloon player, he seemed to have become Carolyn's tool in the ancient lava domain. He was responsible for taking care of the reincarnators and becoming a transmigrator association, taking in some dead geniuses and transmigrating them to parallel universes. A transmigrator? This seems to be turning a novel into reality. Su Ji laughed and strode forward. Before long, he had arrived at the Mikiya ranch. This cemetery of time, which had been distorted by the mind, buried the civilization of the previous lava era. Chapter 556. Arrival and Sightseeing. Su Ji looked at the cemetery. The tombstones were all alone and scattered. The cold wind carried the withered leaves with it, making it hazy. It seemed to still retain the appearance from hundreds of years ago. Two of them were the most eye-catching. It was the tomb of Levis, the god of science. Nameless person, Caroline's grave. It's all the wilderness. Those technological civilizations no longer exist. Su Ji was sighing with emotion. The Isodolans were the most stubborn, passionate, and hot-blooded people he had ever seen. After waiting for a while, the gravestone started to shake. Caroline's gravestone was lifted up, and a woman in red slowly walked out while holding an oil paper umbrella. Su Ji turned his head and looked over. "God, you've returned after a long time," Caroline said in a soft voice. "Yeah, long time no see." Su Ji thought about it and did not say much. "A chat," replied Caroline with a smile. Su Ji felt a little helpless. He knew what she was going to do, so he could only nod. The two of them sat down to drink milk tea. Perhaps, he had led Caroline astray back then. This was a scene that she deeply missed. Every time they reunited, they would sit down and have a drink. After all, she was a non-mainstream girl who was a fanatical biological modification enthusiast who found people to talk about some strange theories and hated the machinery trend. The two of them quickly sat down, and Caroline was the one talking about what she had seen and heard over the years. Ever since the three pillar gods had been ruthlessly attacked, they went into hiding once again. As the destiny of the three races, they were still scheming against each other. In the current era, instead of taking the path of science and technology, people were taking the path of various cultivation systems. The era had also begun to enter the Middle Ages. Nuns, church nights, carriages, and living standards were also relatively better. Although we were in a parallel universe, we were still paying attention to this world. Caroline took a sip of her milk tea. She seemed to be talking to Su Ji, but also seemed to be talking to herself. All these years, she had been lacking someone to listen to her. Every few years, we send out reconnaissance planes to observe the progress of the civilization in the main universe and collect their average physical data. We also observe the degree of genetic chain correction given to them by the three pillar gods. The three pillar gods are a supercomputing virus that is constantly pushing forward their own race. They're evolving. They're all giants. Since the daughter of Shang Lin, they've been different from us. They dug out our bones and called us prehistoric dwarves by their archaeologists. She stretched out her hand. A disc that looked like a black flying saucer slowly floated in the air. "This is a reconnaissance plane." The corners of Su Ji's eyes twitched. Wasn't this a UFO? But in a sense, they were indeed aliens. They observed this relatively backward civilization and did not interfere. How should I put this? I don't have that mechanical romance, I don't have that steel jungle city, mechanical armors, and all sorts of motorcycles. The air in this world is much purer. Caroline pouted and smiled as she pointed at the gravestones. I finally understand. This is the era of the giants. This civilization is like a cycle of repetition. In the future, there will be grave keepers. I don't care about them, but after all these years, I've been all alone. I always feel like I'm living in a bottle, trapped, and uncomfortable. It's rare that you're back. She smiled and felt a little melancholic, but she didn't hide it. She handed him a cup of milk tea and said, "I've already told you what happened all these years. You've disappeared again all these years. Where have you been? Can you tell me some interesting news? How was the mechanical armor now? I'm really envious of your strength, being able to cross many places and see worlds we've never imagined. How's the mech armors?" Su Ji was stunned for a moment and said, "Right now, it's in a very interesting place. He gave it to someone who belongs to him. Maybe I can take you there to take a look." "You gave it away?" Caroline's eyes widened. She knew how precious that thing was. It could be the remains of a 9th-rank beast, but it was given to someone else? "It's returning to the owner," Su Ji said. "Return it to its original owner? It must be very interesting." Without asking any further, Caroline finally stood up and said, "However, speaking of the world, I can bring you to see our world." Su Ji did not regard her as an outsider. He was very curious to begin with. The self-proclaimed Isodolans of the god race were still very worthy of reference and learning from Carolyn's world creation cultivation path. Following that, he directly entered Carolyn's spiritual world. With a bang, a vast world appeared in his head. It was an innocent and romantic starry sky. It was incomparably beautiful, and the stars were bright. Starry sky? Was this the romance of the people of Isodar? Or is it your dream? Su Ji looked around curiously. The scattered stars and clouds were very much in line with the Isodale's fanatical and perfectionist nature. Both. Carolyn pointed in front of her. It was a blue planet with 7 continents. There were murlocs, dragons, and hydra. They were all species from the past. It's all virtual reality outside the universe. This is a planet, a round ancient lava continent, adapted from the space you showed us back then. We, the people of Isodar, do not live on it. We have very few people, and are called the Protoss. We manage the data and physical parameters of this land. Only 3,000 people, and when they die of old age, we will replace them with new babies. Su Ji nodded. In a sense, it was equivalent to a group of souls undergoing special data transformation. Naturally, souls would grow old, age, and die. Although the data could be adjusted and the soul medium could be continuously supplemented to achieve eternal life, the people of Isodar did not hate death. They chose the normal way of growing old, aging, and dying. You're as arrogant as ever. Su Ji sighed. They did not want their own race to become a pool of dead water. They used extreme methods to maintain the humility and thirst for knowledge of their own race. Survival of the fittest was their greatest arrogance. He then watched it again. It had developed to a standard. As expected of the righteous and hot-blooded people of Isodar, they were developing peacefully and steadily. They were not a special race that caused trouble. As for the transmigrator system, it could be considered unique, but it was similar to those novels on Earth. There was also the Reincarnator's divine institution. Su Ji took a serious look around for several days and indeed learned a lot of knowledge, as well as the new technology of the Isodaeans. He had gained a lot. It seems that I'll have to come here regularly to harvest them in the future. He thought to himself, the people of Isodar are still cheating here. After the tour, Caroline stopped in her tracks and stared at Su Ji with a fiery gaze. The look in her eyes was as if she had seen a lover who was still looking forward to it, and it was as if she had seen a great beauty. Su Ji naturally did not think that it was his own beauty that was alluring. He knew what the interest of this mad scientist was, so he just said, "I'll take you to a special world." Caroline nodded her head in a hurry, her eyes bright as she said, "I'm looking forward to it." One of her clones descended and left with Su Ji. After a while, after passing through the teleportation formation, they arrived at the world of 6 paths of reincarnation. 2 mysterious existences had descended into the sky above this land, and no one could sense their arrival. Voila! The 2 of them walked down the street. This is the material world. It really existed in time and space. It's not our parallel spiritual universe. Carolyn's eyes were filled with the joy of a young girl. A new world, a new structure. To her, it was the joy of discovering a new world that brought joy to her dull life. Su Ji did not find it strange. After all, scientists always liked new discoveries. "Do you want to eat something?" Su Ji pointed at the steaming steamer in the antique-looking shop of the owner by the roadside. 2 buns and 2 cups of soy milk, please." "Okay, 2 hot steamed buns and soy milk." The boss greeted them with a smile. Su Ji handed the thing over. "It's better than milk tea. It has a different flavor." In the ancient lava land, there was no such food as bean juice. Instead, some idiotic players would kill themselves to satisfy their appetite when they evolved into a delicacy. Therefore, the food was quite complete. After all, in the food industry, it was very prestigious to bring people on vacation. All the plants and animals were delicious, sweet and delicious. "It's good. It's such a surprise. It's a pleasure to travel with you." While eating, Carolyn was very happy. However, she continued to sense the surroundings, and immediately revealed an unconcealed shock. This world is formed by 9 different spaces, and it actually has 3 different time flows? This was unbelievable and beyond his understanding of the world. This is a broken world, pieced together by fragments of different levels of high-level and low-level formats, Su Ji said as he ate. He did not care about his image, nor did he have any intention of hiding it. After all, such high-level analysis and high-level gods could not be hidden. At your level, you should have tried to increase the time, right? Yes, Caroline also tried to improve her nerve reflexes and various reactions, but she could no longer improve them. This was because Suji had set the maximum speed of flow from the beginning, so naturally, she could not improve them any further. We're the highest level world, so we naturally have a huge advantage. On the other hand, there are endless worlds in the other worlds, so naturally, there are all kinds of lower level worlds, Suji explained. This was the truth, told to him by the Zerg sub-brain. This was the greatest distinction between high-leveled civilizations. Caroline's eyes lit up as she said, "You mean, the difference in time is the difference between the worlds?" "Yes." Suji nodded. "That's really interesting. Is this the true face of the world?" Caroline was very happy. She lowered her head and sipped on a cup of soybean milk with an adorable expression. She silently sensed the entire world, and suddenly, she sensed the netherworld. A black and white wheel was emitting a terrifying aura. It was the terrifying mech armor that appeared back then, suspected to be the remains of a Type 9. "What is this?" She raised her eyebrows. "Analyzing. Establish a module. Ultra-fast linkage operation." A huge amount of data and information entered her brain crazily. Suddenly, her body trembled as if she was stunned. Her body trembled as she looked at the people around her. This is another way similar to the death god's immortality. Undying and indestructible. Yes. Chapter 557. Caroline's bewilderment. The dead's loop, the back and forth, is another form of immortality of the death god. With a serious look on her face, Caroline silently sensed the mysterious black and white wheel. She could not help but ask, "You, or this world, what do you call that mechanical armor now?" "Reincarnation." Suji's voice was heard slowly. "Wheel. Are you going back?" Caroline closed her eyes slightly. "Who?" On the street, a strong breeze ruffled her hair and sleeves. Birds were flying in the distance. The bustling people talked among themselves, and her mind continued to expand. Her terrifying supercomputing power covered the entire land, and the world seemed to be shrinking into an extremely real sandbox. Mountains, rivers, and a huge, complex will that was mixed with countless creatures suddenly mixed in with the reincarnation and sang loudly. It was bustling, sacred, and inexplicable. She seemed to hear the murmurs of the world's origin. There were new changes in her eyes. Animals, people, seabirds, and all living souls gathered into a huge surging river. It flowed endlessly in the latitude of time. Finally, the river turned around and formed a ring. The circle theory of life. At this moment, Caroline heard the most beautiful voice in the world, giving her the profoundness and grandeur of history. "I see its essence." She seemed to have seen a yin-yang tai chi diagram in the black and white mysterious wheel. The yin-yang diagram was spinning slowly. Black was death, and white was life. Reincarnation, it's really too beautiful. This is the structure and miracle of another life, a completely different development of the world. Caroline muttered softly and couldn't help but praise. She opened her arms and was sincerely happy. The universe. It's really amazing. For Caroline, there was nothing more exciting than what she was seeing. The remains of a Type 9 powerhouse had given rise to a special immortal civilization, allowing her to have a more terrifying understanding of Type 9 powerhouses. Yes, the world is very magical. It contains infinite possibilities. Suji could not deny it, but he also felt the same way. There's no way we can understand its vastness. Caroline held the soy milk and took a big bite of the bun. She was as excited as a little girl. She said happily, "Thank you for bringing me out for a walk. This journey was full of dreams. I have always wanted to explore the vast world and explore this 10,000-year-old empire that stands in the past and the future." "Thank you." Suji nodded. He was quite relaxed. He had originally thought of it as a vacation, coming here to relax and sightsee. Normally, a weak celestial thearch would be so scared that he would be unable to speak when he saw such a terrifying supreme existence. This was the pressure of a life form's level, but Suji was different. He had seen the growth of this existence with his own eyes, so he naturally talked to this high-level god as an equal, even if she had begun to try to touch the threshold of the level 9 world, the laws of the molecular level, and the pressure was so great that it was shocking. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Every world has its own rules and characteristics. This world is made of delicious food. I'll take you to eat something good. Su Ji took her to the side and ordered a spicy hot pot. She found this new way of eating very interesting. After the two of them sat down, Caroline continued to slowly sense the entire world. Her terrifying supercomputing ability, as a high-level divine computer, and the rules of the whole world were not hidden in front of her at this moment. She covered the words of the entire crowd, every voice. Here's your numbing hot pot. The boss walked over. Taking a bite of the tofu, Caroline's eyes lit up. Delicious. It's really too delicious. Her voice was the common language of the path of humanity, with a pure accent. Don't worry, there will be more delicious food. I brought you here for sightseeing. Su Ji said with a leisurely smile. He could understand very well that at this level, many people would lose interest in power and wealth. Only good food could still touch the joy in one's heart. Yes. Caroline nodded and called out in pure human language. She did not care about her image at all. Boss, one more serving. I want a spicy one. Yo, this little girl's taste is quite unique. The boss next to him was also very friendly. That's right. Caroline's mouth did not stop. She stuffed the food into her mouth, and her beautiful face swelled up like a toad. Boss, I'm so cute. Can you give me some more? I'll give you a spicier one. The boss laughed. The boss is so bad. Caroline revealed an angry expression. Su Ji looked at this high-level god, who instantly did as the Romans do. His tone was exactly the same, and the natives did not feel that anything was amiss. They even had a strong favorable impression of him, which made him feel a little terrified. No matter how strong the consciousness of an ordinary high-level god was or how terrifying their learning ability was, it was difficult for them to learn the language of this world in an instant. However, the magic core system was different. It could scan the entire city in an instant, read everyone's way of speaking, expressions, and movements, and perform big data calculations. They could understand it in an instant. Is this another world? Caroline teased the boss for a while and continued to sense it. Like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, she was full of excitement. How many more of such worlds are there? When will I be able to cross worlds and travel like you? When I have more worlds, you will be able to travel across worlds. Su Ji said calmly in his heart, but he also felt that there was a long way to go. It was not easy to give them a future. After all of them were trapped in their own worlds. They were indeed small people in bottles that they could not solve on their own. Their strength was still too low. However, there would be more worlds in the future. The real heavens and myriad worlds would definitely be able to travel everywhere. How's this world? Su Ji fiddled with the sauce plate for the seasoning. This world is very interesting. Caroline's face turned serious as she said, they don't have magic nuclei. They're all made of flesh and blood. Furthermore, all living beings are basically delicacies. Their brains are like safes. Although the calculations of flesh and blood are very slow, it's undeniable that their advantage is that they can't be understood. I can't read or invade their memories to calculate the fate of this world. I can't find their world lines. Su Ji nodded. This was the biggest difference between carbon-based flesh and blood life forms and silicon-based life forms. The world line is to see the future of fate. The multiverse is the unique rule of our magic nucleus system world. Most of the other worlds are made up of flesh and blood. It's still possible to read one or two memories, but it can't invade everyone like a virus, so it's impossible to predict the future. Boss, one more serving of pepper soup, please. Caroline took a bite of the meatball, and the juice overflowed. The delicious taste exploded in her mouth. She raised her hand high and shouted like a customer next to her. Then, she whispered, they seem to have no gods and are extremely weak, but they have terrifying potential. I can feel the existence of the so-called Samsara Palace. He has made all the living beings in this world immortal. You gave him that mech armor, right? It turns out that you came here with the goal of creating a supreme treasure, but to give it to someone. In Caroline's eyes, her original goal was already very clear. She had created that mechanical armor for this place, to gift it to that person. Su Ji did not argue, because that was the only explanation. Returned to its owner, does that mean that the dead rank 9 belongs to this world? Carolyn smiled as she habitually stirred her soy milk cup with her straw. This world has a prehistoric civilization. A terrifying level 9 ancient god fell, and you used his remains to create a supreme treasure. After that, you returned it to this world with a declining civilization and helped them to rise again? Do you have a friendship with that 9th rank? To protect his descendants and the civilization of this world. Su Ji still did not say anything. Caroline took another deep look at the figure in the Samsara temple and pretended to be casual again. I am the eternal god of death, and he is the 6 paths of reincarnation. In a certain sense, they are the laws of death. Is he the other me that you supported? In the future, will you rise like me? Or should I say, he's also a tomb keeper? Caroline sighed softly. Yet, guarding the remains of an ancient Type 9 world, the reincarnation of more than 600,000 creatures, isn't he another tomb keeper? Guarding an ancient civilization, perhaps in the future, they will be of the same kind as us. Carolyn's feelings were extremely complicated. In her eyes, the height of the ancient gods was becoming more and more unknown. The remains of a grade 9 could actually be given away so casually. This was samsara. Reincarnation. She looked through it and deduced with her supercomputing power. That terrifying world treasure was not inferior to her parallel multiverse, but it was easily given to someone to rise up, even just a celestial thearch. She could not imagine such a big deal. Yes, it was. It was hard for her to imagine. However, she was also very emotional. Pride and complicated emotions gushed out of her heart. If the ancient god in front of him didn't have such a broad mind, how could he have allowed him to rise? Or even help him rise? At that time, he wasn't even a celestial emperor. Thinking of this, she felt a deep sense of gratitude in her heart. She was the first one, and the man who had been given the relic was the second. Reincarnation. He had nothing to be jealous of. The pride of the people of Isodar did not allow them to be jealous. Only the others were jealous of the gods. At this moment, in Carolyn's eyes, this world had shattered, with 3 different types of spatial dimensions being created. It must have experienced a tragic war that lasted tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years, which had even led to the fall of a supreme existence at the 9th rank. The current new world, the world of 6 paths of reincarnation, was formed by 9 pieces of broken world fragments. It was very incomplete, and even the flow of time was not equal. Furthermore, she could also sense the communication between the netherworld, the path of the heaven-born, and even the path of the beast. The vocabulary was Jew-Wussian, prehistory, Buddhism, Daoism, radiation light source system, and innate chi system. All of this was enough to set off a storm in her heart. These 2 systems, the ancient temples that were tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years old, the green lamps and ancient tablets, and Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, contained a lot of information. Her vision was extremely high, and she was currently touching the peak of the gods, looking for the threshold of the 9th rank world. How could she not understand the charm of it? This world was very shocking. Although there were no gods now, the rise after the great destruction might bloom beautiful flowers on the ruins. It's rare that you've brought me here for a tour, and it's quite interesting. This new world is so special. Carolyn didn't like to get to the bottom of things. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask curiously, you returned that reincarnation cycle to them. Are you waiting for this world to quietly develop again? Su Ji did not give a direct answer. What do you think of the future of this world? After some serious consideration, Carolyn shook her head and said, I don't know either. It's impossible to predict the world lines, and the human mind is the most difficult to fathom. It's difficult to do so even with the highest computing power. However, I feel that the radiation system and the innate chi system are very terrifying. The energy and terror contained in them are not inferior to the future of our monster core clan. Su Ji immediately felt at ease. He had asked Carolyn to come over to help him take a look. After all, a high-level god's vision was still very high. Back then, you could determine my rise by observing the world line and the civilization era of the Ishtar people. However, he could not see the future in this world. The future, even for us, is unknown. With a serious expression, Carolyn said, as for the person who gave him the reincarnation, although his talent is terrifying, and he was able to decide the entire era. However, no one knows how high he can reach in the future. The reason why she chose to sleep in the ancient land of lava was that the world was transparent to her, and there were no secrets at all. She could see the development of the next few decades, and it would be enough if she went out occasionally to mention some genes. But in front of him, with the unknown, there was novelty. For example, right now. What a strange, unknown creature. She was silently sensing some special creatures in the animal path. Some animals and plants with legs were studying the prehistoric civilization. I'm going crazy. Brothers, this job-changing quest, Buddhist and Daoist, is too difficult. As expected. This main storyline had a time limit. There are more than 200 of us now, and more than 100 of the plants can still pollinate, but once they're done, it'll be the animals' turn. Some of them were crying while shaking the experimental potion. Animals can't pollinate, flower and bear fruit, so they can only. Some people felt like they were about to break down. This was against the rules. Would this game of yours pass the vetting process? Looking at it now, I estimate that the plants can only last for half a year. If you can't figure out the system and can't successfully change your profession and escape, you'll have to suffer the punishment of your life. Some of them were sitting cross-legged and cultivating their true chi. While they were cultivating, they were wailing. This is too tragic. The main quest has turned into a time-limited escape room game. He. We plants don't care and just watch. We can take the opportunity to take screenshots. Shameless planning team, oppressing poor laborers. Some of them pointed to the sky with one hand and the other to the ground, their faces full of resistance and indignation. Analyzing language. Insufficient data for language. Unable to analyze. Carolyn frowned slightly. What were they talking about? And all kinds of exaggerated movements? Her divine telekinesis covered the entire town. There were millions of people, and a huge database was enough to analyze every person's words. However, there were too few of them in front of her. Furthermore, their expressions, actions, and the language they spoke did not seem to match at all. It was difficult to analyze the meaning of their words. Perhaps, it would take many days to analyze. Is this a prehistoric language, the ancient language from the era of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva? Are they reviving and studying the ancient cultivation system? Carolyn muttered in her heart as she continued to organize her thoughts, that world existence that had lost a rank 9? Did you cultivate this kind of Buddhism or Daoism? She sat in the shop and ate the hot spicy soup, constantly trying to figure it out. Suji seemed to be able to tell that there was something wrong with the look on her face. There was a high chance that she was looking at the free labor who were causing trouble. She was complaining and screaming loudly, which greatly affected the appearance and style of the 6 realms of reincarnation. However, the foundation of the cultivation system still depended on their selfless contributions. And NBSP, cough, cough, cough. Suji coughed twice and asked, "What do you think of the cultivation system in this area? It's unbelievable. The innate chi seems to be able to live in the vacuum universe world." Caroline pondered for a moment and said, "As for the Buddha style, it happens to be the kind of vacuum universe world with high radiation. If I'm not wrong, these two ancient systems are both related to the vast universe that I once went to." Naturally, Caroline still remembered her journey through the universe back then. "Do you know why I wanted to investigate that world?" Suji asked with a smile. "You want to?" Caroline was slightly shocked. Back then, her realm was not high enough. And now, the ancient god was finally going to reveal the truth? In fact, according to the analysis of the Isodeans, there were 2 mysteries to the ancient gods. The first one was the mechanical armor blueprint. At this moment, it had already been unraveled. It turned out that it was a supreme treasure made from the remains of a 9th-rank magical beast. It could change its form and be given to the one in the netherworld. The second was to take them to explore the universe. At that time, they guessed that there might be some great enemy in that vacuum universe that had destroyed the ancient civilization where the ancient gods lived. Now that I think about it, it seems like these 2 things can be put together. Caroline was silent in her heart. There is obviously a terrifying enemy in the vacuum of the universe that destroyed the civilization of the ancient gods. Furthermore, it also destroyed the ancient world of 6 paths of reincarnation and killed the rank 9 expert of this world. After all, that rank 9 expert's Buddhist cultivation technique was obviously used to conquer the vacuum of the universe. It was a complete match. Therefore, it made perfect sense now that they were using the remains of the rank 9 to help this world rise again. The enemy probably hasn't disappeared either, and still poses a strong threat. It was just that a great enemy of that level was a little shocking. Even a Type 9 powerhouse had fallen. She pursed her lips and felt that she could understand a lot of things from this world, the ancient temple, and its hundreds of millions of years of history. That touching history was also related to them. Su Ji did not pay any attention to Caroline's thoughts and went straight to the point of this trip. He was ready to make her a partner. He said, "At that time, I was traveling in the vacuum universe and found another world fragment that was missing and broken. I'm in a vacuum universe right now. I wonder if you're interested in participating?" Caroline's heart trembled. She sat on a chair in the spicy hot pot shop, and her hand that was eating a skewer of meat also stopped. In an instant, she understood that this was a super ancient god giving her a huge opportunity. Chapter 558. Guilt. This was naturally a huge opportunity. Caroline stirred the soup with a spoon, her heart was not calm. She vaguely remembered the time when the Ishtar people were at their peak. She was the youngest and most passionate person in the world. She led all the wise men of Ishtar, the fat dragon and Viviana, to explore the vacuum with the entire research institute. They yearned for the mysterious unknown land. But as time went by, all her old friends passed away, and she became the guardian of civilization, guarding the last glory of the Ishtar people alone, turning into a corridor of prehistoric memories. And now, he was finally willing to bring them into that space-time? However, the corresponding danger. Could he block it? After all, that mysterious universe contained terrifying enemies. This was an opportunity, but also a crisis. Caroline took a deep breath, stood up, and replied seriously, "Logically speaking, it's best to train in peace, but I refuse." Su Ji immediately laughed. The Isodarian's temper was completely under his control. They liked challenges, and he had long expected that. That area is in a distant space and time. I need to locate it. Su Ji thought for a moment and said, "You guys have studied space technology before, so it shouldn't be too bad." Su Ji handed over Dichi's research materials. Caroline's eyes lit up slightly, and she couldn't help but start to feel surprised. An ultra-long-distance spatial passageway positioning technology. "Yes, I am," Su Ji said. He didn't care about Dichi's feelings. After all, Dichi had been secretly learning other people's research all day long. Now, it was his turn to experience the pain of being secretly learned. "There's a coordinate here. After you've located it, don't go there without permission. Otherwise, you might attract some terrifying monsters that you can't resist." Su Ji spoke again. It would be awkward if she were to head to planet Gumu first and stare at Dichi. "Yes." Caroline's expression was grave as she replied, "After all, that area is extremely terrifying. There are terrifying enemies that can kill 9th rank beings, and US gods are also extremely weak existences." She believed it without a doubt. At this time, the position and research technology that the ancient gods had given him was a test for him. If he couldn't even do this, how could he participate in such a plan? If she didn't do anything, how could she have the face to accept this huge opportunity together? This was an opportunity that everyone was envious of. To control and occupy a new world. The ancient god must have planned for a long time for today's plan when he took them to explore the universe. At the thought of this, Caroline finally understood everything that had happened back then. Standing up, she looked around and said, "God, let's go back. This vacation is almost over. A person should have a balance between tension and relaxation, but one should not be too relaxed." As expected of the mad scientist. Su Ji nodded. Compared to traveling, the information on Emperor Qi was more attractive. After that, Su Ji and Caroline returned to the ancient land of lava. They did not disturb any life of this era. Although the plant, beast, human, and spy forms of the 3 pillar gods were all over the mountains and rivers and had discovered their footprints, they did not dare to act rashly. Begin the research. Caroline had always been swift and decisive. Soon, with the basic spatial technology of the people of Isotarian and the exaggerated learning ability of the magic core lineage, it was extremely easy to understand the information. Moreover, a high-level god who had come into contact with the phenomenon of the molecular law only took half a month to completely understand it. Thus, she began to take action, directly opening up a teleportation array. Calculating. Calculating super data. Boom. A ray of light flashed before his eyes and condensed into a dense, mysterious totem pattern. The demon core system had a unique characteristic. The Dao techniques it executed were close to perfection and almost mechanical. After all, it was still mechanical. Terrifying and enormous divine power poured out and transmitted into the distant space-time. With such terrifying precision, Carolyn is the best choice to set up the spatial coordinates and locate planet Ancient Wood. Su Ji whispered in admiration. In fact, currently, in the entire sandbox, Carolyn, and even the three pillar gods of the current lava giant era, are the existences closest to the level 9 world in the future. Su Ji weighed the pros and cons in his heart. This had nothing to do with cultivation talent. Ditchi, Medusa, Phoenix. Which one of these talents was not stronger than Carolyn? At the end of the day, Carolyn was still a non-combat type scientist, so she definitely could not be compared to him. However, the supercomputing power of the magic core lineage was the greatest threshold to breaking through to the 9th rank. Therefore, they had a strong advantage in breaking through in this realm. It was something that other races could not compare to. Of course, this was only a theoretical advantage. It was still unknown who would want to break through the most. Boom! The huge magic power poured out. The space seemed to have been torn in half, and ripples that looked like heavy curtains were raised. The chaotic turbulence was torn apart, and a space tunnel faintly appeared. Soon, it located the other side. Su Ji immediately ordered. Sub-brain, the place that blocked off planet Ancient Wood. Yes. The place wasn't big, only the size of a palm. The sub-brain quickly covered the land like a shield from the Magus world, not letting Ditchi discover it. Voila! On Ancient Wood Planet, in a green mountain range, birds were chirping and flowers were blooming. A mysterious teleportation array appeared. I've succeeded. I finally got through. Su Ji suppressed the great surprise in his heart and quickly helped Caroline, who was about to fall next to him, up. The loss is much greater than I imagined. Ditchi has flown too far away now. Even a high-level god has fallen into a state of weakness. Su Ji could sense her abnormality. His cultivation had dropped 2 realms in a row, and he had been reduced to the level of a low-level god. His period of weakness was still very long, and it would probably take 200 to 300 years for him to barely recover. Under such circumstances, he was simply exposing his life to the eyes of others and allowing them to slaughter him. However, there were no outsiders here. Let's take a break. Su Ji put Caroline down and felt a little guilty. The price he had to pay this time was much, much higher than he had imagined. I'll go over there and confirm it. Caroline didn't say anything else, but suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Su Ji nodded, turned around, and left. Carolyn looked at the back of the figure that was calmly leaving and pursed her lips. She suddenly had a realization. I made it, it was just the smallest help. Opening a space tunnel, allowing the ancient gods to go to the unknown space at their peak combat power to deal with the possible terrible crises and unparalleled taboo existences. At this moment, she felt as if all her energy had been sucked out of her body. She was too tired, too tired. Perhaps it was this moment of weakness, with no one around her, that made her, who always put on a strong and confident attitude, reveal her weak side. She sat in front of the Mikiya ranch, feeling the cool breeze, and recalled many things. He wasn't good at fighting. The fat dragon and Viviana were both standing in front of him. He had never really stood on the front line. Even the Cherry Blossom Empress didn't really fight. She didn't even fight from beginning to end. Instead, she gradually ruled the world through schemes. Before him, he was just like before. He couldn't fight side by side with her. He had only opened the door for her and watched her leave. I'm really too weak. I didn't do anything, but I have to share the rivers and mountains that the ancient gods worked so hard to conquer. Chapter 559. There's a way to live in poverty. Voila! A cool breeze welcomed them, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Su Ji left Caroline and went straight into the space-time tunnel. He controlled the avatar of the ancient god and walked through the mountains and rivers of the ancient tree planet. The ground was covered in lush green. Raising his head, he saw 11 eternal ancient star trees. This ancient elven tree's lush, tender, and jade-green leaves overlapped one another, shining with sparse and bright sunlight, forming a resplendent green sky. It was a dream world of birds and flowers. I actually came over. Su Ji's heart was filled with surprise, and he felt like laughing out loud. This meant that the most difficult problem he had been facing in the recent period of his journey had been solved. If he could arrive at planet Gumu at any time, it would mean that many impossible things would be realized. The most direct example would be when he stepped into outer space as a weak celestial emperor. He didn't need to reach level 8 and could develop the vacuum cell civilization in advance by releasing the air spirit from before. It has already been 2 months since Dichi was released. After 6,000 years. The 11 ancient elven trees of eternity have all become gods. Su Ji looked up at the sky. He felt the fine star power filling the air, forming a world with high concentration of spiritual qi. The 11 ancient god trees formed the basic laws of the ancient tree planet. They had become the world tree, and their leaves had become the atmosphere that protected all living beings. Previously, Su Ji had only sensed everything that was happening in front of him through the insecten nest mind. He had not been able to personally intervene. It felt wonderful to come here personally. Su Ji looked around. Or perhaps, for the current Daiki. These 11 ancient spirit trees that have become gods are just like Dalashan in the past. He secretly rules over the other 11 ancestors of sorcery. Dichi was still very cautious. It was just like how no one had discovered him, the mastermind, throughout the countless ancient times. Even though he was about to become the third person to break through to the high-level deity stage after Phoenix and Caroline, and at the same time, his moon goddess Iyun had also become a deity and awakened from his deep slumber. Over the years, Elf Emperor Ymir and Ajo had also become gods one after another. They had developed steadily without any waves, as if everything had happened naturally. 6,000 years, 2 months away from me, this kind of achievement is also quite normal. Su Ji walked around the elf cities very naturally, looking at the exotic sights along the way and carefully studying the ecology of the ancient wood planet. From today onwards, this planet will be under my control again. He didn't have any intention of interfering at the moment. This was a breeding-type universe drifting sand plate, controlled by Emperor Qi in the dark. He had opened up this world only to collect taxes in the dark and reabsorb the biological energy of the mass extinction. After all, paying taxes was the basic duty of Zergs. This time, I've accumulated a huge amount of energy for who knows how long. After I break through, I'll return it to my main body. I should be able to break through to the mid-heavenly emperor stage very soon. Su Ji praised. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that he had made a huge profit this time. From another point of view, Caroline had lost a huge amount of her cultivation. In fact, from the point of view of energy, it seemed that the gains did not make up for the losses. Let's go up and take a look. Boom! Su Ji charged upward gently. It silently flew up into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere of the green leaves. The sky turned dark, as if the lights had been turned off. The surroundings turned into a world of stars that was as bright as the Milky Way, beautiful and magnificent. In the distance, there was an interstellar exploration team. They were taking route on a grey-black planet with a hazy and thin atmosphere. The entire planet was made of grey metal and soil, with undulating mountains. They were exploring and excavating. The elf exploration team was wearing specially made spacesuits, but they could not sense Su Ji's existence at all. Right now, I'm at the Andromeda Galaxy. Su Ji mumbled to himself as he looked at the unfamiliar starry sky around him. In the past 6,000 years, the distance that Dichi had continuously jumped was still acceptable. In the distance, there were huge dark red planets. Further away, there was a dense, gloomy nebula that emitted a faint, colorful light. There were even some larger nebulas that formed mysterious, oval-shaped spots of light, giving people an indescribable shock. These scenes and sceneries were so beautiful, majestic, and magnificent. The world is so beautiful. It contains infinite miracles and has more unimaginable possibilities. Su Ji raised his head and looked at the starry world with admiration. Any other living creature would feel tiny in this world. Then, he lowered his head and looked down at his feet. There was no end to it. It was all dark. Up and down, the 4 directions are the universe, since ancient times it has been called Jo. In his heart, he felt a surge of joy. This This was the true starry sky. The sea was vast, and the sky was high, like a bird flying. He revealed a brilliant smile, and his heart finally had a feeling of indulgence and relief. Even though he was only a low-level heavenly emperor, he finally had the true freedom that only gods had. He had turned into a bird that overlooked the world. He was no longer a living creature trapped in a cage. The others were lamenting about how weak he was. Carolyn was also lamenting about how she was trapped in a cage. Wasn't Su Ji the same? Who? He calmed his heart and began to slowly leave the ancient Mu planet, flying in the opposite direction. It's time to leave the ancient Mu planet and part ways. After all, we have to get down to business first. The teleportation formation has been set up on planet Gumu, so we can go there at any time. Carolyn has helped me reach this stage and has also paid a terrifying price for me. It can even be said that she gave up half of her life in order for me to skip a level. He managed to come here with the body of a celestial emperor and tried to build a space civilization. This is a forbidden land, and it far exceeds my current abilities. As for what I've promised Carolyn, I still have to fulfill it. Furthermore, I'll get her to help with the development. I don't have enough power to lead a space civilization in a vacuum. This was because what was needed to be done was not the same as molding the soil. It was a terrifyingly large project that could transform the mountains and rivers, and even transform the ecology of a planet. No matter how small the place is, it's still very, very difficult for me. He was just a heavenly emperor? What could he do if he couldn't fly out of the planet and couldn't stay in the vacuum for long? Even if he could control the flow of life and activate his creator mode, so what? In the face of the limitations of the main body's low strength, no matter how powerful the race's innate ability was, it was just something of little value and was completely useless. He was not unprepared. He had dismantled part of the reincarnation and created a super small mechanical armor that was enough to accommodate his ant clone. It could last for a while in the vacuum and go to find new land. I've already asked the Zerg sub-brain to screen out a few suitable environments based on the planet data recorded by Daiki's travel route. Innate Chi, a system of radiation light source. I should be able to find a very good place in this world to reproduce a vacuum civilization. As for the cultivation system, it doesn't have to be based on the player's development. Their 6 paths of reincarnation isn't really in a vacuum, and the environment is different. He kept flying out and thinking. He wasn't worried about leaving the teleportation array that Carolyn had set up on Ancient Wood Planet and not being able to return. This was because he had a new teleportation array with him. The most difficult one would be the first one he used to come here, while the rest would be much easier. It was just like what had happened on Mercury. Back then, he had to fly slowly to Mercury. However, once he arrived, he could throw down the teleportation array and return. In fact, when one reached the realm of mid-level gods, the use of teleportation circles was relatively extensive, and it was not as costly as that of low-level gods. Even for Ermin and the others, in all the big cities of the 3 realms, the high gods had built teleportation circles for the strong to communicate with each other. However, each teleportation would pay a certain price. On the contrary, the gods were very keen on building this kind of teleportation array. The construction would incur losses for a while, but the profits would continue to flow. I've gotten quite a few of these matching teleportation portals from Ermin. After all, the times are no longer as tight as before. Everyone is developing. Su Ji continued flying. 1 day, 2 days. Time continued to pass. The ancient wood planet behind him gradually turned into a green fantasy planet, beautiful and magnificent. After a few days, a black hole-like space fold suddenly appeared on the entire planet. He gently plunged into it and jumped away. As expected, Dichi has started to jump again. Su Ji turned his head to look. Every once in a while, Dichi would make a fixed distance jump, and then slowly recover his strength, and then go back and forth. Of course, the distance of each jump was not long. Since he's gone, we can relax our search in this area. We don't need to be afraid of him learning and watching in the dark. Su Ji continued to ignore him and continued moving forward. It would not be too difficult to find a suitable small planet. This was because there was no need for an atmosphere or oxygen and carbon dioxide, which were the most precious resources for living beings. Only solid water was needed. There were quite a number of such planets that were exposed to radiation vacuums. Transferring. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the star chart data provided by the sub-brain. A light blue star map appeared in front of AI's eyes. There were more than 30 points, all of which were secretly collected by the sub-brain of the explorer along the way. More than 30 matches. Su Ji continued to observe and saw more than 30 perfect solar systems with environments similar to the Sun. Some of the planets that met the conditions had solid ice that allowed the gas spirits, carbon dioxide and oxygen to circulate. After all, they didn't need these two gases directly. As long as the planet had carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, they would find ways to synthesize and self-circulate, so the demand for gas in this area was actually very small. As for the main demand, it was liquid water. In the universe, without the protection of the atmosphere, which was an important condition for life on a planet, the liquid water would have long escaped from the planet. Therefore, the water on the planet was basically in the form of solid ice. At the same time, because there was no atmosphere, the planet was cold. The temperature was below zero, so naturally, it was frozen. Perhaps, there would be a small amount of liquid water in the deep layer of the solid ice, but there was no need to think too much about it. It could not support the entire world. Solid ice is my only choice. I'll just melt it. It's better than stealing water from Earth. Su Ji kept scrolling through the information of the planets. This one is very good. He saw a perfect planet that was 3 times larger than Earth. It had solid ice, a vacuum environment, and was full of radiation. However, it's too big. Su Ji sighed, feeling that it was a pity. Caroline and I will definitely not be able to get it. In the early stages of breeding species and melting solid ice, it is necessary to create an underground river to nourish everything in the world before it can be developed. As it developed, the underground river did not matter anymore. When they had strong people, they could melt it and be self-sufficient. They could even change their environment directly. However, this planet was 3 times the size of Earth. Unless Caroline broke through to the level 9 world. Only then would she be able to use her own strength to transform a vast planet. Moreover, Caroline's cultivation level has dropped by so much. She's only a low-level deity, so I can't be greedy. Su Ji looked at the next planet that met the conditions. It was about the same size as Earth. After a moment of silence, he rejected the idea. Caroline and I still can't eat. It's impossible. His heart ached, but he could only comfort himself. Big plates are good because you can eat more, but small plates are easier to develop. If we manage it well, in the future, when more experts appear in the civilization, we can consider migrating. After all, it's a race in the vacuum universe, and interstellar migration can happen. He used his hand to move the planets. One by one, more perfect and larger planets were being filtered out, and Su Ji felt a great pain in his heart. Su Ji quickly locked onto an environment that was similar to the solar system, one of the gas giants. It was spinning slowly. It was a sphere that was mostly made up of air, like a dark red vortex ball. It was made up of a large amount of hydrogen, helium, various other gas components, and a lot of solid ice. Don't think that gas planets are rare. Both Saturn and Jupiter are gas giants. In our solar system alone, most of the planets are not made of soil and land. This gaseous planet only had 7 satellites that orbited around it. One of the super small satellites was made of soil and solid ice. It was surrounded by a thin layer of atmosphere and contained the required gas. Satellite. I'm so poor that I can only choose the smallest satellite. Su Ji's eyelids twitched and he felt like he had suffered a great loss. This satellite that's smaller than the moon. It does fit the criteria, and the distance is very close. We should still be able to modify it. He looked at the huge golden fireball in the distance and hesitated for a moment. However, this small satellite orbited around the gas giant, and this gas giant orbited around a sun-like star. It's a little far from the sun, so it has little radiation. The disadvantage is too great. But it didn't matter. How could it be so perfect? It's not like they're going to be my power station anyway. It's none of my business if they don't have enough energy. In fact, this was a difficult choice to have both. You're close to the sun, with high temperatures and radiation, so there's definitely no water. It was far away from the sun, there was water, and it was even frozen. There was not enough radiation. This is the place. Solid water and gas can be extracted and used by ourselves. Su Ji took a deep breath and said, "It's time to start paddling." Ta! After some time, Su Ji landed gently on the small satellite. He looked at his surroundings. There were pits, dried up valleys, soil, and frozen ice in the depths. This was a small satellite that was even smaller than the moon, but it was still bigger than China and the Rooster territory. The sandbox this time is ridiculously large. It's even larger than the entire territory of China. 13 million square kilometers is already an extremely vast and endless land for these small creatures. It's truly endless. Su Ji took a deep breath. We need to transform and make the planet green. He left the teleportation array behind and turned to leave. After a while, Su Ji returned again with a large amount of oxygen and carbon dioxide. Although there was oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and even methane in the air, it was not something that they could currently absorb or decompose to synthesize. Su Ji did not have the time to create an artificial underground river. He simply got a bunch of iron water pipes and buried them underground, connecting one end to the deeply buried solid ice. Voila! Su Ji cast a spell slightly, and the ice began to melt, flowing into the pipe and turning into an undercurrent. Intelligent sub-brain, bring up the gene bank and reproduce the vacuum plants. A mechanical voice was heard. They are reproducing. Soon, the vacuum plants appeared. They absorbed oxygen and carbon dioxide, took root in the water, and formed a cycle. Their vitality was extremely strong, resisting the cold and low-temperature vacuum. They were quickly scattered on this barren satellite like cacti in the desert. Chapter 560. The God of Creation. This small satellite was about twice the size of the moon. From afar, it looked like a barren yellow desert ball. It was surrounded by a brilliant and mysterious gas giant. It was slowly moving along the orbit and rotating in the dark space. Ancient, lonely, and eternal. At this moment, on a small piece of land that was almost unremarkable, plants were multiplying rapidly, adding a little green and color of life to this desolate and dead land. Only by experiencing it will you know how precious a planet with life in the universe is. Su Ji squatted down gently. Wearing his mechanical armor, he squatted down on a green sapling and stroked the delicate leaves with a serious look on his face, like a scientist doing farm research. This is the miracle of life in the universe. If I didn't create a vacuum species, it would be impossible to reproduce in the vacuum universe with only water. The entire universe is destined to be a barren desert. Hwalala. Life is the greatest miracle in the universe. Su Ji continued to melt the solid ice, which gushed into the earth and quickly multiplied. All kinds of carbon, oxygen, silicon, and other elements that can be seen everywhere in the universe are gathered together to form a polymer. They are arranged in a special and dense structure, and they can actually produce a qualitative self-consciousness. 1 mu. 2 mu. Su Ji quickly realized a problem. Water was not the most difficult problem at the moment. This was because he still had enough dharmic powers. He melted them into liquid water to water the plants, allowing them to grow rapidly. Water could be stored in their bodies, but carbon dioxide and oxygen could be stored in their bodies. These two internal air chambers limited the expansion of the population and were difficult to carry around. After all, they were all stolen from Earth. Stealing water, stealing oxygen, stealing carbon dioxide. Su Ji looked at the small satellite and suddenly felt that he was a little dirty. He stopped what he was doing and muttered to himself, "Forget it. Let's just leave it at that for now and let those little guys in after that." Voila! In an instant, the wailing energy spirits finally ran out of the living room of the orchard and cheered loudly. Obviously, they preferred the harsh vacuum universe to the harmonious environment full of air. This is the extraordinary fantasy planet that truly belongs to me. Su Ji looked at the entire super small planet. Although it was only a little bigger than Huaxia's territory and was even as small as a certain Zhuang planet, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He was already at the Heavenly Emperor realm and had such great achievements. He was very happy. Woo! In the distance, the Chi spirits saw their favorite tree friends and ran over to gnaw at them. Bang! Go to the side! Su Ji sent them flying with a slap. They were so frightened that they immediately shrank back and hid at the side, shivering. When they suddenly saw water, they became excited again and quickly ran over. Wah! Pa! Su Ji gave him another slap across the air. They immediately felt wronged and called out very softly. Su Ji pointed at the solid ice. This world was so cold. It meant that if she wanted to drink water, she could go and melt it herself. They were completely dumbfounded and could only hang their heads in dejection. They silently ran to the solid ice and began to move, trying to melt it with their true energy. Trees and animals have basically formed a special ecosystem. They seem to be two different species, but they are actually the same. Su Ji muttered to himself slowly and said in a low voice, after all, they all have internal circulation. Carbon dioxide and oxygen. There was no longer any difference between plants and animals. The biggest difference between the two of them now was whether they were animals or not. One can move, the other can't. However, they are still the original ancestors of two species. In the future, they can evolve species diversity in this small vacuum planet. Su Ji kept thinking about it. In the next few days of cultivation in the experimental field, he let them adapt to the new environment. He watched the two creatures get used to each other again and was surprised to find that they had formed a special symbiotic relationship. Chi spirit, help trees melt ice, water, and reproduce. The trees, on the other hand, made use of their stronger ability to absorb radiation energy and bear fruits for the Chi spirits to cultivate. However, while it seemed that they could reproduce and expand the tribe, they could only maintain a constant number because there was no new carbon dioxide and oxygen to provide for the birth of new tribe members. After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. It's time to bring Carolyn in. But before that, I have to seize the opportunity to become a famous elf and walk freely in the vacuum. After all, it's not a good idea to wear mechanical armor like this. A super ancient god could only stay in a vacuum while wearing mechanical armor. Wasn't that funny?" Su Ji found two young and strong Chi spirits. Their reproduction was very strange. As half-tree, half-animal creatures, their offspring were half-fruit, half-embryo eggs, and this sticky egg was spat out from their mouths. I thought it was a Sun. It turns out to be Demon King Buck. Su Ji felt a little speechless. But he's still the ancestor. I don't know what will happen when he splits in the future. Su Ji brought over two sticky eggs and reproduced in the most favorable way. Soon, two little tree babies were born. A man and a woman. Next, he made two Rubik's Cube second gene agents and injected them directly, letting them cultivate their inner world. In less than 2 hours in the real world, they grew up and broke through to the third level. It's all right. Su Ji laughed. The new radiation and the cultivation of the inner world. The most important thing was that with a sea of consciousness, it would be convenient to have a human body. It would be easy to possess a body and live in the sea of consciousness. I also helped Carolyn to create one. After all, even as a god, staying in a vacuum for a long time would consume a lot of energy. He needed to build a protective shield at all times to resist the pressure and radiation in the vacuum. It was very convenient to possess a Chi spirit. Voila! Su Ji's sea of consciousness surged. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a man. He had a head of resplendent golden hair that glowed slightly. The outline of his muscles was like a sculpture, firm and full. He looked like an ancient god of war. It's too slow, Su Ji was still not satisfied. He threw the previous radiation ball into his own consciousness and absorbed it as an energy source. His entire person became highly radioactive. Whoosh! The sea of consciousness was in his mind, and radiation spread out from his head. In an instant, Su Ji's golden hair seemed to be on fire as it quickly separated from his body and turned into a bald head. There was a faint halo on the back of his head, giving him an inexplicable holiness like that of a church. Su Ji was speechless. The radiation could really cause hair loss. After all, the head was the first to be hit and it even illuminated the back of the head. Inner world sea of consciousness plus radiation equals Buddha? The radiation energy that was emitted from the sea of consciousness happened to be emitted from the head. Could it be that it's true? Even Su Ji suspected that those guys had guessed correctly by chance. It was poisonous. Forget it. The hair is falling out because it can't withstand the radiation. The power of the radiation source is too strong. When the realm is higher, it will be able to withstand it. The hair of this human body will grow back. Su Ji weighed his options and quickly came to a realization. After all, he still cherished it very much, because this was a small clone of his that could walk freely in the vacuum in the future. Yeah. The chi spirits happily pounced over, prostrate themselves, and absorbed the source of radiation. They were all very attentive and wanted to lick it. Su Ji's face darkened again. Why did these guys look so much like believers? In the eyes of outsiders, this scene seemed to be easily misunderstood. However, now that things had developed to this extent, it was time for him to call Carolyn over to discuss and help out. Mikey Ranch, Ancient Lava Domain. Carolyn quietly sat in her original position and waited. Several months had already passed, but her face was still pale. Voila! The void rippled, and Su Ji walked over. Caroline's gaze quickly froze. She looked at the bald young man, who had a dignified expression and a dense halo on his back. She immediately became vigilant and was shocked. Could it be that the ancient god? It's me. Su Ji said. Carolyn's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Su Ji felt helpless as well. After all, there was a price to pay for becoming stronger. It was impossible to go to the vacuum in advance to make a big move if he wanted to improve beyond his level. Su Ji did not say anything more. He took out a brand new space teleportation array and handed it to her. That world has already been successful. However, don't go to the previous teleportation array. It was very dangerous. Leave the other end to me. Caroline handed the other end to Su Ji. Her face turned serious, and she began to doubt herself. The battle on the other side had already erupted. A battle between a super ancient god and an unknown taboo existence, causing great suffering? Was the aftermath of the explosion enough to kill a god? According to their conjectures, the difference between a rank 9 world and a rank 8 god was like the difference between a god and a celestial emperor. The difference was terrifying, and a drop of blood was enough to kill a god. Perhaps, the ancient god also fought with the other party and was seriously injured, which was why he changed to a human body. Thinking of this, Carolyn felt even more guilty. However, she wasn't the kind of person who would let her emotions affect her decisions. Although her face was still pale and she had overexerted herself, she revealed an incomparably grave expression. Has the other end been confirmed? Yes. Su Ji did not beat around the bush and immediately pulled open the teleportation portal. You've contributed the most to owning a new world. He said. I'll show you the results. When Carolyn heard this, she felt even more ashamed, and her face turned red. You're really a humble person. He was clearly injured to such an extent. Su Ji was speechless. Voila! Caroline and Su Ji went directly to the other end. This place is, the moment Carolyn arrived, her eyes instantly widened. Vacuum. It was the vacuum universe, the place he had yearned for. Moreover, unlike those barren yellow planets, this place contained life. It seemed to be the species of the two systems that he had noticed before. This piece of land was so vast that her spiritual will could not cover it completely in an instant. It was even larger than 10,000 ancient lava lands. This is unbelievable. These are all ours? Carolyn was extremely surprised. She had lived in a small underground orchard, which was so small that it was hard to imagine. When had she ever seen such a big scene? Su Ji looked up at the starry sky and said, the land in front of us will be our territory. Carolyn's lips moved slightly, but she couldn't say a single word. Her face was filled with joy, and she could only silently purse her lips and say a single word. She then bowed her head and said, thank you. Su Ji handed over another mortal body. Only by entering her body will you be able to live in peace on this land. Thank you, he said. Carolyn didn't know how to describe her feelings of guilt. She only felt that she owed a lot of favors, and didn't know when she would be able to pay them back. After a few days, she gradually became familiar with this land, and the strong gratitude she had for the ancient gods in her heart turned into diligence. She quickly analyzed all the parameters. Although he was a low-level god, he began to cast metal and set up some underground pipes to melt solid ice and provide water. At the same time, she also extracted oxygen and carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and continuously injected them into the bodies of new living beings. They continued to develop and expand their population. Everything was thriving. It's just a monotonous world with only 2 lives. On this day, after going through a tough time, Carolyn sat down on a meteorite in a relaxed manner. Her white and slender hand supported her chin as she looked at the chattering little fellows and the trees. I feel like they're their mothers. The mother of this world, but it's too one-sided, and she doesn't bring the living creatures of our land of lava to reproduce. Those who enter will definitely die, there's no way to achieve species diversity. These days, she would occasionally return to the land of lava, but she spent most of her time here. There are only 2 living beings now, but there will be many more in the future. Su Ji said with a smile as he stood on another rock behind him, looking up at the sky. Carolyn was slightly startled. She could not help but ask curiously, you want to analyze their genetic sequence and modify them? Fusion and mutation. That's very unnatural. Su Ji said indifferently, you've been through that genetic era, and even the era you started yourself. You should know that it's possible to modify some of the less than ideal genes. It's the same for you Isodeans. However, once the core gene was modified, it would easily collapse. It's like a rabbit. It's very difficult to modify its core genes and turn it into a completely different pig. A look of regret appeared on Carolyn's face. How could she not know? Genes could be adjusted slightly, but it was impossible to change the main genes of a rabbit into the main genes of a pig. And there were only 2 species in front of him. If he changed their genes out of thin air, he would only make them become distant relatives at most. If he changed the main genes, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would collapse. All man-made transformations were not as smooth as natural evolution. Rich species of the world? What do you plan to do? Sitting on a large rock, Carolyn asked out of curiosity. We don't need to do it, because the heavens will solve it. Su Ji replied with a gentle smile. The heavens? What is that? Carolyn's smile was bright and full of heroic spirit and confidence. I've never heard of such a thing. The god you're talking about, are you or me? After all, you and I are the heavens who control fate and can observe the future lines of the world. The people of Ishtar did not believe in gods or technology. Naturally, they did not believe in the so-called heaven. They were powerful gods themselves. They could see through the future of fate and dictate the world line. They did not believe in these things. After all, the god of creation had never appeared in their world. That's an existence that's higher than any other living being, including you and me. It's incomprehensible and indescribable. Su Ji said seriously. I didn't expect you to believe in this. Carolyn laughed, appearing as relaxed as if she was chatting with a friend. Su Ji stretched his back lazily and said in an extremely lazy and idle manner, back then, you asked the great existence who once held your mechanical spaceship and who he was. Carolyn's expression gradually froze. Su Ji said calmly, you can sense that he's tall, vast, and immeasurable. You've sensed him once in the gap between worlds and in the turbulence of time and space. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Said Carolyn with a smile. This was indeed the last mystery that had come into contact with the ancient gods. He exists in the void, the only existence in the past and future. He is countless, and also the zero of the beginning, one of the creations of all things. Su Ji stared into Caroline's eyes and said, one word at a time, his figure runs through one world after another. Latitude, space, past, future, and he rules over one world after another. He will always arrive after a world is destroyed and destroyed. He will reshape the world and give life to all living things. Was he serious? Not a joke? Carolyn reacted a little. Hearing those words, she couldn't help but feel dizzy. It meant that there was a war between the ancient gods, causing this world to be shattered until there were only 2 kinds of living beings left. Perhaps, it was because of this terrifying war that existence was about to descend? But how was that possible? How could there be an existence that could create all things and complete the world? She had yet to finish her thoughts. Ta! A loud sound of footsteps, deep and grand. A huge mouth appeared in the void and an indomitable existence descended silently. He was 10,000 feet tall and covered the sky as he was immersed in the divine light. Time suddenly condensed into a torrent. What's this? At this moment, she suddenly stood up from the huge rock, a giant over 10,000 zhang. Looking at the vast, pitch-black universe, he felt an unprecedented fear. He only felt that the flow of time in his body was changing at a terrifying speed. The world was changing.